Naruto opened his eyes when he felt something stir in his arms, blinking a few times to adjust to the light. The blonde looked down and found a smile work its way on his face. Konan was lying on his chest sleeping peacefully, a content smile showing on her face as she tried to burrow her way deeper into his muscles. He gently rolled the blue-haired woman off of him and leaned on his side as he looked down at her face, reaching out with a hand. Naruto brushed away a few strands of Konan's hair as his knuckles caressed her cheeks. Leaning down, Naruto pressed his lips to hers in a light kiss, which seemed to wake up Konan as she began to stir. Opening her eyes, Konan smiled as she saw a pair of familiar blue eyes looking at her. The blue-haired woman wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, bringing his head in down for another lip lock. "I hope you plan on waking me up this way every time we sleep together," Konan mumbled with half-lidded eyes and a coy smile. Naruto grinned at her as he went in for another kiss. "When you're ready, I'll wake you up in far better ways than this." In emphasis, Naruto let his hands ghost across her chest, lightly touching her nipples, which could be felt through the fabric of her shirt since she never wore a bra to bed. Konan gave a soft moan at his touch before Naruto brought his hand back up to her face, cupping and caressing her cheek with his thumb. Even though she had slept with Naruto many times since they became an official couple, Konan had asked Naruto that they wait to go any further, and so they had not done anything other than some heavy petting. Naruto knew this was Konan's first relationship. Because of that, she wanted to take things slow, to find out more about him and more about herself after having finally been given the chance to do so. It was something Naruto could understand and in truth had no problem doing. "Damn. I'll be looking forward to that time," Konan told him with a small smile on her face. "What time is Jiraiya-sensei going to be here?" "Not for another few hours," Naruto replied as he lay down on his side and pulled Konan to him. Jiraiya had gone out to have a last-second meeting with someone in his spy network before he and Naruto left for Konoha. Since Naruto was not sure how long it would be before he could spend any real time with Konan or the others, he had taken to spending a full day with each of them. Yesterday had been Konan's day, and the two had spent most of their time at an area that had 4 waterfalls which combined into one large waterfall with dozens of little pools at the bottom. The place was called Taki no Keshu Crystal Falls, and they had gone there for a picnic before just cuddling together under the stars. After hearing that she still had a few hours with Naruto, Konan gave a grin that was almost similar to the blonde's as she rolled them over so she was straddling his waist. "Since Jiraiya-sensei is not going to be here for a while, what do you want to do?" she asked with small, almost imperceptible smirk. Naruto smiled as brought his lips to meet hers. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Yujito let out a tired huff as she continued to run. She was not sure how long she had been running. It could have been hours or even days, the only that she knew was that she needed to keep moving. Her clothing was currently ruined. The purple armor piece she wore was gone, having been destroyed during her recent battle. Her shirt was ripped in several places, revealing her stomach and parts of her bra. Her pants were destroyed, having been turned into shorts, with several large gashes running along the sides. Some of her wounds were still bleeding, having not had the chance to heal with the amount of chakra she had used in her battle. The blonde Kumo Jonin had just been returning from a mission when she had been attacked by 2 men wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them. Akatsuki. She was not quite sure just how they had managed to locate her, but she supposed it didn't matter. They had found her and demanded that she come with them. Knowing who they were and what they wanted, she had refused, and the two had proceeded to try and capture her. After her first battle with them, she had realized that she was at a serious disadvantage when fighting them out in the open. Knowing this, she had created a distraction and ran. Currently she was in a sewer system deep below a village several miles off the border to Kaminari no Kuni. It was her hope that she could get them in an enclosed space and trap them there. If she could do that, she was sure that she could take them out by playing to her strengths, but she knew not to underestimate the two. She had done that before when they first caught her, even knowing what group they belonged to. That had nearly cost her life. The two were not only strange-looking, but were also vastly more powerful than the average shinobi, with an odd mix of techniques she had never seen and powers she did not know existed. One of them was a tan-skinned man with a bandana like Haitia-8. It had a waterfall symbol with a slash mark through it, showing he was a missing ninja from Takigakure village hidden in the waterfalls. His irises were a greenish color and pupil-less, while the rest of the eyes were red. He wore a black mask, leaving everything covered except his cheeks and eyes visible. The thing that got to her, however, were the 4 masks the man had on his back. If that was not odd enough, then the fact that those masks could detach themselves and fight independently certainly was. Not only that, but it appeared that each mask was linked to a specific element, and the man would often combine 2 elements into a collaboration jutsu of some kind, making the fight not only 6-on-1 but also 12 times harder. The other person she was faced with was even weirder, despite being the more normal looking of the 2. He had slicked back white hair with purple eyes, while he held a 3-bladed scythe in one of his hands. Despite this seemingly normal look, she had found out the man was anything but. When she had first attacked him, he had been severely injured, with Yujito managing to puncture one of his lungs with her signature Kaizuki assassination attack. Despite that injury, nothing had happened except for him to start cursing her out about how he was going to sacrifice her to Jashin. Apparently he had gained some form of immortality by becoming a zealot for a religion known as Jashinism. While Yujito had not quite believed what he had said, his religion was later proven to be much more than she had first thought. After making some kind of weird occult symbol on the ground, the man had proceeded to ingest her blood, which he had gotten with a lucky hit. As soon as he did, the man's entire appearance had changed, his skin turned black with a white exoskeleton over it. He had then used the scythe he had been carrying to impale himself through the leg, and somehow, much to the blonde woman's shock, that same injury appeared on her own leg. It wasn't hard for her to figure out that anyone whose blood he ingested became injured when he injured himself, so long as he was in the middle of that symbol. Knowing this, Yujito had used Nibi's chakra to and blasted the man out of the symbol before ruining it and running. It was then she had headed into a village she recognized from the few times she had been there, and then headed straight for the sewers. Just a little bit further, she thought as she ran into an open room. Just as Yujito reached her destination, instincts kicked in, causing her to duck just as a large scythe passed through where she had been standing. Spinning around, she looked over to see the 2 that had been chasing her walking in, the scythe being yanked back into the white-haired man's hands. "That was pretty good of you to dodge, Nico-chan," he said with a grin, "though I am the slowest member of Akatsuki." "A careful Haiden," said the one with the mask in a gravelly voice, "she might kill you if you're not careful." Haiden merely smirked. "PFT, you know that's not possible. If she could kill me, I'd let her." Yujito took several deep breaths as she slowed her heart rate. "I'm going to make you regret underestimating me." She reached into her pouch and pulled out one of her kunai, which had an explosive note attached to it. At the same time, she felt a ring on her finger shift as it pressed against the fabric of her pouch. She recognized it as the proposal ring that Naruto had given to her about a month after the blonde had spent a week with her to make up for being in the Aika Aika movie. Like Maze, it also had the seals on the underside, so that she could use it to call him when she needed him and never lose it. She personally did not want to get Naruto involved in this and possibly get hurt, but she knew he would not only be pissed if she did not call him, but that he was also more powerful than her. Besides that, she had promised Naruto that she would call him if she ever ran into Akatsuki. "Now I'm gonna show you why I'm the second strongest ninja in Kyumo." Yujito threw a kunai at the gate behind them. The sharp sizzling sound was the only warning as the kunai exploded, causing the gate to collapse and the way out to be sealed shut. When the 2 were distracted by the explosion, she channeled some chakra into her ring, sending a single pulse to let Naruto know she needed him. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto stopped as he and Jiraiya were walking to their next destination. Jiraiya walked along for a little ways before noticing his student had stopped and was staring into space. Stopping as well, Jiraiya turned to look at him. "Naruto, is there a problem?" Naruto looked at his sensei. "One of my Hiraishin seals went off, the one with Yujito." "I'll see you later, sensei." Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash before Jiraiya could even speak. Just like his father, Jiraiya mused as he continued on his journey. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Kaiten Zukoku. Fire release, infinite hard work. Several compressed fireballs shot out of the mouth of the mask Yujito had come to recognize as the Fire One. The fireballs soon turned into a large firestorm that enveloped the area in front of her. Futon at Tsuji. Wind release, severing wind pressure. A large maelstrom of pressurized wind was launched out of another mask, catching up to the flame and increasing its size and power. Yujito was just about to jump out of the way when a figure appeared right in front of her. The blonde woman smiled as she recognized the familiar mop of spiky blonde hair. Suetun Sojin Hiki. Water release, water encampment wall. As Naruto spread his arms out in front of him, a giant wall of water began forming from the moisture in the air. In less than a second he and Yujito were surrounded by water as the collaboration jutsu smashed into the protective shield. There was a hiss of steam as the two jutsu clashed, the fire jutsu trying and failing to overpower Naruto's water wall. When the fire was completely put out, Naruto pointed a finger at the two cloaked Akatsuki members. Suitun, Dabakufu no Jutsu. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. The wall of water soon swirled around in a vortex before it launched itself at Kakazu and Haiden. The two jumped out of the way as the water drilled straight through the cement they were standing on. And you told me to be careful, Naruto said with a smirk as he turned his head to look at Yujito. Yet here you are picking a fight with Akatsuki, really now Yugi-chan, how hypocritical of you. It's not like I went out of my way to find them, Yujito mumbled in embarrassment about her own words being turned on her. Besides, I called you, didn't I? True, and I'm gonna have to find some way to thank you, as I was just getting bored from not having a challenge, Naruto grinned at her. So how would you like to go on a date later tonight, and then maybe afterwards we can take a nice trip to a communal hot springs? That sounds nice, Yujito said with a small blush. Agoy. The two turned to Haiden, who had just interrupted their banter. Who the fuck do you think you are, you prick? Haiden yelled as he pointed at Naruto with his scythe. Said blonde blinked as an owlish expression came to his face and he pointed at himself. Yes, you. I'm gonna sacrifice you to Jashin for interrupting me, you stupid fuck. My, this guy's got a mouth on him, Naruto mumbled. Which one do you want, Yugi-chan? The blonde male asked as he turned to his fellow blonde. I'll take the loud one, Yujito said with a smirk as she began channeling Nibi's chakra. Soon a dark purple cloak covered her frame, shaped like a cat with two swishing tails behind her. You can have the other one, be careful, those masks of his can detach and launch jutsu at you. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement as he put on his shinobi face. Raising a hand he pointed it at Kakazu. Raitun, Byakugan. Lightning release, pale white lightning. A giant bolt of lightning shot out of Naruto's finger and charged towards Kakazu. One of Kakazu's masks came out of his back and to his aid as it opened his mouth. Raitun, John. Lightning release, false darkness. A large bolt of lightning shot at Naruto's jutsu, crashing into it as the two began to vie for power. Naruto pushed more chakra into his jutsu and overpowered Kakazu's. There was a large explosion of electricity as the blonde's jutsu plowed through the Raitun, John, and charged onto Kakazu. Said man was forced to jump out of the way only to find Naruto right in his face. The greedy member of Akatsuki tilted his head to the side to dodge the fist. At the same time his skin began to darken and harden as he grabbed onto the blonde's arm, pulling Naruto into a punch. Only for said blonde to disappear in a puff of smoke as another Naruto came at him from the ground with a Rasengan in hand. Kakazu jumped back as he dodged the Rasengan and sent out several tendrils to impale the blonde. Once again there was a puff of smoke signifying a Kagebushin being used. I see, Kakazu said as he turned around to see Naruto standing a little ways behind him. Your description matches that of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I see the rumors about your battle prowess are true. As Naruto smirked, Kakazu pulled out what Naruto recognized as a bingo book and began to flip through it. You have a 500,000 yen bounty on your head, quite impressive for someone who only gained fame recently. After Akatsuki extracts your bijou, I will be able to make a nice bounty off your corpse. You're more than welcome to try, Naruto said as he got into his fighting stance. But neither you nor Akatsuki will get what you want from me. We will see, Kakazu said as all four masks emerged from his back. Two of them came at Naruto. Said blonde jumped out of the way just as one shot a blast of fire at him. When Naruto jumped out of the way, another mask shot a ball of wind at the fire, blowing into Naruto's path and strengthening the flames. The blonde shinobi's mouth bulged with water as he thought his jutsu. Suitun, Kaihoden. Water release, pressure cannon. A strong jet stream of water was shot out of Naruto's mouth and headed for the flames, dousing them with a hiss of steam as Naruto landed on the ground. As soon as he did, the blonde was forced to dodge a blast of lightning that came at him from behind. Flipping himself around, Naruto made a slicing motion and launched a Kaze no Yaiba at the lightning mask. Before the wind blade could cut through the mask, the fire mask appeared in front of Naruto's jutsu and launched a stream of fire at it. The wind was soon reduced to nothing as the fire overtook it and headed for Naruto, who jumped out of the way and held out his hand. Suetun, Saryuden no Jutsu. Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu. A large dragon made of water coalesced into existence besides Naruto and crashed against the powerful flame overpowering it and heading for the fire mask, which jumped out of the way. Naruto turned around just as the lightning mask shot a blast of lightning at him. Raitun, Byakugan. Lightning Release, Pale White Lightning. Naruto launched another lightning bolt from his fingers, slicing through his opponent's lightning bolt. Landing on the ground, Naruto was forced to continue dodging jutsu and launching counter jutsu, finding that he was not gaining any ground against his opponent. The blonde cursed as he continued to find himself being forced to react defensively and never get in a solid advantage. Whenever he managed to get the upper hand on one of the masks, one of the others would come to back it up. As another futon, Kaitun collaboration jutsu headed for him, Naruto decided it was time to change the playing field. Suetun, Bakusui Shoha. Water Release, Exploding Water Shockwave. A large amount of water burst out of nowhere and covered the entire area, dousing the flames and forcing Kakazu to jump on the water. As soon as he did, Naruto was there aiming a punch at the man's face. Kakazu hardened his skin again as he grabbed the fist and pulled the blonde into a knee. Naruto jumped up and over the knee as well as the rest of the bounty hunter, forcing Kakazu to let go. Naruto came back down with an axe kick, only for Kakazu to sidestep the attack and smash a foot into Naruto's face. Naruto puffed out of existence and Kakazu only had enough time to turn around as Naruto smashed a palm strike into his solar plexus and sending the man flying. The blonde had no time to celebrate his hit as one of the masks launched a blast of lightning at Naruto. Said blonde began to spin as he covered himself in a protective layer of chakra as he called upon his elements. Soon a mixture of wind and water swirled around him in a tornado-like fashion. When the lightning hit, it was merely absorbed and combined with the other two elements. The swirling wind, water and lightning started to change into a black mass with electricity as several thousand wind blades occasionally flying out while water swirled around him in a whirlpool-like fashion. The entire spectacle looked like something akin to a miniature hurricane contained in a ball. Naruto grit his teeth as he continued his spin, combining and controlling the three elements within his vortex. This was the culmination of all of Naruto's years of trying to combine his elements. For a long time the blonde had imagined combining all three elements into a single attack. It had only been about a week since he had been able to create his first ever combination of his three main elements, managing to create a storm cloud by gathering his elements into the palm of his hand and compressing it into a super dense matter. The ability to do this was ridiculously difficult to control, requiring him to split his attention between the three different elements until they merged, but the power behind any of the jutsu Naruto planned on making would be unlike anything ever imagined. Suddenly Naruto shot up into the air as the speed of the storm swirling around him began to increase. Suddenly it stopped and for a moment it seemed as if everything around Naruto had become frozen in time. Right until several thousand dark storm clouds filled with lightning, cutting winds and large cannonball-sized water drills and hailstones were launched everywhere around him with all the fury of a raging tempest. Two of Kakazu's masks were completely annihilated. The lightning mask and fire mask were unable to get out of the way in time and suffered what almost seemed to be the wrath of an angry god as the maelstrom of power tore into them. In the center of this power blast was Naruto, who had his arms and legs splayed out, using his chakra to fuel the raging storm. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Yujito dodged another reckless swing from her opponent as she tried to find a way around Haiden's guard. However, despite the man's style being completely reckless and having no form whatsoever, it was also too unpredictable and therefore impossible for the blonde woman to find a way around. Yujito was forced to jump over a horizontal slash from her opponent. Landing on the ground, she went through several hand seals and slammed her hands on the ground. Raitun, Ikazuchi Hakai. Lightning Release, Thunder Destruction. Yujito sent an enormous bolt of lightning which tore through the ground towards Haiden. Said immortal jumped out of the way. As soon as he did, Yujito jumped into the air and tried to claw swipe him. Haiden swung his scythe and impaled her. Only for Yujito to explode in a shower of electricity. Fuck. Haydn cursed as he landed on the ground, shaking as sparks of lightning ran through his system. Kaizuki! Haydn managed to recover and jumped back as Yujito slammed into the ground where he had been, creating a large explosion from the fire jutsu she had created. Yujito jumped away as Haydn tried to close in on her, once again swinging his scythe, ducking under a slash before she was kicked in the face. Yujito flipped through the air as she went with the blow, landing on her feet a few meters away as she began going through more hand signs. Raitun Ryuden. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon. A large midnight blue dragon made of lightning coiled around Yujito's form, lightning sparking off of it as its purple eyes glared balefully at Haydn. With a loud roar it launched itself at the Jashinist, who jumped back. Yujito did a few hand signs and the dragon changed directions and charged at him again. Haydn was forced to run and dodge as the dragon continued following him. He looked over at Yujito to see her holding a hand sign and realized what was happening. As he ran he closed in on Yujito's still form and threw his scythe at her, forcing the woman to lose her concentration as she jumped out of the way. The giant dragon lost control and smashed into the ground, exploding in a powerful display of electric sparks while creating a large crater. "That's some technique you got there, Nico-chan," Haydn said with a whistle as he looked at the large crater. Who knows, that might have actually hurt me." Yujito growled as another of her attempts to kill the man failed. She couldn't understand why she was not able to kill this man. Her thoughts were cut off as Haydn threw his scythe again, forcing her to dodge as she rolled to the left. As she came up she jumped into the air just as the scythe came back in an attempt to slice her in two. Haydn grinned at her while she was airborne and threw it again. Yujito's eyes widened as the scythe sliced right through her, only for her to disperse into lightning. Haydn was forced to let go of his scythe as the lightning channeled through it and shocked him. "Kaizuki!" Yujito flame-covered hand her right through Haydn's chest, right where his heart would be, sending blood and fire everywhere as the man gave a grunt. "You fucking bitch!" Haydn yelled as he turned his head to glare at her. "I'm gonna fucking sacrifice your ass to Jashin now, fucking cunt." The Jashin zealot spun around with enough force that Yujito was picked up off her feet and thrown through the air. Flipping around she channeled chakra to her feet as she landed on the wall. Looking up she had just enough time to dodge Haydn's slash as his scythe came down, ripping through the spot she had been standing on. Yujito found herself completely on the defensive as she continued to dodge the white-haired man's mad attacks, ducking, sidestepping and twisting her body every which way in a desperate attempt to not get cut. Reaching into her pocket as she continued to weave through Haydn's attacks, Yujito pulled out an explosive note, putting it on the scythe as it made another pass that managed to cut off some of her hair. Creating a single hand sign, the young woman charged some chakra into the tag, jumping back just as it exploded and allowed her some breathing room. "Nibi, I'm going to need your help with this." "How are we going to do this then, kitten?" "I'm thinking full transformation." "Okay then, kick his ass." As Haydn got up and tried to find his scythe, which had gotten thrown into a wall, Yujito once again became surrounded by dark purple chakra. Going down on all fours, making the blonde kunoichi look like a human cat, before she began to change. The chakra began to coalesce around Yujito, forming into the shape of a cat as it started to grow, getting larger and larger until Yujito was the size of a 4-story house. Ghost-like flames moved and shifted on the giant cat's skin, making it look similar to a ghost as yellow eyes glared down at Haydn. Said man whistled as it looked at Yujito, "That's one big kitty." Yujito reared up her paw and smashed it down onto where the man was standing. Haydn jumped back just in time to dodge and threw his scythe at the now nibified Yujito. Said woman opened up her mouth and launched a black ball of chakra at the scythe, sending it off course. Pulling back on the wire, Haydn recalled his scythe to him again. Jumping back as another ball of chakra destroyed the area he was on, Haydn hid behind a large boulder that had fallen from the ceiling some time during the fight. Haydn tried to come up with a way to fight a giant two-tailed cat but only came up with a blank. Kakaze was usually the strategist of the two. It was unfortunate he was fighting that blonde prick. Just as Haydn was about to run out with his scythe swinging like he usually did, there was a large explosion where Kakaze was having his battle. Blasts of lightning, wind blades, water drills and hailstones charged over the land and destroyed much of the area. Looking out from behind the rock, Haydn saw the cat had looked in the direction of the blast. Being smart enough to realize he might not get another chance, the Jashinist charged out from the behind the rock and threw his scythe. Yujito roared as she felt a sharp pain in her front leg. Looking down, she saw that it had a large cut in it, though it was almost healed. She looked over to find the source and felt her eyes widen. Haiden had obviously cut her and was almost done with the ritual. She ran towards Haiden in the hopes of messing up his ritual, but it was too late. Haiden managed to ingest the blood. He soon changed into his ritual form. His skin turned purple and he had a white exoskeleton showing on the outside, as his rises turned black while the scara turned purple. Just as Yujito was about to shove him out of the pentagon seal, Haiden stabbed himself right in the stomach, causing Yujito to roar out in pain as she fell to the ground and began to skid across it. Yujito's form began to shift back to her original state as she curled around her stomach, which despite Nibi trying to heal was bleeding profusely. She saw Haiden coming over to her as the blood loss started to get to her. As the man's feet came to a stop in front of her, the woman's eyes fluttered closed. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto was breathing heavily as he landed on one knee. That technique took far too much chakra than it should have. Of course, it was the first time he had used it in battle, so that was to be expected. He would have to work on it when he got home. Getting up, he noticed Kakazo pushing some debris off of himself and cursed. Naruto had hoped that attack would have taken the man out. Checking his reserves, Naruto realized he was nearing empty, which left only one option. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Flashback. Naruto struggled to hold his form as he fought against Kurabi, who had his eight-tailed cloak on. The two continued to trade blows with neither really getting the upper hand. Despite it being fairly hard to keep control, Naruto felt he was doing pretty good, right up until the point where he was sent flying from a powerful kick as B screamed out lariat, landing on the ground several feet away. Naruto's form was cancelled as he ran out of juice. Yujito came to his side and helped him sit up as Killer B walked over to him. It looks like 4 tails are as far as you go. You're gonna have to work on that, yo. Naruto saw Yujito eyebrow twitch, but was thankful that she did not get violent right now. I understand, so I'll just have to use this pretty much as a make it or break it jutsu then. Still, you did pretty well, Yujito complimented with a smile. It took me years to get up to 2 tails with Nibi, and you're up to 4 in less than 6 months, so I'm sure you'll get it sooner or later. Naruto grinned, thanks Yugi-chan. Flashback end. XXXXXXXXXXX. Hey Kyubi, I need some of your chakra to deal with these guys. He heard a humph in his mind. I can see that, Ninjen. Very well, so long as you do not make me look like a fool, I will lend you my power. Naruto sighed as he felt Kyubi's chakra start to course through him and was about to start bringing out more when a voice called out. Agoy! Kakazo, I got that bitch we're after. Naruto looked over and saw Haiden carrying an unconscious and bleeding Yujito slung over his shoulder. The blonde shinobi felt his eyes widen right before they narrowed in anger. Red chakra began to bubble up from Naruto's skin as he started to let his anger get to him, bringing out more of the Kyubi's chakra than he had intended. Pretty soon it began to blast out of him in an uncontrolled manner, lashing out at the ground and tearing huge gouges on the surface. Naruto's breathing got heavier as his whiskers began to thicken, while his nails turned into claws, and his eye went from blue to red with black slits running down the middle. Just as Naruto was about to lose complete control when his enhanced senses picked up a faint pulse from Yujito. Pausing, he channeled more of Kyubi's chakra to his ears and confirmed the pulse. Realizing that the woman was not dead, the blonde was able to calm down, remembering what happened last time he lost control and knowing if he did he could very well kill Yujito as well as the other two. Once he felt less anger, he began to channel and control Kyubi's chakra like he was taught to do. Naruto created a small layer of his own chakra as Kyubi's began to lay over him like a second skin and covered his entire form from view. Unfortunately, he had used most of his chakra in the battle already, so he would not be able to maintain the form for long, but hopefully it would be enough. The vile chakra soon began to take the shape of a fox, looking more like skin than the standard bijou cloak. Behind him were 6 fox-like tails flailing about in an agitated manner, almost as if they had a mind of their own. Naruto's eyes were now completely white and he had a row of sharp-looking fangs and a large fox-like exoskeleton covering his frame. All in all, he now looked like a fox with its muscles and bones showing. Before either of the two could even so much as move, Naruto appeared in front of Haiden and sent him flying back with a crushing punch to the solar plexus, causing the man to fly back as he let go of Yujito. Naruto appeared right under her as she came down, the red chakra pulled back from his hands and arms as he caught the unconscious Yujito. Disappearing again, he repapered and set her down on the far side of the room, creating Kagebushin to watch over her before he disappeared again. Haiden felt his eyes widen as Naruto appeared right in front of him and speared him with his claws and the six tails behind him, channeling as much of Kyuubi's chakra as he could. Naruto watched in satisfaction as the man's skin, blood, bones and muscle began to literally dissolve with a hiss of steam. It was well known that Abija's chakra was like a deadly poison to humans who have not been acclimated to it. However, what was not as well known was that Kyuubi's chakra, being the strongest, was almost like an acid to humans, and if a concentrated enough dose was injected into them, would literally destroy a person's body. The blonde paid no attention as Haiden screamed and cursed him. When the man was nothing more than a head with a few bones, Naruto took two tails and impaled it through Haiden's eyes and out of the back of his head. With a strong tug, the tails split the head in two before the rest of the tails speared them again, making sure Haiden would never be able to return. Naruto jumped as a blast of water was shot at him. Looking over at the water mask, Naruto thrust his hand forward as a large red chakra claw shot out. The mask could not be recalled in time as Naruto's chakra claw grabbed it. The mask was dragged towards Naruto. As soon as it got in range, Naruto impaled the thing through the mask with his tails, cracking the mask as he lifted it up before tossing it away like a rag doll. He looked over at Kakaza before the six tails came in front of him and began to gather chakra. Kakaza, not realizing what it was but knowing it couldn't be good, sent out the last mask he had to try and stop the cubified Naruto. It was too late as Naruto swallowed the compressed ball of chakra. As soon as he did, the ground began to crack from the sheer density of the chakra that now weighed Naruto down. Rokubako Imari, six tails menacing ball. The wind mask that Kakazu had sent was utterly obliterated as a large cylinder of destructive chakra shot from Naruto's mouth. Kakazu just barely managed to jump out of the way. The moment he jumped into the air, however, Naruto had appeared behind him. Kakazu felt a sharp pain all over his body as Naruto's tails and claws pierced him from behind. With a roar, Naruto ripped Kakazu's body into chunks, tossing the pieces off of his tails before the red chakra around the blonde began to recede. Naruto dropped to his knees as he started to breathe heavily, using that much of Kyuubi's chakra still took a toll on him and left the blonde exhausted afterwards. He looked up over at Yujito's prone form on the other side of the room. With a groan, Naruto stood up and began to walk over to her. Once he got to her, he dropped into a sitting position, pulling a sealing scroll filled with medical supplies out of his kunai pouch. Unrolling it, Naruto unsealed his medical equipment. Wrapping his arms just under Yujito's chest, he gently pulled the upper half of her body onto his lap. Channeling a little bit of futon chakra to his fingers, Naruto created a wind blade that he used to cut Yujito's blood-covered shirt, which was still intact since the damage had been a reflection that had been caused by Haiden's Juinjutsu. He took it off so he could get to her wound. When he did, Naruto winced. The wound was 3 holes, each one was about 3 inches in diameter and had pierced all the way through Yujito's stomach. Naruto could see his own legs as it came out of the other side through her back. Had Yujito not been a Jinchuriki, this injury would have no doubt killed her. As he looked, Naruto could see Nibi trying to heal the wounds but feared that the giant cat would not be able to heal a wound this massive before the woman died of blood loss. Naruto quickly grabbed his disinfectant and put it on one of the medical cloths. He began to dab the cloth against the torn skin, watching as the alcohol bubbled and burned away anything harmful that may have been in the wound, such as poison or dirt, to help Nibi hasten the healing process. After, Naruto watched in satisfaction as the wound began to heal a little faster, a sign that there were several forms of bacteria that had forced Nibi to divert some chakra to destroying whatever was in the dirt. Grabbing the tube for his medical cream and a large amount of bandages, Naruto began to apply them to the young woman's torso. Since Yujito was a Jinchuriki, Naruto dumped an entire bottle of his healing ointment on the bandages rather than a small dose to hopefully help Nibi hasten the healing. The blonde shinobi put a hand to the neck and checked for a pulse. Noticing it was dangerously slow, he began to double the pace of his work. Come on, Yujito, you have to pull through this for me." Naruto mumbled, unaware that several tears had leaked out of the corner of his eyes as he worked. If she did not make it through this, he would never be able to forgive himself. Once he finished patching the blonde woman up, Naruto grabbed some blood pills. He put them into his mouth and ignored the vile taste as he began to chew on them. When the pills were more liquid than anything, Naruto placed his mouth over Yujito's and began to use his tongue to push the mush into her mouth. He gently massaged her neck when Yujito made several gurgling noises, in order to help her swallow the medical supplement. Naruto checked her pulse again and sighed in slight relief as he found that despite the young woman's injury, she seemed to be out of danger. He tried to stand, only to find he was too tired to actually get up back up. Wrapping an arm under Yujito's bosom, Naruto dragged them both over to the wall with his other hand, leaning back. Naruto sighed as he pulled Yujito the rest of the way onto his lap. "You know you worried me?" Naruto said to her despite knowing she could not hear him. He put a hand to her cheek and began to caress her face, smiling as Yujito seemed to subconsciously know it was him and snuggled into it while purring lightly. Leaning down, Naruto kissed her forehead before putting his head to hers. "Looks like I've got to wait a few hours before I can get us out of here." He closed his eyes as he thought about the battle. Had it not been a last resort, he would have never used Kyuubi's chakra. Despite the great power he got from it, the chakra did not come without great cost as well. Often it would leave him exhausted, because Kyuubi's chakra was extremely corrosive. Naruto had to apply a continuous stream of his own chakra in a protective layer under Kyuubi's. Even with his own ridiculously vast reserves, Naruto could only hold this form for several hours max. After that he would usually pass out from chakra exhaustion and unfortunately had yet to work a way around that problem. He also had to add on to the fact that while Kyuubi was not actively hindering his use of its chakra anymore, the intense feelings of rage and hatred that came with it could sometimes be overwhelming, which was the reason he could not go above 6 taels yet, even after extensive training. After an hour, Naruto felt he had enough chakra to start moving. Putting an arm under Yujito's legs and back, Naruto lifted himself and her off the ground. Looking around, Naruto found an opening in the ceiling where one of the misfired jutsus had hit. Moving up to it, Naruto channeled some chakra to his legs and jumped from the debris as he made his way out of the sewer. When Naruto left, a large plant-like man emerged from the ground. "This is not good. Leader-sama will not be pleased when we inform him of another failure." Zetsu looked over at the chunky remains of Kakaza's body. Moving over to Kakaza's hand, Zetsu grabbed the ring off the man's finger before eating the chunky remains of the corpse. Looking around and noticing there was nothing else, Zetsu left. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto sat in a chair right next to the bed that Yujito was laying in. He had managed to get to Kumo just under an hour after the battle and informed the Raikage of what happened. It had been about a day since then, and the blonde woman had yet to awaken, a testament to just how badly she had been injured. Both of his hands were holding one of hers, gently caressing the back with his thumbs. Naruto frowned as he tried to think of a way he could have prevented this from happening, yet no matter how many angles he looked at it, he did not know what he could have done differently. Even though he knew of his opponent's abilities from Konan, had it not been for Kyuubi's chakra, he would have most likely been defeated. While most people would consider it amazing that he was able to come out of a fight against S-class criminals alive, Naruto was not most people. Not being able to defend one of the people he cherished more than anything in this life or the next and nearly passing out from chakra exhaustion afterwards was not a solid victory, especially when the two people he fought were not at the top of the food chain in Akatsuki. "It just means I need more training," Naruto said to himself as he banished any defeatist thinking from his mind. He better than anyone knew that asking pointless what-ifs would not get him anywhere. His failure simply meant that he just had to try harder. "Next time I won't let one of my precious people get hurt," Naruto vowed to himself as he looked at Yujito's unconscious form. Naruto heard the door open but did not bother to look behind him. He already knew who it was. "What do you have for me?" the blonde asked as the man came to stand behind him. The person behind him sighed. Unfortunately, I don't have any useful information on who could have given out the information about Yujito's mission." Naruto frowned and closed his eyes in thought. Ever since Jiraiya had given Kumo information on Akatsuki, the missions that the two Jinchuriki had taken were kept a secret from everyone except those with high levels of clearance. Very few people could have known not only that Yujito was on a mission but also where the mission took her. The only ones Naruto knew who had any clue about the missions undertaken were the Raikage and members of the Shinobi Council. This meant that there was a spy for Akatsuki in the council, since the Raikage was extremely loyal to his shinobi and would never sell one of them out, especially Yujito and his brother. This treachery did not surprise Naruto as much as it might have at one point in time. After all, Suna had had a spy in the council through the use of a slave seal. It could be something like that, or one or more of the counselors could have been bribed. There were a number of possibilities about why someone may be willing to sell out their Jinchuriki. Would you mind if I look through the information you have found? Naruto asked as he finally turned to the person he was talking to. A look distinctly uncomfortable to acquiesce to Naruto's request. In truth, the Raikage actually would not mind if the blonde shinobi looked through the reports he had gotten. He both respected and trusted the young man, especially when it came to Yujido. However, handing out classified information to a shinobi who belonged to a foreign village was extremely frowned upon, not just because of the political fallout he could get, but also because of how that information could be used against Kumo if the information got out to another village. Naruto sensed A's hesitation. Look, we both know that you have a traitor somewhere in your council. The only other people who knew where Yujito had gone were you and B. You would never betray one of your ninja, and B is almost like a brother to Yujito, so that leaves just one option. Yes, I do know that, but we both know it's not that simple, A said in a gruff voice. In the end, it came down to whether or not he felt that the safety of Yujito was more important than the political fallout he would receive if anyone found out about this. In the end, the choice was no contest. Very well, I will give you the information you need. Ye sighed as he came to a decision. His shinobi's lives were more important than what some scheming politician could do. Thank you, Naruto said as he turned back to Yujito. A looked at the young man for a little while longer, before leaving to get the files for him. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Jiraiya set down his empty dish of sake as he sat at a bar in a village just inside Kinokuni. Grabbing the bottle next to him, he filled another glass and drank. The Sannin had decided to stop here while he waited for his apprentice to finish spending time with one of the three beautiful women that came into his life. Jiraiya let out a small perverted giggle as he thought of all the women his prized pupil had. The kid was an absolute gold mine when it came to material for his books. He was almost finished with his next one thanks to Naruto. He was even thinking of making another one called Ika Ika Cat Tales, after the success of his other book that the white-haired Sannin made based off of Naruto. He had a plan to write a book for each of the women Naruto was with. The toad Sannin giggled perversely at the thought of his new books as well as the money they would make. Jiraiya set his saucer down and was about to grab more sake when a toad hopped onto the bar top with a scroll in its hand. It's from Naruto. The toad held out a scroll. Jiraiya took the scroll from the toad that waited patiently for the Sannin to read it. Unrolling it, the Sannin began reading the contents. Jiraiya kept a mostly neutral expression when he read, but if one looked closely enough they could see a small trace of worry in the Sennin's countenance. When he finished reading the scroll, Jiraiya sighed. It seemed his apprentice always got into some kind of trouble no matter where he went. Jiraiya took out a blank scroll and started writing a letter to Tsunade. With the information Naruto gave, it was clear that his prized pupil was going to be in Kumo for a few days. Finishing it, he handed his scroll to the messenger toad. I give this to Tsunade and let her know Naruto, and I will be a few days late. The toad nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. When it left, Jiraiya sighed as he ordered another bottle. Once it came, he got up and left, determined to find some good female company while he waited for his student. A perverse giggle came to his lips. Pretty ladies, here I come. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Yujito groaned as she felt her eyes flutter open. She frowned in thought as she found herself staring at a white ceiling, wondering where she was and how she got here. Her mind began to take in the information her senses were giving her, the smell of disinfectant that penetrated the area and the feel of the slightly lumpy bed she was under. As Yujito tried to figure out where she was through the thick haze of her mind, a voice spoke up. I'm glad to see you're awake, kitten. Nibi? What's going on? All I remember was her eyes widened as she remembered her battle with Akatsuki. She tried to sit up only to fall back with a hiss as she felt a dull pain in her stomach. Easy, kitten, Nibi said. You took a pretty rough beating. Even I had a tough time healing you. What happened? Where are we? And where is Naruto? Asked Yujito in a worried voice. Your handsome mate is fine. We were lucky, kitten. It was because of him that you're still alive and I'm still with you. We're currently in the hospital where I've been trying to heal you for 3 days. We ended up using a lot of my chakra during that battle, so it took a lot longer than expected to heal you. That handsome young man of yours managed to carry you here after he finished those two Akatsuki members off. It was a good thing he gave you that beautiful ring of yours, any? I have to admit I'm pretty jealous you have found quite the devoted man. He hasn't left your side since you two got here. What do you mean? As Yujito asked that, she felt something squeeze the fingers of her left hand. Looking down, she saw Naruto was sitting in a chair, his head was on the bed and his eyes were closed with his mouth slightly ajar, showing he was fast asleep. Yujito could not hold in the smile that came to her face as she looked at the young man. Lifting her unused hand, Yujito ran it through Naruto's hair. The young blonde man stirred a little but otherwise gave no other indication that he was waking up. Eventually finding that she was still exhausted, Yujito closed her eyes and went to sleep as well. A few hours later, Yujito woke up feeling a lot better. Closing her eyes for a moment, she let out a satisfied groan as she stretched herself out in very cat-like fashion. I'm glad to see you're awake. Yujito smiled as she turned her head to the source of the voice to see Naruto on the chair right next to hers. Naruto-kun. Naruto got up from his chair and moved over to her bed, where he sat next to her and leaned against the head of the bed, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and pulling the blonde woman close. Yujito leaned into the blonde as the two shared a companionable silence, just soaking up each other's presence. One of Naruto's hands reached out and gripped hers, while he let his fingers play with the ring he had gotten her. The band itself was made of white gold, which was a very rare and valuable metal in the elemental nations. Along the band were several motifs of the Nibi in various poses, as well as several kyubis doing the same thing. The jewel in the middle was a tsavorite garnet, which was a shade of green that complemented her eyes and had a depiction of the Kumo symbol on it. The jewels on either side of it were red rubies that were cut into the shape of tails, with one side being 2 and the other being 9. Yujito looked at his hands and the ring with a smile, remembering how he had given it to her during a festival in a small town outside of Suki no Kuni called Gotaku Suryampu. The comfortable silence was soon broken by Naruto. How are you feeling? Yujito sighed. I don't know. I mean, I'm thankful that I'm alive and I don't feel any pain anymore. But the fact that I got beaten in a one-on-one fight even when I was using Nibi's full transformation is just frustrating? Naruto finished for her. He received a small nod. I can understand that. It's never fun having your weaknesses and faults shown, but that just means you know what you need to work on now. Naruto said as he tried to give Yujito something positive to take out of this. He fell silent for a moment to let her reflect on that before continuing. Still, at least 2 members of Akatsuki are dead, which means we have 2 less people to worry about coming after us. I suppose that's something, Yujito said with a smile at Naruto's optimistic attitude. On to more important things, Naruto began as he handed Yujito the file he had been looking over. I was looking through some files on the members of Kumo's council. He actually had several clones read it, but it amounted to the same thing. He had gone over every little tidbit of information he had been given on the counselors. Most of it were things that seemed to be the obvious activities to look for when dealing with a spy. Mainly the financial situation of the council members, how much money their accounts had received in the last few years. As well as any trips one of the council members went on, including trips for both business and pleasure. Most of that had led to a dead end. In Kumo, people rarely ever got out of Kaminari no Kuni except for the council member who was in charge of the Merchants Guild, and he went on so many trips that Naruto was unable to keep track of them. Naruto had also checked his own spy network and found that whoever it was had no other allies within Kumo. The spy had not gone to any of the other members of the council, as none of his seals had picked up conversation about Akatsuki or Yujito within or around the council chamber. Naruto had then been forced to check more personal information about individual members, finding any intel he could, ranging from personal beliefs to even personal hygiene, wanting to ensure that he left nothing out. It was there he had found a single lead. Kotake Mushibata had been a standing member of the council for 16 years, and had at one point been an extremely loyal ninja. Before joining the council, he had been one of Kumo's top jonin and even been a candidate for the position of Reikage. However, A had been chosen for the position both because of his prowess on the battlefield, where he had been able to match Minato Namikaze for a short time with his right ton, no Yoroi, lightning release, lightning armor, and also because his little brother Karabi had been chosen for the sealing of the 8 tails. After the third Raikage's public fallout and A's succession, Kotake had become disgruntled, opposing many of A's ideas, specifically the Raikage's decision not to go after the byakugan after the Hyuga incident. It had become even worse after Killer Bee's sudden rise in fame and popularity, going from Kumo's hated demon to the Guardian of Kumo, a title that had been bestowed upon him by the people of Kumogakure due to his constant desire to protect them. As time went by, the man's beliefs had begun to get so bad that most people on the council ignored him, something that had seemed to irk the man to no end. However, the most interesting piece of information Naruto had found was that Kotake had a single case of attempted rape on him that had been filed about 8 years ago. Fortunately, it was stopped before he could actually do anything. That in itself would not have gotten his attention. After all, rape was one of the most common crimes amongst ninja. What made this suspicious was because of just who Kotake had attempted to rape. Naruto reached over onto the table near the bed. Grabbing a folder, he handed it to Yujito. "Yugi-chan, I want you to flip to page 56 and tell me what you know about the man in there," Naruto said. Yujito looked up from the folder to look at him for a second before doing as asked. Flipping through the pages, Yujito got to where Naruto told her and could not hold in her gasp. The file had the picture of a man with dark red hair, dark skin and black eyes. This man is... Yujito dropped the folder and closed her eyes as she remembered the night that man had almost raped her. The way the man had used some kind of seal to cut her off from Nibi's chakra before she had the chance to retaliate and knocked her out. Waking up tied to a bed and having the man rip her clothes off, claiming she should be honored to serve him since that was all demons were good for. While Raikage-sama's Volt had managed to rescue her before anything could happen, it had still taken a year's worth of counseling sessions before she would let a man other than A and B near her. It did not help that the council had been comprised of several supporters of the third Raikage at the time, and had enough pull during that period that they had been able to get Kotake off with a year in prison and a warning. Afterwards, he had merely reclaimed his position on the council, through some kind of political loophole in Kumo's charter. She was jerked out of her thoughts as she felt an arm tighten around her waist. Turning her head and looking up, she saw Naruto staring at her with a concerned expression. "Are you all right?" he asked as he grabbed the folder and closed it. Perhaps it had not been a good idea to show her that. Yujito bit her lower lip as she blinked back the few tears that fell from her eyes. Leaning into Naruto, she buried her face in his shirt. Knowing she needed to be comforted, Naruto pulled her closer to him and shifted her position so she was lying in between his legs. He gave her a chaste kiss on the head. "I'm sorry," Naruto apologized in a small whisper. "I probably shouldn't have showed you that." "It's okay." Yujito shook her head with her face still in Naruto's shirt. "It's just... I tried to forget that time when he tried to rape you." Naruto finished for her and received a small nod in the affirmative. "I was 13 when it happened," Yujito said as she brought her face out of his shirt to lean it on his shoulder as she told her story. "I won't claim that I had it as bad as other Jinchuriki. While most people have always been weary of me and kept their distance, I was never outright hated. However, there were a few people who completely despised me for what I hold." "People like Kotake?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Yujito nodded. "I had just been promoted to Jonin that day and was still fairly naive about the world. I had been on my way home when he stopped me to supposedly congratulate me. He was a council member, so I had no reason not to trust. Before I knew what was happening, he slapped something on my forehead and felt Nibi's chakra draining from me. The next thing I knew was waking up tied down to a bed and..." A small sob shook Yujito's body as she was unable to finish the sentence. Naruto's arms tightened around her form. "You don't have to say any more." Naruto put a hand under Yujito's chin and tilted her head up. Leaning down, he gave her a chaste kiss on the cheek just offside of her lips. "I doubt that man will be living much longer anyway." "What do you mean?" asked Yujito as blinked away her tears. "I mean, I was looking for any information that might give me a lead as to who let slip where your mission had taken you," Naruto replied as he picked up the folder. "Most of what I ran into were dead ends, but there were several discrepancies that I was able to find on Kotake, including his known hatred of Jinchuriki and his attempted rape on you. My guess is that Akatsuki somehow knew this and approached him a while ago." Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Anyways, I'm going to suggest A to have the man interrogated. If he does prove to be guilty, he'll be put to death for treason." What if he's not? Questioned Yujito, worried that this may make him do something drastic to her in retaliation. Naruto shrugged. If he's not, then he's going to regret not being killed after I get through with him, so it won't matter either way. Don't do something you may end up regretting, Naruto-kun, Yujito said to him, even though she had to smile at his protectiveness over her. Naruto sighed. No promises, he said as the two fell into a comfortable silence. It was half an hour later that Yujito spoke up. You know you still owe me that date you promised. Naruto blinked as he looked at Yujito, who despite having a bit of blush also had a small smirk. Naruto grinned at the woman. I did promise you one after we finished fighting those guys, didn't I? Naruto asked rhetorically. Does this also mean you're also up for that trip to the communal hot springs? Yujito blushed in embarrassment but held her smile. We'll see. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Pain listened to Zetsu's report and watched the battle between the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Kakazu and Haiden with a frown. While he had known that the boy was going to be a problem after they received that report on his time in Kiri, he had not counted on him being able to gain enough strength to defeat 2 members of Akatsuki. To make matters worse, they were now down another 2 members and only had the Rokubi to show for it so far, adding on to the fact that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki would most likely grow even stronger. This news is troubling, the man said at last as his Renegan eyes scanned the others in the room. Kisame smirked. The Gaki's certainly gotten stronger from the little twerp Itachi and me ran into 4 years ago. I look forward to the day Samahita and I can have a real fight with him. It should be interesting. Do you think we should go after him, Leader-sama? I asked Zetsu. Pain stayed silent for a moment as he tried to decide on a course of action. No, at the moment it would cause more trouble than it was worth. The 9 tails must be sealed last. That means we would need to keep him alive until we get the other bijou sealed. Pain looked around at the others for a moment. We will continue gathering the other Jinchuriki and for the moment leave both the Ichibi and Nibi alone. They are not as important anyway. Itachi! Kisame! Pain called, getting Kisame to look at him and Itachi to open his eyes. How far are you from your target? I think we're pretty close, Kisame said with a shark-like grin. Samahita is starting to get excited. I want you to capture the Gobi Jinchuriki as soon as possible, Pain said. The rest of you should also get your bijou as soon as you can. Don't worry, yeah, Deidre said as he flexed his new arm. I'm almost near the Sambai, we'll get that one soon, yeah. Yeah, Deidre-senpai is gonna lay it on that thing. Toby yelled out as he pumped a fist into the air. Toby, how many times have I told you to shut up, yeah? Deidre yelled. Oops, sorry, senpai. Toby rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Don't worry, Toby will be a good boy. Standing next to Pain, Konan looked over the others with her usual blank mask. However, inwardly she was thankful that Pain was not sending anyone after Naruto yet. She was not looking forward to the time when Naruto would be in danger. Even as strong as he was, the blue-haired woman still feared for him. I hope all of this ends soon, she thought to herself. XXXXXXXXXXXX. All of the members of the Kumo Council were currently sitting around the large stone table, wondering why it was they had been called so suddenly. While something like this was not unheard of, it was very rare for the Raikage to ever call a meeting. Normally only the most extreme emergencies could ever get him to even come to one, that or his attendant had to drag him. It was well known that the man disliked council meetings almost as much as he disliked paperwork, or anything that could take him away from his training. As the council continued talking, the door opened and in walked 3 figures. The first was easily recognized as the Yondaime Raikage, who was in front of the group. The second one the council recognized as Yujito, who was back in her standard shinobi garb. Many wondered what she was doing here, but were not overly concerned since she was a shinobi of the village. However, it was the last figure that got most of the attention. Said figure was completely covered from head to toe in a black hooded cloak. The hood was up, covering the man's head in shadow, and he was wearing a black face mask. The only thing the group could make out were a pair of piercing blue eyes. Many of the people within the room were intimidated by the cloaked figure, none more so than Kotake, who as soon as the figure turned his eyes towards him felt an immense and concentrated dose of killing intent that made the traitorous council member nearly release his bowels before it withdrew. The Raikage went over to his seat with Yujito and the unknown figure following him, both of them standing on either side of the Raikage as he sat down. I would like to get back to work soon, so I am not going to beat around the bush, the Raikage started in a gruff voice. 4 days ago one of our shinobi was attacked by a group known as Akatsuki. There was a slight rumbling among the counselors as they began to talk, while occasionally throwing Yujito discreet glances. I am sure all of you know that after receiving information about this group from one Jiraiya of the Sannin, it was determined that we would be much more cautious about where we send our two greatest guardians. The Raikage was quiet for a while as he looked around at those in the room. Many seemed merely curious about what had happened, while a few seemed disgruntled. However, A had noticed that Kotake was looking nervous. His eyes were darting from himself, Yujito, and the cloaked figure, and the Raikage could see a sheen of sweat on the man's features. It seems Naruto is right, Kotake is a traitor. To be more careful, we deemed that only those with a high level of clearance would be able to have access to any information on where Yujito and B were sent, so imagine my surprise when an ally of ours came into Kumo 4 days ago with a bloody and beaten Yujito. At this information, many of the counselors looked over to Naruto, having managed to realize that he was the ally their Raikage was talking about. Now the reason I have called you all here is because it seems someone has betrayed this village, giving information on the location of one of my most valuable ninja to a group of S-class criminals. A raised a hand, and before any of the people knew what was happening, several of Volt officers appeared and surrounded one Kotake Mushibata. Said man, who had previously been sweating, stood on his feet. Raikage-sama, what is the meaning of this? He shouted as he tried to bluff his way out of the situation he now found himself in. I thought it would be obvious, Kotake, Gay said in a dark tone as he glared at the man. You have been found guilty of treason and will be interrogated and then tried. Volt, take him away and put him in one of the holding cells until he can be interrogated. The man began to struggle as the Volt officers began to drag him out. As he flailed, he looked around wildly, and soon his eyes found who he felt was the reason behind his problems. The person who had caused him so many issues, you bitch! Kotake shrieked out as he glared at Yujito with an expression that spoke of madness. I should have killed you when I had the chance, you fucking dirty demon, gurgle. Everyone stared wide-eyed as the cloaked man stood right in front of Kotake, having seemingly just appeared there. They looked over to where he had been only to see the fading of an afterimage. Looking back to Kotake, they saw the man was now clutching at his throat, which had several sanbon pierced into it. You're going to want to take him to your best medical ninja, the cloaked man said in a whispery voice that sent chills down the spines of everyone in the room. I just destroyed his voice box, so if you want a confession it will need to be fixed. Spinning on his heel, the man walked back to the Raikage side. Did you really have to do that? The Raikage asked the man in a whisper once he got back as he shot the cloaked figure a glare. Said man just looked at him. He insulted Yugi-chan. In my books that's ground rules for death, so you're lucky he is still whole and will be able to talk after he gets healed. The Raikage just sighed, realizing that with all the things he had seen this man do for Yujito, it should have been obvious he would not put up with someone insulting her. He gave the man a nod before turning back to the rest of the council. That was all I wished to discuss with you today. Tomorrow we will hopefully have a confession from Kotake, and if he is found guilty, schedule his execution. The council stood up, with many of them on slightly shaky legs. Most of the members were feeling very disturbed by what they had just witnessed. When all of them had left, the cloaked figure pulled down his hood and mask, letting his spiky golden blonde hair and 6 whisker marks show. The moment he did pull down his mask, Yujito pulled him into a hungry kiss. While he had not expected it, that did absolutely nothing to stop him from returning it. Thank you, Yujito mumbled against his lips with her voice as nothing more than a whisper. Naruto pulled back from the kiss and gave the young blonde woman a happy smile. You know, there's no need to thank me. I did this because I wanted to, because I care for you, and because I love you. Yujito smiled at his words before Naruto turned to the Raikage. When do you guys plan on interrogating Kotake? A blinked as he registered the question. We will be doing it sometime tomorrow, which reminds me. The Raikage turned his eyes on Yujito. Do you want to be there for the interrogation? Yujito gained a surprised look. Ai. She paused as she looked down at her feet. She really did not want to be in that man's presence again. Even today, just being in the same chamber as him made her feel vulnerable and frightened. She knew it was an irrational fear, and the best way to get rid of it was to confront the thing she feared, yet at the same time the thought of being anywhere near that man was absolutely terrifying. She was jerked from her thoughts as an wrapped around her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw that it was Naruto looking at her with a concerned expression. She gave him a small smile to let him know she appreciated his support. Leaning her head on his shoulder, she closed her eyes as she tried to make a decision. I suggest you go, kitten. I don't know Nibby, that man, he frightens you. I know. Nibby cut the woman off, but that's all the more reason to go. You need to confront this, or finding any kind of peace will be impossible. Yujito sighed as she opened her eyes and looked at A. If I do go, would it be alright if Naruto was there as well? The Raikage frowned in thought for a moment before deciding. I suppose he can, A replied. The blonde shinobi was already knee-deep in this situation anyway, so it was not like having him there would make a difference. The blonde may even be able to offer some useful insight. Provided I get a signed contract stating you will not reveal our interrogation techniques, A said. Naruto grinned. I have a better idea. Reaching into his pouch where there was a puff of smoke, he pulled out a scroll and tossed it to the Raikage. A looked at the scroll, which had the kanji for torture on it, before looking at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. That contains torture and interrogation methods I came up with myself during my travels and the Bloodline Civil War. If you wish to keep your own methods a secret, you can use those, Naruto said in answer to the large man's silent question. Despite being surprised that the man would give something like this, merely nodded. Very well, we will use these so that you can come as well. The interrogation will start early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., so don't be late. Naruto nodded. We won't, he replied before turning his attention back to Yujito. Sticking his arm out to her, he gave the woman a smile. Now that this is over with for now, how would like to go out and get some sushi? The Raikage let out a chuckle as Yujito grabbed Naruto by the arm and ran so fast the young man was pulled off his feet as she dragged him to her favorite sushi bar. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto absently ate the sushi on his plate as he watched the blonde woman next to him scarf down her food like it was going out of style. Long-time association with Yujito had made him used to her eating habits, which never really bothered him to begin with since he ate ramen the same way she ate sushi. So we really had a traitor in the council. Naruto turned his attention to Omoi, who managed to keep the sucker in his mouth despite eating his food. It makes you wonder if we might have more traitors somewhere. If we had one traitor already, there's no reason to assume we might not have another. Or perhaps he was working for someone outside of Kyumo. Maybe we even have a traitor within the daimyo's court. Or it could. Smack! Damn it, Omoi, shut your paranoid mouth. Carrie scowled at the blonde-haired Kyumo shinobi as she smacked him in the back of the head. If you keep this up, then even I'm gonna be paranoid. Omoi picked his head out of his plate, wiping off the noodles he had managed to get on it. You two should keep it down, Samui said in her cool and professional voice. We could get kicked out if you cause a ruckus. Naruto shook his head at the two Chunin, who had picked up their argument again while Samui tried to be a mediator. He and Yujito had run into the three on their way to Yujito's favorite sushi bar. The three had already heard rumor about what had happened and decided to follow the two. Omoi and Karui had tried to force an explanation out of Yujito, however she had not been comfortable talking about what happened. Naruto had been the one to discuss the events that had occurred within the council chamber, though he made sure to leave out some of the details as he did not know how much A wanted others to know. Naruto sensed movement coming towards his plate and used his reflexes to grab the hand that had been just about to steal some of his sushi. He looked over to the owner of said hand and grinned. Now Yugi-chan, it's not nice to steal my food. Yujito flushed with a bit of embarrassment at being caught. She tried to move her hand away, but Naruto was holding fast. Let go of my hand, Yujito said as she continued her effort to pull it out of his. And now why would I do that? Naruto asked rhetorically as he gave the blonde woman his foxy smile. You would just try to steal my food again. Because you love me, Yujito answered with a smile as she tried to appeal to him. Then, well, that is true. Naruto trailed off as if in thought. However, rather than let go, Naruto brought Yujito's hand to his lips and began to plant kisses on it. He scooted his seat up a bit as he trailed kisses from her hand and moved up her arm, causing the woman to blush as she felt her body begin to heat up. Finally, Naruto was right next to her. Yujito found herself leaning into him as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. As she looked up, Yujito noticed that his face was much closer than before and was getting closer. She slowly followed his actions as she closed her eyes. Just as their lips were about to touch, a cough interrupted them. Yujito blushed in embarrassment while Naruto was grinning like a fox, as the other three they were with stared at them. Not that I don't mind you guys doing that, Ikari said with a large blush. It was the first time Naruto had heard her speak without yelling. But if you're going to, you should really get a room. While Yujito blushed, Naruto just smirked. You know you guys didn't have to come with us. Or if we're making you uncomfortable you could just leave. Naruto suggested. Karui sputtered for a bit before she glared at him. This is a public restaurant, you can't go sucking face here. Naruto merely grinned. I think you're just jealous that Yugi-chan got a totally awesome and sexy man like me and you don't. That's it. Karui yelled with an embarrassed blush as she tried to lunge across the table, however she was quickly restrained by both Samui and Omoi. You need to calm down, Karui, be more like our large-breasted leader, Omoi grunted as he was elbowed in the face. Shut up. I'm gonna kill him. Karui yelled as she tried to kick the two off of her. Yujito shook her head and sighed, wondering how she ended up with such an unusual group of friends and an even weirder fiancé. You know you love it, Nibby spoke up in her mind, at least nothing's ever boring. Not now, Nibby. Spoil sport. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Yujito and Naruto stood behind a large one-way glass window. On the other side was Kotake and one of the Volt members who specialize in interrogation. Kotake looked like he had been roughed up the night before. The man's arms and legs were currently bound to a metal chair that was bolted to floor. He had several cuts, bruises and contusions on his face. His left eye was swollen shut and black and his lips were split. Naruto knew it was standard procedure to beat a prisoner before the interrogation started in order to weaken their resistance. While he himself had never done that since he was on the road and never actually took prisoners, he had seen it during the war when he was forced to participate in a few interrogations. Kotake, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, the Volt officer, a man with spiky black hair and several scars going from the top of his brow to his lower cheeks, said. I'm not gonna tell you shit. Kotake screamed as blood and spittle came out of mouth. You stupid demon lovers can all go to hell. The scarred man shrugged before taking out the scroll the Raikage had given him. Very well, the hard way it is, he said. Going over to a table, the man unrolled the scroll and unsealed its contents, revealing several dozen odd-looking pins. The odd pins were sharp at the bottom point and around the middle, split off into two fairly decent-sized chunks of metal with red tips. Altogether the device was about 5 inches long. Another thing the Volt officer noted were all of the seals which were on the pins, running along their entire length. Kotake's eyes widened as the scarred man grabbed several of the pins and a small metal pole with a 0.2-inch radius and a length of 5 and began to walk up to him. Trying to feign courage, Kotake laughed. What are those things? Some kind of new acupuncture treatment? The scarred man grinned. Something like that. He had read what these were designed to do last night and could not help but admit that he was impressed. Whoever had come up with this way of torture was a genius. As soon as the scarred man got close enough to Kotake, he jabbed one of them in the man's shoulder, right between the joint where the humerus bone connected to the ball socket. Kotake gave a wince as a sharp jolt of pain stabbed through him, but still decided to use whatever bravado he had left. That's it? I guess I shouldn't expect much from an incompetent fool like you. The scarred man said nothing, merely took the small metal pole and as gently as he could tapped both of the protruding pieces of metal on the pin while channeling chakra through them. There was a small ding before Kotake let loose a large scream of anguish. Agra! These pins are designed to unleash 65 volts of lightning when I channel chakra through them, the Volt officer told the man. It tends to screw up the nervous system and cause a lot of pain. Add on to the fact that the vibrations from the pin is grinding against your joints, and you can see why it would not be very comfortable. Aha! Kotake laughed, though it sounded more like a pained wheeze. You think this is painful? This is nothing. The Volt officer merely added another pin, this one set in the socket joint between the humerus bone, the radius and ulna. Taking the metal pole, he tapped both of them, getting an even louder and more pain scream from the man. Did you know that water is a natural conductor for lightning? The scarred man asked in a conversational tone as if discussing what to have for dinner tonight. The human body is made up of 90% water, which naturally makes it easier for lightning to travel through your body, but you should already know this, right? As if to emphasize his point, the scarred Volt tapped both pins again, eliciting another yell from the man as electric currents flooded his nerves and the vibrations of the pins and movements Kotake made caused his socket joints to vibrate and grate against each other. Quite painful, isn't it? All of this can be over soon if you just tell me what I want to know, the Volt officer said in the same calm tone he had used since the interrogation began. Fuck you. Seems I need to add another one. Yujito watched with an odd sort of fascination as the man used those odd pins which had to cause excruciating pain, if the Kotake's screams were any indication. While she knew about torture and interrogation, Yujito had never done it herself. Her main job had always been either assassination or search and destroy missions. As she looked at the man whose screaming seemed to have increased in both frequency and volume, the blonde woman could not hold in a small wince, while a part of her could not deny that she felt good seeing someone who had tried to rape her in excruciating agony. Another felt sickened at seeing the man in pain, as well as the fact that she enjoyed seeing him in such agony. She was knocked out of her thoughts when she felt a hand move into hers and give it a gentle squeeze before lacing its fingers with her own. Turning her head, she saw Naruto giving her a supportive smile, even though he himself did not like watching others tortured, no matter who they were. Yujito gave him a small smile of gratitude for his support as she turned her attention back to the Ianti session. Bastard. Kotake breathed out as the intense pain he was in finally stopped for a moment. The man currently had 6 pins stuck in him, and while nothing else had changed on the outside, on the inside his body felt like it had been dipped in molten lava. Still not ready to talk, eh? Asked the Volt officer as he grabbed another pin. Kotake's eyes widened as the man grabbed another pin. Each time one was stuck in him, it seemed to increase the pain by several fold. The man was just about to stick another one in him when, all right. I'll tell you. The scarred man pulled the needle back. Well? I did sell out both demons to Akatsuki. They offered to pay me a lot of money, and I was more than happy to do it, Kotake started. But that's not all. I was also asked to gggrahhhh. They had stopped mid-speech and let loose a torrential scream. None of the people watching knew what was going on until they saw a seal begin to light up on the man's forehead. Naruto instantly recognized it as some kind of dead man switch. Most were usually placed around the heart and were designed to kill someone instantly with a hand sign. It was actually this seal which had created the birdcage seal. This one was obviously a modified version of that shit. Naruto cursed as he and the other 2 people rushed out of the room and into the interrogation chamber. Hold him still. Naruto shouted as Kotake began to bleed through his eyes, ears, nose and pores as he started to spasm. The scarred interrogations expert grabbed the convulsing man as Naruto ran up to him. After inspecting the man, he forced Kotake's mouth open and for just a moment saw a seal on the man's tongue before it disappeared. As it did, Kotake's convulsing stopped. Checking the man's pulse, he confirmed that Kotake had died. He's dead, Naruto announced. It looks like a modified version of a dead man's switch. I'll have to take a look at it later to figure out what it was exactly. Damn. Naruto cursed as he punched his open palm. He barely gave out any information. That's true, the Raikage said, but what we do have is quite valuable, and if I heard right, he was going to sell out B2. Yeah, but since he's dead, that does not really help the situation. Naruto gave a sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. I'm going to study the seal designs I saw and see what I can make of them. I'll return with the info sometime today or tomorrow. Okay, I appreciated you doing this, the Raikage said. Naruto waved it off. Not at all, Yugi-chan is important to me, so anyone or anything that threatens her is my enemy. Yujito blushed at the comment, while the Raikage laughed and the scarred interrogator merely looked amused. XXXXXXXXXXXX. A day later, Naruto found himself knocking on the door to the Raikage's office. Come in. Opening the door, Naruto entered to find a lifting weights like he always does when at work. I have the information on the seals. The Raikage dropped his weight as he sat up and put his hands on the desk. Excellent, what have you found out? Naruto unrolled a scroll and put it on the Raikage's desk. On it showed 2 seals. The Raikage was able to recognize the seal on the left as the one that appeared on Kotake's head when he died. The second one, however, he did not recognize. The first seal I'm sure you recognize, Naruto began without preamble as he pulled up a seat. It's the dead man's switch and is normally specifically designed to stop the heart through the use of a hand sign. This one, however, has been heavily modified. Where the other was designed to stop the heart in one go, this seal's function was to not only stop the brain from functioning but also destroy the entire brain starting at the frontal lobe. That would confirm what the autopsy on Kotake showed, A said as he confirmed Naruto's theory. When the morticians had gone over Kotake's body, they had claimed that the entire brain had been liquidated. Naruto gave a nod of acknowledgement before continuing, however the seal was also linked. Here Naruto pointed over to the other seal, to this one, whose main purpose was to activate the dead man's switch, whenever Kotake began to talk about a specific subject. We can assume that since he had been about to give us information on Akatsuki, that they were the ones who put the seals on him, though he did not seem to know that. What Naruto didn't mention about all this was that the kind of work required to modify and link the two seals together was impossible for many people to do. When the blonde had first heard about Kotake taking away Nibi's power from Yujido, he had immediately recognized that the disgusting excuse for a man must have used some kind of seal similar to the Gogyo Fuian, 5-elemental seal, that Orochimaru had used to cut him off from Kyuubi during the Chunin exams several years ago. He himself had several seals that were based off of that one which he and Jiraiya had made in case Kyuubi's chakra overtook him and there was no one who could stop him from going on a rampage, but he and Jiraiya were seal masters. So Naruto had to wonder where the man could have gotten such a thing, especially since seals were an extremely difficult and obscure art to learn. Very few people ever became proficient with seals and even fewer mastered them. So for that man to have a seal designed to cut off a Jinchuriki from their tenant's chakra meant that he had someone who had been working for him, or the more likely case that he had been working for someone that gave it to him. While the seals used to seal of Nibi's chakra could be done by anyone who was proficient enough in seals, the fact that Kotake had an extremely powerful and complex seal on him that was designed to kill him told Naruto that there was a seal master at work. The blonde wished he had his spy network back then so he could find out who had given him the seals. However, he knew it was a moot point right now, and that he would have to look into it later. Naruto. Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts and focused his attention on sorry, I was thinking about something. What were you saying again? The Raikage shook his head for a moment before speaking. I was just asking if you think there may be any more spies in the council? Naruto hummed in thought before speaking. It's perfectly possible, though you can never know for certain until something happens or you interrogate everyone on the council. Still, it would be best to play it safe and assume that there is another spy, either on the council or among the populace. The Raikage nodded, having come to the same conclusion, though it was always good to hear a second opinion, and he trusted the Uzumaki Namikaze heir. Very well, I appreciate the help. Not at all, Naruto replied as he sat up. I'm always glad to be of assistance to my friends. Watched as the man offered a nod of respect and walked out the door. When the door closed, the Raikage picked up his weights and began lifting again. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Using the key Yujido gave him, Naruto unlocked the door to her apartment, putting his cloak up on a stand before walking into the bedroom. When he got there, a small smile formed on Naruto's face as he spotted Yujido sleeping on the bed, rolling around every now and then as she made small, cute noises in her sleep. Naruto took off his clothes and put them in an extra dirty bin hamper that they had gotten just for him. Since Naruto visited often, he and Yujido had actually gone out and gotten several things for him for when he came over. Naruto now had his own dresser filled with shinobi and civilian clothing and toiletries in her bathroom. Karabi and A had actually joked that Naruto might as well live with Yujido. Of course, that had gotten the both of them hit on the head by an embarrassed and angry Yujido. When Naruto finished getting ready to sleep, he walked over to the bed and slid under the covers. Almost as soon as he did, Yujido turned over and, as if sensing his presence, latched onto him and pulled him closer to her so that half of her body was on top of him, with one leg intermixed with his own and one arm over his chest. Naruto chuckled as he pulled an arm around the blonde woman, who gave a sigh of content before snuggling closer. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Jiraiya looked over as Naruto appeared right next to him in a yellow flash. So I take it you've got everything squared away in Kyumo? Naruto nodded. Yes, there were a few extra problems I had to deal with, but they were taken care of. How did Tsunade take it? Jiraiya winced. Let's just say that I am not looking forward to seeing her and giving an explanation as to why you went off to face two Akatsuki members on your own." Naruto felt a small shiver run down his spine but ignore it as they began walking again. "Well, I didn't have much of a choice." Yeah, I know they would have gotten one of your girlfriends," Jiraiya grinned. "I think I'll put that in my next book." The hero goes off and saves his beloved from death, then gets his reward of OMPH. Jiraiya found himself face first in the dirt as Naruto smashed a fist into the back of his head. "If you keep doing this, Ero-sensei, one day you're going to regret it." Jiraiya got up and rubbed the back of his head, mumbling about no good gakis who gave no respect to their elders. As they continued on their way, Naruto smiled as he thought about how everyone would react to his return, as well as how good it would be to see the Rookie 11 and the rest of his friends in Konoha. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Omake, Jiraiya's Punishment PT2. Jiraiya walked along the dirt road as he made his way to the next town. With luck he would get there and be able to get in some research before his apprentice came back from spending some time with Yujito. As if sensing his thoughts and determined to ruin his plans, Naruto appeared right next to him in his typical yellow flash. However, the blonde was not alone. Yujito was standing right next to him and was currently glaring at the Sannin, with one of those glares that every male knows. It was the glare that said, "I'm going to make you suffer," and was a look Jiraiya had gotten whenever he was caught peeking in the hot springs. "Uh-oh," Jiraiya thought as he backed away from the two. It's a pleasure to see you again, Yujito-san." "I'm afraid I can't say the same thing, Jiraiya." She spoke his name with a cat-like hiss. "Look, if this is about that movie, then dash. Rah. Oh shit." Jiraiya cursed as Yujito transformed into a giant two-tailed cat. The white-haired Sannin took off running as fast as he could, hoping to get away from the now nibified Yujito. Unfortunately for him, Yujito was not only 16 times larger but was also nearly 4 times faster. She soon caught up to the man and pounced on him, pinning him to the ground with her paws. She then began to exact her revenge for using her Naruto in a porn movie. As Jiraiya began to scream about his fishing tackle, Naruto stood back and shook his head. With luck this will make him think twice about being a pervert, then again I doubt anything can do that. It was a peaceful day in Konoha as the midday sun shone over the village. There was a slight breeze rustling through the entire area, cooling the slightly warm temperature and allowing the many trees that were located all around the village to gently sway. Many shops were open as merchants sold their wares while civilians and ninja alike bought them. Teenagers were lounging around the cafes and restaurants, discussing the latest gossip or news. Altogether it was a very peaceful and calm day. Said peace was soon shattered as a black cat raced down the street, dodging civilians left and right as it weaved in between their legs. The cat was moving so fast one might think the hounds of hell were chasing it. Of course this could be a fairly accurate analogy, except rather than hounds it was 3 genin who were chasing it. The one in front had spiky brown hair and was wearing a blue scarf. His name was Konohamaru Sarutobi. The other male in the squad, who was slightly to the left of Konohamaru, was wearing glasses and had a perpetually runny nose. This boy was called Udon. The last of the 3 was a female. She had orange hair done up in twin pigtails and a large blush that spread across her face. This girl's name was Moegi. Together these 3 formed what had become known as the Konohamaru Corps, a name which they had gained in their younger days. The 3 continued chasing the cat, eventually taking to the roofs until they managed to corner it in an alley. Said feline hissed and snarled in an attempt to scare the 3 away. It was all in vain, however, as Konohamaru pounced on the creature, finally managing to pin its limbs to its body. Moegi pushed a button on her headset, letting their sensei know that their mission was complete. However, sometime during this discussion the cat had gotten loose, and soon enough Konohamaru's screams were heard throughout the village. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Konohamaru grinned like a madman as he watched the cat they had just caught get squeezed to death by its owner, one Madame Shinji, who was the wife of the fire daimyo. This was the only consolation he ever got when taking this mission. He really couldn't even understand why they got this mission anyways, since it never let him show off his skills. Hopefully their sensei would let them go on another C-rank mission soon, otherwise the spiky-haired genin was sure he would go crazy. Once the daimyo left with her nearly choked to death cat, Ebisu turned on his team with a scowl. It was not long until he began to berate them for the mission, listing off all of their faults in painful detail. He ended telling them that the mission had taken way too long, and that they would be doing it over again as soon as it came back up. But sensei, Moegi said as she tried to defend her team, you know how hard it is to catch that cat. With all the times we've done it, I'm pretty sure that cat is used to running away. I don't want to hear any of your excuses, Ebisu said with a scowl, as he pushed his sunglasses up his nose with 2 fingers. This just proves to me that you need more training, since you obviously lack the proper skills necessary to perform this mission. This, however, was the wrong thing to say to Konohamaru, who soon became indignant. They had gotten this mission so many times it wasn't fair. In fact, he was sure that they had gotten this mission more times than any other team. Sitting on the floor, the young Sarutobi began to complain, stating that these missions were too lame and he could not show off his awesome skills with such boring missions. Of course, this had the consequence of getting one Irika Yumino to yell at the genin, claiming that you could only take C-rank missions after you had done a certain number of D ranks. Tsunade seconded this, telling them that they had to work harder if they wanted to get higher-ranking missions. Of course, this still did not sit well with Konohamaru, who turned around, showing his back to the Hokage as he crossed his arms. I can't keep doing such boring missions, after all I'm gonna be the Nanadame, 7th Hokage. Tsunade gained an amused smirk as she looked at Konohamaru, who reminded her of another indignant brat she had known. Oh, and who may I ask is gonna be the Rokudame, 6th? Tsunade asked in a curious voice. Why, Naruto and I-san, of course. Everyone was quiet when they heard that. It had been 4 years since Naruto had left on his training trip with Jiraiya. Tsunade and the others had to wonder what Naruto would be like when he got back. They knew that he would not be the same little boy they had known 4 years ago. The news of the blonde shinobi's exploits had traveled throughout Konoha and the entire elemental nations by now. Based on that information alone, they knew he would not be the same Naruto they had known before he left. It's been 4 years since Naruto left to go training with Jiraiya-sama. I wonder when he'll be back? Irika thought out loud as he scratched his cheek, thinking about the person he considered to be a younger brother. During Naruto's time in the academy, Irika had been the one person to try and help the blonde, and while it had taken a while, Irika had been the only person there to see Naruto for who he was, not what he held. According to Jiraiya's latest report, they're going to be a little late. Tsunade frowned at that. She had gotten a report 2 days ago when the two were due to return, claiming Naruto had gone off to fight the Akatsuki. Though the message had made it clear that Naruto was fine and the 2 members he had fought were dead, however, it had not given her a reason why her grandson/son figure had gone off to battle them alone. She sighed, knowing she would not likely get much information on that for the time being. I hope he comes back soon. I really miss him, Tsunade admitted, with Irika and her assistant Shizen nodding in agreement. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. As the day wore on, 2 figures emerged from the forests of Konoha. They entered the gate and stopped, letting their eyes roam over the village they had not seen in 4 years. The one on the left was fairly tall, standing at 6 feet 5 inches, and carried a large scroll on his back. He had shock white hair that spiked up and trailed down to about mid-back. It was held up by a high T8 with the kanji for oil, the symbol for Mount Myobokuzen where the toads lived. He was wearing a red vest over a green gin mesh shirt. On his feet were a pair of wooden geta sandals. On his face was red kabuki paint, which trailed down his cheeks. This was Jiraiya, the legendary toad Sannin and self-proclaimed super pervert. On the man's right was another figure, this one standing at an even height of 6. His hair was a golden blonde, which was rare no matter which country you were in. The hair was spiky and went down to his shoulders. 2 large bangs framed his face, while several smaller bangs hovered just a little over his eyes. Holding up those bangs was a high T8 with the Konoha leaf symbol on it. The tie itself was black and the ends fell down to his knees. His clothing consisted of a pair of black shinobi pants, which were wrapped from mid-calf in white bandages that went into a pair of black steel-toed combat boots. His shirt was black skin-tight and sleeveless. Over it was what looked like a jonin flak jacket in the Kiri style. However, unlike a flak jacket, this did not have pockets. Instead, right in the center of it was a round orb. Hanging around his neck and situated right above the orb was a crystal necklace, an artifact that had been passed down in the Senju family and originally belonged to the Shodame. Around both his arms were white bandages. over the bandages were black umbu-style forearm protectors. His hands had a pair of dark orange fingerless gloves on, with steel plating on the back, one with the Uzumaki swirl and another with the Namikaze clan crest. Finishing off his look was a dark orange, sleeveless high-collared haori with black flames licking the bottom. This was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. I can't believe it's been 4 years. Jiraiya turned to look at his student who was wearing a nostalgic expression and smiled. The boy had grown a lot in recent years, gaining strength even faster than his father had, when the Toad Sannin had taken Minato on a training trip. Yet even with all the sights they had seen and places they had been, the young man had still missed his home. Jiraiya assumed that the blonde got his love of Konoha from his parents. Like his father and mother, Naruto had inherited the will of fire that they had both been known for. Akamangaki, Jiraiya said as he pulled his scroll up before walking into Konoha. We need to see Tsuhime before she beats me to death for being late. Naruto grinned as he caught up to his sensei. You know she's probably gonna beat the crap out of you anyways, right? Knowing you, Ero-sensei, you're bound to make some perverted comment about her before long. One of Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched as a scowl worked its way on his face. Damn it, Gaki, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop calling me that. Naruto's grin widened. When you give up your perverted ways, I'll be sure to stop calling you that. The Toad Sannin snorted, like that will ever happen. Naruto shrugged as if to say, then you shall forever remain Ero-sensei before the two quieted down. Despite the many arguments they had, most of which revolved around Jiraiya's perverted nature, the man was still the closest thing Naruto had to a father. The blonde held a great amount of respect for the man. Though there was the occasional time where Jiraiya had incurred the wrath of the Oedoma Rasengan enema, usually when he made a perverted comment about Naruto and or one of his girls. Now that the two were silent, Naruto turned his attention to the village populace, who he noticed were all staring at him. The looks ranged from shock, awe and disbelief, at least the men's looks did. The women were staring at him with unmasked lust, something that caused Naruto to shiver. He never understood how women could degrade themselves like this, offering their bodies to someone they didn't even take the time to get to know. It was almost enough to make Naruto feel some form of sympathy for Sasuke, almost. At least they're not fanboys, Naruto thought with a shudder. Shaking the disturbing thought off, Naruto channeled some chakra into his ears to listen to what the people around him thought about him. I can't believe it, it's Yondaime-sama. Yondaime-sama, he's returned from the grave. That's not Yondaime-sama, that's Naruto Namikaze-sama, he's Yondaime-sama's son. Naruto, you mean that loud brat who was always playing pranks? No way. You obviously haven't heard about what he did in Kiri. Who cares what he did or whose son he is, he's hot. I wonder if he'll let me have his children? Naruto shivered at the last comment. It was things like that gave women such a bad rep. He couldn't really see how these women could say something like that. They didn't even see him, just his name. Well, seems like you're quite popular with the ladies, Gaki, Jiraiya said with a lecherous grin. He too had noticed all of the looks his student had been getting. It was something that made him both proud and jealous. You know, Minato was also quite the lady killer back in his day. Yeah, well, you know as well as I do that a snowball has a better chance of surviving in hell than these women have of ever getting with me, Naruto said with conviction. I won't date a fangirl who only cares about my clan name rather than me. I will only ever marry someone who loves me for me and can see me for who I am. Jiraiya just shrugged at that. He knew of his student's desires to be with women who loved him. The kid had always been something of a romantic that way. It was another thing Jiraiya was sure he had gotten from Minato. That man could have had so many women it wasn't even funny, yet even after he had been given clan status he refused to marry anyone other than Kushina, since she was the only one who did not care about him being Hokage or a clan head. Thinking about love and women brought a perverse giggle to his lips. Naruto didn't need fangirls anyway since he already had 3 beautiful ladies who Jiraiya was sure would marry him eventually. I hope you're not thinking any perverted thoughts about me and the women in my life, sensei, Naruto said in a threatening manner. The blonde grinned when his sensei shut up. The last time Jiraiya had thought of the blonde and his girls in said blonde's presence, let's just say he had not been able to sit for a month. That's something else he picked up from Minato, Jiraiya thought lamentingly as he remembered a time when he had been peeking in the hot springs and Minato and his wife had come in. He had not known they were there until he saw Kushina, and unfortunately for him had not realized that Minato had come with her. The beating those two had given him had been even worse than when he had peeked on Tsunade. The rest of the trip to the Hokage Tower was made in silence, as the two were left to their own thoughts. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Tsunade sighed as she finally finished the paperwork. It had taken a long time and a lot of sake, but it was finally done and she could now relax. She turned in her seat to look out over the village, her mind going to a certain blonde. She seemed to be thinking about the gaki quite often these days, but given that she had not gone a week without hearing some kind of rumor about him, that did not surprise her. The busta blonde woman sighed as she wondered when he would come back. She was so caught up in her thoughts that she barely noticed the knock at the door. "Come in," she called out as she turned around. The door opened and the first thing Tsunade saw was a familiar mop of golden blonde hair. As soon as she spotted that, she shot out of her seat. She was just about halfway there when she laid eyes on the rest of the person who was standing in the doorway. Her mind soon shut down and her mouth hung open, as she stared at what she could only assume the man was some kind of kami. A blush began to spread across Tsunade's face, as she took notice of the man's handsome and roguish face, as well as all the hard muscle that was on his compact body. The blonde Hokage was staring for so long that she did not even notice the man move to stand in front of her. "You know, Bachan, it's kind of awkward having someone I think of as a grandmother drooling over me," and Naruto teased with a foxy grin. Tsunade blinked as she heard the familiar nickname before her mind rebooted. She blushed in embarrassment for a second as she wiped her mouth and saw that much to her chagrin there was drool. She looked back at the blonde. "Naruto?" she asked tentatively as she wondered if this was really the blonde gaki who had left 4 years ago. Naruto gave her a cheeky grin. "Who else would call you Bachan?" the blonde shinobi asked, only to stumble back as Tsunade latched onto him. The blonde Hokage wrapped him up in a tight hug, which Tsunade was delighted to feel returned. "I missed you, Gaki," Tsunade said with her voice being muffled by his clothes. "I missed you too, Tsunade," Naruto replied as he for once used her name to show how much he truly missed the woman. Tsunade released him from her death grip hug and looked him up and down. "A kami kid you look just like." "Looks just like his old man, doesn't he?" The two blondes turned to see Jiraiya grinning at the pair. It was one of the only times Tsunade ever saw the man grin with something other than perverseness. "He does," Tsunade replied. "I almost didn't recognize him if it were not for the whiskers." "I know what you mean," Jiraiya replied. "He's been mistaken for his old man several times. I remember this one time when we were on the border of Tsuchi no Kuni." "You do know I'm right here, right?" Naruto interrupted in an annoyed tone. "Don't speak of me like I'm not even here." Jiraiya gave a hearty laugh at his apprentice's whining, while Tsunade let out a small chuckle as she moved back behind her desk. Sitting down, she leaned her head on her hands as she looked at Naruto. "I hear you had a run-in with Akatsuki?" she said, obviously fishing for more information. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he gave a sheepish expression. "Well, yeah. You see, when I was in Kumo, I gave the two Jinchuriki there one of my Hiraishin kunai. They promised me that as they ever ran into Akatsuki they would use it." Naruto shot a quick glance at Jiraiya, telling the man to keep his mouth shut about Yujito. Right now there were too many variables to let anyone know about his relationships. If people like Danzo found out Naruto knew, he would have to deal with a whole new set of problems. Tsunade sighed and closed her eyes. She probably should have known that would happen given Naruto's protective nature. And finding 2 more people like him, it would be obvious to anyone that he would want to keep them from harm. Thankfully she missed the look Naruto and Jiraiya shared. "I suppose I can understand that, Gaki. Still, you need to be careful, especially when dealing with Akatsuki." "Don't you worry, Bachan, I know what I'm doing," Naruto said dismissively. Tsunade eyebrows twitched at her name, but figured she could let it go just for today. "You know, news of your feats have reached all of the elemental countries," the blonde Hokage said. "It's good to see you've actually improved." "That's cruel, Tsuhaime. Were you not expecting him to grow strong under my care?" Jiraiya asked as he wiped away some fake tears. Tsunade was about to answer when Naruto beat her to it. "She probably thought you were going to be so busy peeping on women that you would forget all about training me." As Jiraiya began to skulk in the corner, Naruto and Tsunade laughed. Finally Tsunade looked at Naruto with a semi-serious expression. You should know that council also knows of your feats as well, particularly your stint in Kiri. Naruto frowned as he realized where she was going with this. I already figured as much, Ero-sensei, and I saw the results outside. As Jiraiya mumbled about disrespecting blondes, Tsunade laughed at the nickname Naruto had come up with for the toad Sannin. So you expect the council will try to find a way to claim my clan's power, Naruto said as he got back on topic. Either through arranged marriages or through major ass-kissing. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade cracked up at hearing the rather blunt, yet completely accurate way to describe the situation. The Konoha Council was well known for their greed. Most of the members were merchants who owned many different businesses both inside and outside of Konoha. Because of this they had always believed that they deserved more power than they were supposed to have. You would be right, brat, Tsunade said after she managed to regain her breath. So how did they take my heritage being revealed anyway? I asked Naruto. Tsunade shivered. At first they threw a fit. Even when I showed them the marriage contract between Minato and Kushina, your blood test and your birth certificate, they were fighting tooth and nail to not let you claim your inheritance. It wasn't until I told them of what you did in Kiri that they had a change of tune. I see. Naruto sighed before looking over at Tsunade. Speaking of blood tests, I was wondering if I could get the test to see if someone has a Kekkai Genkai done. Tsunade blinked in surprise. You think you have a bloodline? She looked over at Jiraiya and glared. She had not heard of this in the reports she had been receiving. Jiraiya noticed this and paled. Thankfully Naruto saved him. To be honest, I am not sure if it is a bloodline or not, Naruto said with a shrug. But by combining water and wind I can create Hayaton Jutsu. To emphasize his point, Naruto held out his hand, and Tsunade gasped as she saw the water molecules in the air form a sphere of water in Naruto's palm. It was just like her grand uncle's ability. However, if she was shocked by that, then what happened next nearly gave her a heart attack. The water began to freeze, turning into a crystalline sphere of ice. Naruto looked at the sphere before throwing it out the window. I also have the ability to use Ranton, storm release, which is a combination of water and lightning. And the ability to do what I have taken to calling Eraton 1. The Eraton? Tsunade asked as she managed to get her emotions under control. Yes, I couldn't think of another name for it, Naruto said as he began to explain his ability. Basically what it is the ability to control the weather. Tsunade gaped at him for a moment, unsure whether she had heard right or not. Naruto continued, heedless of her shock. By infusing and saturating the air with my chakra and using my elements which I have unparalleled control over, I can create storms and make them do my bidding. Right now I only have very basic control over this ability, but I plan on working on it and improving my ability to do this. However, I am unsure if that's a bloodline or just that I have really high control of my affinities. Tsunade closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, in an effort to not hyperventilate at hearing of the blonde shinobi's abilities. I see, I suppose we can do a blood test later, now Tsunade was interrupted from her speech by a knock at the door. Tsunade-sama, Sakura said as she opened the door without waiting for permission to enter. I have those files, you. She trailed off as her eyes landed on the blonde Adonis who was talking with Tsunade. Like Tsunade before her, the pink-haired girl's mind shut down. Her mouth hung open with drool coming out of it, and a huge blush spreading across her face making it match her hair. Naruto could even see a trickle of blood running down her nose. Naruto looked at the pink-haired girl in amusement as he walked over to her. You know it's impolite to stare, Sakura-chan, Naruto said as he closed her mouth with a click. Sakura's face felt like it was on fire as the blonde hunk called her such an affectionate suffix, then she blinked for a moment as she realized there was only one person who had ever called her that. Naruto? She asked in a mixture of shock and lust. The one and only, Naruto said with a grin. So how have you been? Sakura blushed as she tried to regain her bearings. I've been good. While the two former teammates were catching up, Jiraiya informed Tsunade of the things he had left out in the reports on the blonde's training. Most of what he said was information she already knew, however some it was pretty surprising. Had she not already known of Naruto's exploits, she would have no doubt been shocked. As it was, she merely nodded at the information before getting the Uzumaki Namikaze's attention. Naruto, said blonde, turned to look at Tsunade before walking over. I had planned on having you tested today, however given what I know, and what I've just been told, I think I'm going to have your test tomorrow. Naruto nodded his head. That's fine, I'm guessing since Kakashi is outside your window, that he is going to be the person who tests me? Sakura looked at Naruto in shock. How could he know if Kakashi was there? Sensing chakra was one of the hardest abilities if you were not a natural sensor type. Kakashi, having heard the blonde's words, stepped into the office and gave an eye smile, though a part of him wanted to have a heart attack when he saw Naruto. It was only his experience as a jonin that kept him from being shocked by his students' looks. It's quite impressive that you were able to sense me, Naruto. You seem to have grown quite a bit. I look forward to seeing how strong you've become. Naruto grinned. So am I, though it looks like we'll have to wait. Naruto stopped his speech for a moment as his eyes momentarily widened in remembrance. I almost forgot I have a present for you, sensei. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a little red book and tossed it over to Kakashi. Said Cyclopean Ninja looked at it as if it was the holiest of grails. Thank Naruto. Kakashi said as he cuddled the newest edition of the Ika Ika collection to his chest, making Naruto's sweat drop while the two females glared. No problem, that one was actually mine, but I don't care for smut, so I never got to reading it. Naruto's statement caused the two women in the room to look at him with an almost newfound respect. However, one person did not like their art being insulted. Hey, watch what you're saying, Brad, that's my art you're talking about, Jiraiya said to his student with a light glare. Naruto just grinned. Your art is crap, or have you forgotten that my book has sold 4 times more than all your books combined? While Jiraiya grumbled about blonde, disrespectful Gaki's getting all the luck, the other 3 in the room looked curious. What book did you write, Naruto? Asked Sakura. If it was porn or something similar, he was going to get a pounding hunk or not. Cha! Show those perverts who's boss. Inner Sakura ranted as she made several punching motions. I'm glad you asked, Sakura, Naruto said as he pulled out a blue book, with the picture of a woman wearing blue clothes on it. The moment the two women saw what it was, they appeared right in front of Naruto, with their own copies of said book magically appearing in their hands. You wrote this? Sakura breathed as hearts appeared in her eyes. This is my absolute favorite book. Tsunade squealed as she held it out for Naruto to sign. Can you sign it for me? Mine too? Asked Sakura as she held hers out as well. Sure, Naruto said with a grin as he looked over at his sensei, who was currently crying anime tears. So tomorrow at Training Ground 7, I assume? Naruto asked after he handed both women their books. Yes, Tsunade answered as she cuddled her book to her chest, unknowingly imitating a certain Cyclops. Git will be at 9 a.m., don't be late. She glared at Kakashi to let him know who she was talking about. The Cyclopean Jonin gulped and gave her a nod. Since everyone already knows about my heritage, can I live in my parents' house? Naruto asked. Jiraiya had told him that his parents' original house had been destroyed during the Kyuubi attack, but that the Sandaime had rebuilt it for when Naruto took up his clan name. Tsunade nodded since there was no point in denying Naruto what was his. Of course, I assume you know where the key is? In response to her question, Naruto walked over to the picture of his father. Taking the picture off, Naruto set it aside as he bit his thumb. He swiped his blood over the blank area, causing a seal to shimmer in existence. Soon both the seal and the wall faded out, revealing a small cupboard. Naruto reached his hand into it and pulled out a key. Thanks, Bachan, I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto said before he disappeared in a burst of lightning, shocking everyone around him, no pun intended. I can't believe that was Naruto, Sakura said with a blush as she thought about how hot he had become. And to think he's Yondaime-sama's son. Jiraiya snorted. I'm surprised you guys couldn't even figure it out until someone actually told you. Anyone with half a brain should have been able to see it. I mean, how many ninja do you know that have spiky golden blonde hair and blue eyes? Sakura looked down at the ground knowing that Jiraiya was right. She and all the other people of this village had been foolish for not being able to see the obvious. Now that that's over with, Tsunade said before turning on Jiraiya with a glare. Said man felt a shiver run down his spine as the temperature began to drop nearly 60 degrees. "What's this I hear about you making my godson star in your porn movie?" she asked in a menacing voice as Jiraiya backed away. Sakura looked at the man in disgust, though a part of her could not deny that she wondered what it would be like to sleep with Naruto. A part of her was even thinking about seeing the movie, now that she had heard Naruto was in it. An image sprang into her mind of a naked Naruto, causing her to sway on her feet as a trickle of blood ran down her nose and her eyes glazed over. Meanwhile, Kakashi had to hold in a giggle, lest he also incur the blonde Hokage's wrath. He had of course seen the movie she was talking about. While one part was jealous of the blonde, another part of him could not help but feel proud of Naruto. Now Tsuhime, let's be rational here." Jiraiya held out his hands and waved them in front of his face. He soon found himself backed into a wall. With nowhere to go, he did the only thing he could think of. "Mercy?" he squeaked. "Sorry, all out of mercy," Tsunade replied as she sent a chakra-enhanced fist to Jiraiya's gonads. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Boom! Naruto stopped his walk for a moment to look at the Hokage Tower, where a rather loud explosion had just sounded. He chuckled when he saw his sensei fly off into the distance. "I swear that man will never learn." He continued on his walk, which was farther away from Konoha's epicenter than any other place he had been to. Minato had built his family's house behind the Hokage monument, wanting to keep the secrets to his and Kushina's jutsu away from prying eyes. Naruto had heard from Jiraiya that the house had been a wedding gift to his mother, which had been a little while after his father's name had been given clan status. Naruto finally found the house, which was protected by a high wall and gate that he could not see over. Looking at the gate, Naruto recognized several seals that were on them as security seals. However, he knew instinctively that this was not his father's work. Aside from the fact that they were not very advanced, they were also a little sloppier than what he would expect from a seal master. He shrugged this off. It would just mean he would have to create his own security network. Walking up to the gate, Naruto took out the key. Biting his thumb, he swiped his blood on the key. As his wound healed with a slight hiss, the blonde put the key into the lock and turned it. There was a clicking noise as the key turned. Naruto pushed the gate open and could not hold in the whistle that escaped his lips. The house was as large as the Hyuga estate by any means, but it was definitely one of the larger houses Naruto had seen. It looked to be about 3 stories and was made in a mixture of traditional Japanese and Western-style architecture. Naruto smiled as he made his way towards the house, using the same key that had opened the gate to open the front door. Stepping inside, Naruto looked around. He was currently in what seemed to be the living room. It was a fairly spacious room, with several comfortable-looking leather couches that were surrounding a coffee table. A little to the left and hanging on the wall was a very large flat-screen television. And situated around the room were several lamps, which were currently giving off a dim lighting. Naruto soon began to explore the rest of the house, with his first stop being the kitchen. The place was what Naruto would easily describe as a chef's wet dream. All the counters were made of stainless steel. The cabinets were made of mahogany, and while the kitchenware was not the most recent, it was still far superior to what most people had. The only problem Naruto could see was that he had no food in the cabinet or fridge. However, that was an easy problem to solve. Naruto created a Kagebushin and ordered it go buy food. The next area to check was the second floor. This was where all of the smaller bedrooms were located. Though they were only small in comparison to the rest of the house, as each room was about 3 times the size of a standard apartment bedroom. Each one consisted of a queen-sized bed, 2 dressers and a walk-in closet. They also each came with their own bathroom, which had a shower/bath combo that could even act as a personal jacuzzi. There were 10 of these rooms in all, enough to hold a decently sized family. Walking up the stairs, Naruto reached the master bedroom. This room was not just located on the top floor, but was in fact the entire 3rd floor, and could in many ways be considered a house unto itself. In the left-hand corner near the entrance sat several leather chairs, which were arranged in front of another television. On the right-hand corner was a large king-sized bed, with red sheets and pillows, and had a dresser on either side. Opposite the bed was a large walk-in closet, which was easily twice the size of the ones downstairs. To the left and a little farther from the chairs was a door, which led to a bathroom that had the same setup as the one downstairs, the only difference being that this one had a double shower head. Naruto walked over to the bed and looked at the pictures which were arrayed on the dresser. There were pictures of his parents. some of which were actually rather funny, like a picture which was obviously taken by his mom of his dad who had been eating ramen, only it looked like he had sneezed and had ramen coming out of his nose. However, some were much more heartfelt. Naruto picked up one such picture as he gently pressed his fingers against the glass. It was one of both his parents. Kushina had both her hands on her belly, which was bulging and clearly showing when she was pregnant with him. Minato had one arm around her shoulder, while his right hand was on both of her hands. Both of them were smiling, looking for all the world like a young couple who was not about to suffer untold tragedy. Naruto wiped away the tear that threatened to fall from his eyes. The thought of having a family was nearly overwhelming to the blonde. However, he knew better than anyone that dwelling on the past got you nowhere. Better to look towards the future than to ask yourself what ifs and what could have been. Besides, Naruto thought with a small smile, he already had 4 amazing women who he planned on marrying. They had become his family now, and with luck he would eventually have children with them and finally have the large family he had always dreamed of. Sighing, Naruto put the picture down and left the room. There was only one more room to check out. The basement. Thanks to the seals his father had put up on the basement, it had been able to survive the Kyuubi attack intact. Or at least that was what Jiraiya told him. According to him, his father had taken extra precaution when designing the seals for the basement. Since the place was going to be where his father and mother studied seals or sparred and practiced jutsu. However, Jiraiya was not sure of the state, since he was not able to actually enter the basement due to the seals keeping him and everyone else out. Naruto walked down the stairs and opened the door before a large grin formed on his face. The basement was split into 4 different sectors, the first being the library, which was filled with what looked like thousands of scrolls, with all kinds of knowledge from jutsu to weapons forging and even some on civilian faculties like gardening. There was a large dojo that had an array of different weapons mounted on the wall, and Naruto noticed self-repairing seals on the floor, ceiling and wall. On the left was what looked like an office. Naruto could see that it was where his father had studied and come up with new seals and jutsu. The last area looked like it was where said jutsu were practiced. It was a gravelly area and had several training dummies to launch jutsu at. Naruto also noticed this area had self-repairing seals as well. He would so not be getting any sleep tonight. Without using hand signs, Naruto created around 500 Kagebushins and had them head into the library to read. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. The next, Naruto awoke as the sunlight streamed in through his room. Sitting up in bed, he stretched himself out, listening in satisfaction as his bones and joints popped. He looked over at the clock on the dresser. It currently read 6 a.m. Despite only getting around 4 hours of sleep, Naruto felt completely refreshed. Benefits of being a Jinchuriki. Getting out of bed, Naruto walked into the closet and got dressed in his standard shinobi attire, before walking down the stairs and into the basement. He still had a few hours to go until the test, so he should be able to get in a good workout until then. XXXXXXXXXXXX. At Training Ground 7, several people were waiting to see one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, after Tsunade had let slip to them that said blonde had returned. Awayo-sage! Lee shouted as he looked at his teammates and sensei, I wonder how Naruto-kun has been doing. It will be most youthful to see him again. Rock Lee was one of Konoha's foremost taijutsu experts, with the only people being able to keep up with him being his sensei Mato Guy and teammate Neji Hyuga. Lee had been one of the few people who had truly respected Naruto, having understood what it was like to be made fun of for being the dead last. Because he did not have the ability to use chakra for anything other than tree climbing and water walking, Lee had been picked on during his time at the academy, much like Naruto had for not being able to make a bushin. No doubt Naruto-san's flames of youth are burning even brighter than ever, Lee Guy said as he went into his nice guy pose, complete with sparkling teeth. As much as I dislike your analogy, Neji Hyuga, but I have to agree that he will definitely be much stronger than when we last saw him. Neji Hyuga was considered the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, due to his expert use of the Juken Taijutsu and the sight of his byakugan, which was said to be as powerful as the clan head Hiraishin Hyuga. Ever since his father had sacrificed his life to save his brothers, Neji had been embittered, coming on to the belief that fate ruled everything and that no one could escape it. That had changed after Neji had fought Naruto, when the blonde had beaten him during the final stage of the Chunin exams. While he was still a little stiff, Neji had grown into a powerful ninja and was much closer to his eccentric team. He'll definitely be much stronger than last time, Tenten agreed. I picked up a recent bingo book and Naruto has his own page in there. He's being called the Nidame Kuroi Senku. I hear IWA is even thinking of giving him a SS class ranking and several countries have a surrender on sight order if he catches them. Tenten Higurashi had never had as much interaction with Naruto that her other two teammates had, however the blonde had earned her respect and gratitude after he had beaten Neji. That respect had only climbed when she had heard that Naruto was not only the son of the Yondaime, but also Kushina Uzumaki, who had been well known for her ninjutsu and kenjutsu. Oh! To have such a youthful nickname! Lee shouted as he put a fist near his face, and his eyes seemed to light on fire. I must work hard so that I may get my own youthful nickname. And if I cannot do that, I will run around Konoha for 2 days on my thumbs. And if I cannot do that, I will. As Lee and Guy began to go off on one of the youthful rants, Tenten and Neji ignored them and made their own conversation. I wonder what Naruto's gonna be like now? Ino wondered as she looked at her two companions. With all the rumors going around, I'm sure that he's going to be much different from what we remember. Ino Yamanaka was the heir to the Yamanaka clan, a clan well known for their ninjutsu. During the academy days she had been one of Naruto's many detractors, oftentimes making fun of him when he was unable to do something right. After Naruto's heritage had been announced, Ino had felt terrible for the things she had done and said to her fellow blonde. She had told herself that from now on she would not judge people without getting to know them first. What do you think, forehead? Ino asked as she turned to Sakura. Sakura did not say anything, however at the mention of Naruto her face turned a bright red. I think he's going to be even more troublesome now than he ever was, even more than when we were at the academy, Shikamaru said from where he lay on the grass. Shikamaru Nara was the heir to the Nara clan. Like other people from said clan, Shikamaru was the definition of lazy genius. It was nearly impossible to get him to do anything. The only people who could make him stop his cloud watching were his mother, Ino, and Tsunade. Despite his lazy demeanor, Shikamaru was considered to be one of the most intelligent members to ever come out of the Nara clan. It had been that intellect that had allowed him to see that there was more to Naruto than met the eye. Unlike most people in the academy, Shikamaru had never really made fun of the blonde, whether because it was too troublesome or some other reason was hard to tell. However, unlike most, the Nara heir had seen the way people looked at Naruto, like he was the worst kind of scum alive, and had heard the whispers of monster and demon that accompanied him. However, it had not been until the Chunin exams when Naruto used that red chakra that Shikamaru had been able to place it all together. He was the only person within the Konoha 11 who knew that Naruto was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, having studied up on it after Naruto had used the red chakra during the final exams. It had been that knowledge more than anything which had earned Shikamaru's respect. He may be stronger, but he's still Naruto, Chuji said as he munched on his bag of premium potato chips. Chuji could be considered one of the few friends Naruto had really had at the academy, or at least one of the few people who never made fun of him. Due to members of the Akamichi clan all having larger than average bodies for their jutsu, Chuji had been teased for it. During one of those times Naruto had happened to spot this, and despite not knowing, Chuji stood up for him. While they had not done much after school, Naruto had occasionally joined him and Shikamaru a few times to do cloud watching. I bet you anything he'll be like his old man, Desuma said as he took a drag of his cigarette. Asuma Sarutobi was the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage and professor. The cigarette-smoking Jonin had at one time been a member of the 12 Ninja Guardians, a group whose job was to protect the daimyo of Ki no Kuni. He had never really known much about Naruto, other than the pranks that the blonde used to pull and drive his old man insane with. However, he had been a Chunin under Minato's command, back when I was a Chunin. Man, I can't stand all this waiting, it's killing me. Kiba complained rather loudly as he stood with his team. Kiba Inuzuka was the clan heir of the Inuzuka clan, which were known for their using combination attacks with their ninja dogs and enhanced senses. Members of this clan were often joined by members of the Hyuga and Aburame clans, in order to form powerful tracking teams. Kiba had been one of those people who stood on both sides of the fence when it came to Naruto. On one hand, he had often made fun of the blonde for his inadequacies, yet on the other he respected Naruto for the pranks he had been able to pull off. Like most members of his clan, Kiba was very brash and often got himself into trouble for jumping into things headfirst. However, he was also very loyal, and had the same pack mentality that all members of his clan had. "What do you think, Hinata-san?" asked Shino in his monotone voice. Shino Aburame was the heir to the Aburame clan, a clan that was known for the Kikachu bugs that they carried inside of them and used in battle. Shino had been one of the few people who not only never made fun of Naruto during the academy, but also held some respect for the blonde shinobi. Unlike many of his peers, Shino had been observant enough to see how many people made fun of Naruto for some unknown reason that seemed illogical to him. Because of their bugs, the Aburame clan was often ostracized, much like Naruto himself was. And even if he did not know why Naruto was made fun of, he still respected the blonde for his perseverance and ability to never give up. "I think that Naruto-kun W will be much stronger," Hinata stuttered as she poked her fingers together. Hinata Hyuga was the heiress to the Hyuga clan. She was a very shy and soft-spoken girl. Most considered her to be the anti-Hyuga, as she was everything they were not, or as Kiba put it, she did not have a large stick up her ass. It had been well known that she had a Konoha-sized crush on Naruto. During their time at the academy, Hinata had memorized where the blonde would be and what times he would be there. She would often follow Naruto wherever he went and was always watching him from the shadows. The past 4 years since Naruto had been gone, Hinata had made strides to change herself and grow stronger. Though she remained extremely soft-spoken. Kurenai Yuhi looked over her students with a smile. The beautiful red-eyed woman was known throughout Konoha as the genjutsu mistress for her powerful and inventive genjutsu. Though she was even more renowned for her aversion to perverts and the powerful and potentially deadly pervert-killing genjutsu she had created. Unlike many of the other jonin, she did not know all that much about Naruto, having never really interacted with him. Though she did remember the many pranks the blonde had pulled, and while she would not admit it, she had found a lot of them to be quite funny. A little ways away from the Konoha 11 stood 5 other figures: Iruka, Shizen, Kakashi, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Shizen was standing by Tsunade's side as always. She had been disappointed when she heard that Naruto had come back and she was not there to see him. Hopefully she would get to see her brother figure today and see how strong he had become. Iruka was standing near a tree as he anxiously waited for Naruto to show up. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both standing next to each other, wearing surprisingly similar smirks, though they were for slightly varied reasons. Kakashi was as always reading his new book with a giggle, causing many of the women near him to cast glares his way. At 9 a.m. exactly, all those present spotted the figure emerging from the tree line on the opposite side. Shizen, Sakura, Ino and Tenten all found a rather large blush spreading across their faces as they stared at the blonde Adonis. Hinata, who had had her byakugan on, spotted more of the blonde than the others and let out an eep before passing out from blood loss. Even Kurenai, who was currently dating Asuma, found it hard to keep the heat from rising to her cheeks. The blonde walked up to the group with a large foxy grin present on his face, causing the women in the group to feel even more heat rise to their face, and a few felt heat going to other areas. "Yo! I hope you guys have been doing good while I've been gone," Naruto said while the others stared at him. For a moment no one said anything, most wondering who this person it was. It was not until they saw the telltale whisker marks that they realized who they were staring at. Most could not believe that Naruto, who had been nothing more than a shrimp, was now what many women would consider a kami on Earth. Even knowing what he had done and his now famous reputation, did not change their shock at seeing such a dramatic physical change. The silence was broken when Lee appeared in front of Naruto, in his nice guy pose. "Ayash! Naruto-kun, your youthful flames have truly grown stronger. I look forward to sparring you. And if I cannot beat, I will." Naruto stopped Lee's speech with a raised hand as he chuckled. It seemed that some people would never really change. "I look forward to sparring you as well. It will be interesting to see how our taijutsu styles compare." As if a dam had opened, the rest of the Konoha 11 rushed over to Naruto and began to bombard him with questions, barely even letting the blonde get a word in. Off to the side, Tsunade and Jiraiya smiled at seeing how all of Naruto's friends reacted and how happy they were to see him. As well as how happy Naruto seemed to be, now that he was back in Konoha and with the friends he had made throughout the years. Tsunade gave them a little bit of time to talk before deciding to get the test started. As much as I would love to let you all talk Naruto's ear off, we do have a test that needs to get started. Tsunade said as she made the Konoha 11 back off of Naruto, who gave her a grateful smile as he adjusted his Haori. This test will be Kakashi Hatake vs Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze in a one-on-one battle. Naruto and Kakashi made their way out to the center of the training field, standing on opposite sides of each other next to the training posts. Brings back memories, sensei? Naruto asked with a smile as he looked at the middle training post, remembering when he had been tied to it when he and the other members of Team 7 had failed their genin test. It does, doesn't it? Kakashi said with an eye smile as he too remembered his times on Team 7. Both those when he was a child under Minato, and again when he was the sensei of Team 7. Now then remember to dash. I come at you with the intention to kill, Naruto finished with a smirk. If you want me to fight without restraint, then you're gonna want to reveal that eye of yours. Otherwise you might not actually live. You know, Kakashi said as he lifted up his Haitia 8, allowing his red Sharingan eye to show. Somehow I think you may be right. Are both fighters ready? I asked Tsunade, who received a nod from both of them. Then Hajime. Naruto and Kakashi kicked off the ground and launched themselves at each other as they began a taijutsu battle. The two soon began trading blows as they attempted to land a hit on the other, Naruto using his father's style and Kakashi using a mixture of the uchiha style and the Hatake style. For a while this went on with neither being able to really land a hit on the other. Naruto was faster than Kakashi and had far better reflexes. However, Kakashi had the Sharingan, which allowed him to keep track of Naruto's movements and predict where he would be next. On the sidelines, the Konoha 11 was watching the battle with shock. They knew Naruto had gotten strong. Given the rumors and news that had spread throughout the elemental nations, it was impossible not to. However, hearing of that strength is far different than actually seeing it. He's fast, Neji commented as he turned on his byakugan. My eyes can't keep up with Naruto and he's not even going all out. Tenten turned to Neji in surprise. He's really that strong? Neji nodded. I also noticed several weights and seals on his persons, and I get the feeling this is not as fast as he can move with those weights on. While Tenten gaped at Neji, Lee was covering his eyes with an arm as he cried. To think Naruto-kun has gotten this strong, it is most youthful. He brought his hands up in the air, before bringing a fist in front of his face. I will increase my training and try to strive to fan my flames of youth just like naruXIno. If I cannot do that, then I will do 4,000 laps to Suna and back on my hands. That a boy, Lee. Guy said as he got into his nice guy pose. It's good to see you trying to stoke your youthful flames. I will help you, and if you cannot do 4,000 laps to Suna, I will do 7 million push-ups on my thumbs. Jiraiya-sensei. Oh, Lee. Jiraiya-sensei. Gali. Agai-sensei. Gali. The two were soon hugging, which caused a genjutsu complete with crashing waves and sunset backdrop to appear behind them. Everyone who was within range of this nightmarish sight were soon on the ground, screaming as they tried to claw their eyes out in an effort to rid themselves of the sight. Several ninja, including one Kurenai Yuhi, were trying and failing to dispel said illusion, much to her horror and confusion. Neji and Tenten, who were used to it, just sighed as they looked back at the battle. Naruto frowned as Kakashi blocked his kick, before moving in to counter-attack him with a thrust to the solar plexus. Naruto twisted his body to the side as he dodged the attack, before spinning on his feet and launching another kick at Kakashi. The two had been fighting for around 15 minutes now, which in the shinobi world a long time. Neither had gotten a good hit on each other. However, Naruto had not just been fighting with no plan. The entire time he had been analyzing his opponent's moves and reaction time given to Kakashi by the Sharingan, and decided it was time to take it up a notch. The battle began to play a different tune as Naruto switched styles, where before his moves were fast but predictable. Now his moves had turned into his name Sake, coming at speeds that very few would ever be able to match and at angles that were impossible to predict. In other words, Naruto's attacks became a literal maelstrom. After Naruto had reviewed his battle with Sasuke and studied what he could find on the Sharingan, Naruto had realized that the Dojutsu had one major flaw. They were susceptible to attacks that had no style to them. Every fighting style always had a set of stances that one would attack from, the most obvious being the ready position for the Gakken that Guy and Lee used. This is what allowed the Sharingan to predict an opponent's attacks, and make effective counterattacks by showing them where the chakra was going to be next. But if there was no style of fighting used, then the attacks would be impossible to accurately predict, since not even the one they were fighting knew what they were going to do next. The style Naruto was now using could be considered more of a lack thereof. It was a style that he had created with the help of Jiraiya. It was Naruto's counter to the Sharingan, though he had never used it on a Sharingan user before. Still, he figured now would be the best time to unveil this style, rather than wait until he ran into Sasuke or Madara and used it them, only to find out it didn't work. Naruto threw the Cyclopean Jonin a punch to the solar plexus, when Kakashi went to swat the hand away. However, Naruto changed tactics. Moving his hand under the Kakashi's, he grabbed it and pulled the Jonin into a knee. Kakashi was able to counter it, however he was not able to do anything when Naruto switched tactics again. Moving his leg up, then down and smashing a foot into Kakashi's stomach, bending the Cycloptic Jonin over as he attempted to regain his breath. He got back up and was just in time to dodge another attack, only to get hit by a punch that suddenly came at him from under the other attack. "Ah, holy shit!" Kiba shouted as he watched Naruto kick Kakashi's ass. When the hell did Naruto get so powerful? You do realize that Naruto is an S-rank ninja, right? Everyone turned their attention to Jiraiya. As good as Kakashi is, he is still only A-ranked. And while Kakashi has more experience, Naruto is quite simply better, and sometimes that's all one needs to win. Hell, even with all my experience I still only win half the time whenever we spar all out, even then that number is going down. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the white-haired Sannin. Going back to the battle, they all had to wonder just how powerful was Naruto? The taijutsu battle continued as Kakashi found himself completely on the defensive. He had not been able to even get in one counterattack ever since Naruto had changed tactics. Even his Sharingan was working against him, showing him where Naruto was going to be, only to be proven false as Naruto switched attacks at the last second. Said blonde came at Kakashi with a knife's edge to the throat. The Cyclopean Jonin tilted his head to dodge, only for Naruto to make a fist as he passed by Kakashi's head. Said Jonin was sent flying as a great amount of force smashed into his cheek. Kakashi managed to flip himself in the air before he landed on the ground, and skidded back about 20 feet. He winced as he felt the stinging on his cheek. Wiping his hand along his mouth, he looked at it and saw that he was bleeding. "How did you hit me?" Kakashi asked with a mixture of pride and curiosity in his voice. "I didn't," Naruto said with a smirk. Seeing his sensei's confusion, he decided to elaborate. "When you dodged my attack, I merely added my wind element and released it as my fist passed by your head. It made it seem as if I hit when in truth you dodged." "That's ingenious." Asuma spoke as his cigarette dropped from his mouth in shock. Every turned to Asuma. "To use wind chakra in such a way, it's like the perfect counter to the Sharingan." "What do you mean?" asked Ino, who had seen what Naruto did, but was not exactly sure what it was she was supposed to be seeing. "He calls it wind fighting," Jiraiya answered for Asuma, making the Konoha 11 look at him. Naruto took the basics that he had heard about of Tsuhame's super strength technique. However, rather than put all his chakra into a single tenketsu point and releasing it at the point of impact, Naruto uses his wind chakra and continuously pumps it through his tenketsu to make a more wide-scale attack, without losing any of its power. Many people could not help but feel shocked as they looked at Naruto, who was currently smirking. "So that's lesson number 1, taijutsu," Naruto said with a smirk. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. "Then we'll be going on to lesson number 2, genjutsu." Kakashi went through a few hand seals before he and everyone else disappeared. Naruto looked around curiously as he wondered what was going to happen. Naruto." Naruto turned his head, and despite knowing this was a genjutsu, felt his heart lurch. Standing in front of him was Yujito. However, she was missing her left arm, one of her eyes was hanging out of her socket, and she was pierced with a sword through the stomach. Naruto, why couldn't you save me?" she asked with a set of accusing eyes. Before he could respond, another voice spoke up. "You betrayed me." Turning around, Naruto saw that it was Mei this time. She was lying on the ground with several scimitar-style swords pinning her to the ground. You left me to die, as she stared at him with a set of accusing eyes that bored into his soul. For a moment Naruto could not even think as he felt his heart stop. It was only years of training that allowed him to remember he was in a genjutsu. Acting quickly before he could see his other two loved ones, Naruto stopped the chakra to his coils before flooding it with an intense burst of power. The genjutsu shattered as Naruto came back to the real world. He looked over at his sensei and glared. That was a cheap trick, sensei, Naruto stated in a dead tone. Despite feeling an intense shiver run down his spine, Kakashi spoke up, well, we are ninja, and we use whatever we can to win. Naruto grit his teeth for a moment before sighing. Kakashi was right after all. I suppose, then allow me to introduce you to my favorite genjutsu. Naruto held out his hand and a set of seals began to glow along his arm and ring finger. Kanganju no Jutsu. Bringer of Darkness. That's Naidame-sama's most powerful genjutsu. Kurenai said in shock. Naruto is supposed to be terrible at genjutsu, so how can he do this? Fuinjutsu, Jiraiya answered her question. Because Naruto is unable to do genjutsu, he tried to find a way around it. He did this by creating several seals, one that creates a specific set of hand seals for certain genjutsu he thought would be useful, and another that simulated perfect chakra control so that he could use the genjutsu. Everyone is shocked when they heard what Naruto had managed to do with seals. No one had known what they could do. Except the typical sealing scroll and exploding tags, that Naruto could get rid of one of his weaknesses by using seals was incredible. Kakashi looked around with something akin to fear as he tried to see out of the genjutsu. However, even his sharingan could not penetrate the inky blackness that surrounded him. He quickly brought his hands up in the release seal and flooded his chakra coils. Akai! Akai! As he continued to do this with nothing happening, he became increasingly desperate and flooded as much chakra as he could into releasing the genjutsu. Akai! Finally the genjutsu shattered, except that what he saw made him wish he hadn't. Standing before him was none other than what could only be something out of his worst nightmare. He was in Konoha, except it was not the Konoha he knew. The entire place was burning, corpses laid strewn about the entire area. Worst off was he knew all the dead bodies before him. Minato was pinned to a wall by several of his own kunai, his sightless eyes staring at Kakashi with what looked almost like shame. Half of Obito's body was gone, having looked like he had been ripped in half with the muscles and other innards falling from his body. Rin was missing both arms and legs, her eyes had been pulled out and were in her open mouth, giving her an utterly ghastly look. But the worst was his father, a man who had been admired as one of the strongest ninja in the village next to the Sandaime and Sannin in his time. Before he had sacrificed his mission in order to save his team, bringing shame on him and making him commit seppuku. He was just as Kakashi had found him, impaled on his own sword, with his sightless eyes staring at nothing. Though they held a look of sadness and shame, and the Cyclopean Jonin could not help but feel that they were that way because of him. The Obito. Rin. Minato-sensei. Father. Kakashi stared at the corpses wide-eyed. Were it not for years of experience, he would have broken down right there. As it was, his sharingan was able to see through this illusion, despite its realism. Akai! The illusion shattered and Kakashi was back in the clearing with Naruto glaring at him. Not very nice when someone does that to you, is it, sensei? Kakashi winced, knowing he deserved that. I'm sorry, he said. I guess I didn't think about what it might make you feel. It's fine, Naruto sighed as he took a deep breath. As long as you learn your lesson and don't do something like that in a spar again, we'll be cool. Anyway, I think we have one final lesson, don't we? Kakashi I smiled, glad to see that while he could be vicious, Naruto had still kept his forgiving nature. You're right. Lesson 2 Genjutsu complete. Next up, Lesson 3 Ninjutsu. Kakashi began speeding through several hand seals faster than any of the Konoha 11 save Naruto could follow, before putting his hand to his mouth and calling out his jutsu. Katon, Gokaiku no Jutsu. Fire release, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A large ball of fire shot out of Kakashi's mouth and barreled down towards Naruto, who had begun his own hand sealing. Suiton, Sojin Hiki. Moisture began to gather around Naruto as he used his chakra to pull it out of the air. Less than a second later, a giant wall of water had formed and blocked the fireball from going any further. The fireball crashed against the water wall with a hiss of steam before it dissipated. When it did, Naruto went through even more hand seals. Suiton, Saryuden no Jutsu. The water wall soon began swirl and formed the shape of a dragon with yellow eyes. The dragon gave a roar as it launched itself at Kakashi. Said shinobi jumped out of the way, letting the dragon crash against the ground, drilling its way through the rock and creating a decent crater which was now filled with water. Unbelievable. Shizen said in awe, I thought only Naidame-sama was able to draw water molecules out of the air. No, anyone can do it if they have a high enough affinity, Jiraiya said. Water is one of Naruto's most powerful elements. Shizen looked at Jiraiya in surprise. You mean he has more than one? Jiraiya grinned. Naruto has 3, water, wind and lightning. Shizen, along with the people who had heard what the Sannin had said, felt their mouths hang open. Even most jonin never reached getting a 3rd element. Yet Naruto had gotten 3 within just 4 years. It would have shocked them even more if they had learned he mastered most of those elements within the 1st year. In retaliation for Naruto's jutsu, Kakashi went through several more hand seals before calling out his jutsu. Katon, Hozenka no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Several basketball-sized fireballs shot from Kakashi's mouth, forcing Naruto to go through several more hand signs. Suiton Teppadama. Water release, water bullets. Naruto launched several water balls which crashed against the fireballs and negated them. As they did, Naruto went through more hand seals. Ahayaton, Kitsune Hisa no Jutsu. Ice release, Ice Fox Jutsu. The water began to coalesce in the air and take shape again, this time into 4 small foxes with red eyes. However, rather than just launch themselves at Kakashi, they froze over, before attacking. Kakashi's eyes widened as he dodged the foxes, however the ice creatures merely turned around and attacked again, forcing him to continue dodging. Hayaton, Shizen said in shock. How can he possibly do Hayaton Jutsu? I thought only those from Yuki or those with bloodlines could use those. I think you'll find that Naruto is a man of many surprises, Jiraiya said with a grin. Sakura listened to the discussion going on around her and could not help but feel somewhat distressed. It was obvious Naruto had surpassed her. Hell, she was pretty sure that Naruto had surpassed everyone here. It made her wonder what she had been doing all these years. It felt as if her teammate had left her behind again, and she was still running to catch up. Getting tired of constantly dodging the foxes, which seemed to have an almost limitless energy and knew where he was even after using a Kariwimi. Kakashi went through several hand seals, calling upon his only original jutsu. Braikiri. Lightning Blade. Lightning formed on Kakashi's hand, and as the next fox came up to him, he sliced at it, breaking the fox into pieces. Kakashi continued this until he had destroyed the last one. He was just about to look for Naruto when he felt cold steel on his neck and froze. Looking down, he saw a tri-pronged kunai right next to his jugular. Looks like Iwan-sensei, Naruto said with a smirk. The cycloptic jonin looked at his sensei's famous kunai in shock before he started chuckling. When did you mark me? Kakashi asked curiously, knowing that Naruto had not thrown the kunai since he had not seen it. During our taijutsu battle, Naruto answered, I marked you when I grabbed your arm. Kakashi looked at his sleeve and found that he did indeed have the Hiraishin seal on the sleeve of his shirt. Kakashi chuckled, looks like you really have grown, and you've already surpassed me. Naruto grinned as he pulled his kunai away and put it in his pouch, thanks sensei. The two walked back over to the stunned crowd, who was staring at Naruto like he had grown a second head. A what? Naruto asked with a confused expression as he tilted his head to the side. All the girls there bit their lips in an attempt not to glomp the poor boy and shout Kaiwei. Kiba snorted, what? He just kicks Kakashi's ass into next week and all he says what? Several others nod at this, however Naruto just rolls his eyes, a hello S-class ninja here. Tsunade looks at Naruto as she starts speaking, you really have gotten better. I think it's safe to say Genin does not suit your skills anymore. Tsunade pauses for a moment. However, due to the fact that we have yet to test you in the field with our jonin, I can only grant you the rank of Tokubetsu Special Jonin. Though that should work until some of the other jonin rate your skills. You're just giving me this rank so that I can suffer through council meetings, didn't you? Naruto deadpanned. Part of the prerequisite for being allowed a seat on the council if you were the last of your clan was to be at least of Tokubetsu Jonin rank. Tsunade smirked. Now why would you think that? You don't think I would do something so cruel to someone I consider a son, would you? Yes, I think you would, Bachan, Naruto answers. Great, this is just what I need. Having to sit through a bunch of meetings with greedy old bastards who can't even shit without help. Everyone laughed at Naruto's description of the council, many feeling that it was slightly true of the civilian side. Think of it this way, Tsunade said, at least you're getting experience for when you become Hokage. Ugh, that's right, Naruto groaned. When I'm Hokage I'm gonna have to deal with this shit even more. Maybe I should just not be Hokage. I'll let Konohamaru take the title when he is ready instead. Oh no you don't, Tsunade said. I have waited too long to retire. When you're ready you're gonna take that damn title off my hands so I can relax. Naruto pouted a bit before he gave her a mischievous grin. Well, I suppose I can do that. After all, you're getting too old for this job, Bachan. Everyone stepped away from Tsunade, who had gotten a tick mark on her head. Naruto however continued on as if oblivious to the woman's growing anger. I mean, who knows, you might even bite the dust before Konohamaru's ready. In fact, I think we should put you in a retirement home right now. Boom! Naruto jumped out of the way just in time to dodge one of Tsunade's punches. Careful, Bachan, wouldn't want you getting cramps at your age, Naruto said with a laugh. A goddamn brat. Stand still and take your punishment like a man. Tsunade yelled as she tried to smash Naruto's face in. Naruto merely laughed at her as he continued to make fun of the enraged woman. Everyone else sweat dropped at seeing Tsunade trying to kill Naruto. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Tsunade chugged down her saucer of sake before slamming it down onto the table. You're still an extremely heavy drinker, Tsuhime? Jiraiya said with an amused smirk as he poured her another saucer. However, he was forced to hold up his hands when Tsunade glared at him. I cannot pervert, the Busta Blonde said as she took another drink of the sake, this time sipping it and allowing the liquid to burn its way down her throat. Now why don't you tell me what this is about? And if you say it's a date, you can be sure I'm going to pound your ass into the dirt. I didn't know you liked it rough, Tsunade-chan. Jiraiya said with a lecherous grin, which soon turned into a look of fear when Tsunade's face turned red with anger. All right, the Toad Sannin said defensively, I wanted to talk to you about Naruto. Jiraiya reached into his pouch and pulled out one of his apprentice's silencing seals, placing it under the table before speaking. What about Naruto? Tsunade asked, is something wrong? Jiraiya looked slightly uncomfortable. He's having a bit of trouble with his seal. He quickly held up his hands in a placating gesture when he saw Tsunade look like she was about to freak. Don't worry, the seal isn't breaking or anything, it's just loosened, he finished lamely. Loosened? What happened? Tsunade asked when she saw the slightly guilty expression. It's actually my fault it happened. I had used the key to loosen the seal. I had hoped it would allow Naruto to access more of Kyuubi's chakra. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Flashback. Jiraiya groaned as he pushed himself on the ground. Looking up, he found himself petrified as he gazed at what had almost killed him. Or rather, who had almost killed him. Naruto was currently in a vicious battle against Yujito and Bihu had pushed him out of the way, and the battle was not going in the favor of the other two Jinchuriki. The Kyuubi's chakra had completely covered Naruto's body, mixing itself in with his blood, and had burnt off all of the boy's skin. Not that you could even see the skin, since the chakra was so thick it actually looked similar to the full transformation that Yujito and Bi could do. Outlining Naruto's form were what looked like fox bones, giving Naruto an even more menacing appearance. His eyes were a glowing white and his teeth looked like large black fangs. Behind him were 7 foxtails which were currently swishing back and forth in an agitated manner. Jiraiya was not quite sure what had happened. One moment he was loosening the seal to allow Naruto better access to Kyuubi's chakra. The next moment all hell had broken loose, with the vile power exploding out of Naruto in an uncontrolled manner. Bi and Yujito were using a combination of teamwork and power to try and subdue the blonde, without hurting him too badly. However, it was hard since Naruto was not going easy on them, and the Kyuubi was the strongest of the 9. Naruto sent out his tails, forcing the 2 other Jinchuriki who were in full cloak mode to dodge and weave in between them. Yujito jumped back as B came at Naruto, using his 8 tails to hold down Naruto's 7. His last tail wrapped itself around Naruto himself, allowing B to lift the blonde into the air and toss him. Naruto was sent sailing before he smacked onto a rock wall, sending dust and debris everywhere. A red light began to gather in the dust cloud, and the two were soon forced to dodge a giant cylinder of destruction. The beam tore a path through the landscape before exploding in the distance. At the same time, Naruto shot off the wall and engaged B in a battle. The Hachibi Jinchuriki was forced to dodge the vicious attacks of the blonde, however Naruto managed to catch him off guard and smacked him with his tail. B was soon sent flying to the same place he had sent Naruto to earlier. Yujito tried to use B's battle as a distraction to get up close, however Naruto seemed to have heard her as he looked over at her and roared. Launching himself at the woman, Naruto used his claws to try and swipe at her. Yujito did her best to dodge, while trying to get Naruto to come back to his senses. "Naruto-kun, you have to control yourself," Yujito yelled in her semi-demonic sounding voice. "Don't let all that power consume you." Naruto did not act as if he even heard Yujito, and just continued to attack. After a while he managed to catch the Nibi Jinchuriki off guard by sending a blast of compressed chakra at her. It smacked her dead on and sent the young woman into a rock face. Yujito coughed as the force of the impact created a large crater. She was just about to get back up when she let out a cry of pain, and felt a stinging sensation in her left shoulder. Looking up, she saw Naruto, who had just impaled her through the shoulder with one of his tails. "Please," Yujito said to Naruto in a soft voice, trying once more to get the blonde back to his senses. "This isn't you." She trailed off as Naruto tilted his head and looked at her, as if trying to solve a piece to a puzzle. Yujito tried again to bring back the person she had found herself falling for. "Please, come back to me." Naruto looked away as he grabbed his head, shaking it like he was trying to clear it or in pain. B and Jiraiya, who had been rushing towards them, stopped, not sure what was going on and knew better than to try something with Yujito currently at the blonde's mercy. Naruto continued shaking his head as he grit his fangs. He turned his head to look at Yujito. Why Yujito-chan?" The voice was distorted and sounded completely demonic, but the fact that Naruto could speak at all meant that he was still there. Before anything else could be said, Naruto pulled his tail out of Yujito. Throwing his head up, Naruto roared, sending out a stream of continuous red energy. B and Jiraiya, who saw this, realized what was happening. He's letting out all the energy into the sky, trying to drain Kyuubi's chakra dry. Jiraiya looked over at B. "Tell me, do you ever stop rapping?" Killer B just looked at him like he was stupid. "Why would I quit when my rap's a hit?" Jiraiya just shook his head before looking back at his apprentice. He was just in time to see Naruto turning back. The red chakra began to recede, first from his face and then continuing downwards. As it did, the Toad Sannin could not hold in a grimace. His apprentice looked like he had his skin peeled. The young teen's entire body was an angry red color. Blood was leaking out of many spots where the skin had been completely burned away. Some areas were so bad that Jiraiya could see Naruto's muscles and organs. It definitely looked painful, and judging by Naruto's hoarse screams, it was more than just that. Finally, Naruto was back to normal, or at least as normal could be when in such bad condition. The blonde dropped to the ground as exhaustion and pain took him. Thankfully, Yujito was right there and managed to catch him before he could hit the dirt. She sat down and gently placed Naruto's head in her lap, tears of worry running down her face as she stroked the blonde hair, which had started to grow back. Soon the rest of the boy's body began to heal. Normal and healthy-looking skin began forming on him, crawling up his body, making it almost seem alive, as steam began to sprout from the other wounds that were healing. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Yujito's tear-streaked face over him. Despite his hand feeling like a 200-ton weight, the blonde managed to lift it up. He placed it on Yujito's face and began to stroke her cheek with his thumb, making the blonde woman purr and lean into it. "Gay, are you okay, Yugi-chan?" asked Naruto in a voice that sounded as if it had not been used in years. "Baka," Yujito said as she grabbed Naruto's hand with her own. "I'm the one who should be asking that." Naruto smiled as his eyes began to close. "Sorry to worry you, I'll be fine after some rest." The blonde shinobi's eyes closed as his hand became limp, making Yujito hold his hand a little tighter to her face as he fell asleep. Jiraiya breathed out the sigh of relief he had been holding in. He knew that they had been lucky. Had it not been for Naruto's incredible willpower and his feelings for Yujido, the Toad Sannin was sure that things would have ended much worse. He would have to make sure Naruto knew to be more careful when using Kyuubi's chakra from now on. Flashback end. XXXXXXXXXXXX. That was extremely reckless of you, Jiraiya. Tsunade said as a scowl marred her features. I know, okay. Jiraiya said, I should have been more careful and checked the seal before messing with it. But I didn't think the repercussions would be that bad. I thought it would just allow Naruto to access more of Kyuubi's power. Tsunade sighed, is there any danger of something like that happening again? She had to be sure that Naruto would be alright, both for his sakes and whatever team he was on a mission with. It hasn't happened since that first time, Jiraiya said, even when he does use Kyuubi's power he does a pretty good job controlling it. Right now he can go up to 6 tails and still retain control, however each tail is twice as difficult to gain control over than the last one. Still I wouldn't worry, he has to lose all forms of emotional control in order for him to go berserk, and that's a lot harder to do now that he has matured. Tsunade sighed, very well, but next time be more careful, okay? Don't worry, I won't be doing that again, Jiraiya said. The rest of the time the two teammates sipped their drinks in peace. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Man, I love booze. Naruto rolled his eyes as Kiba walked around the Akamichi-owned restaurant with 2 bottles of sake in hand. The dog ninja was already drunk. Who would have thought that Kiba was a lightweight? Naruto snickered to himself as he looked around at the people there. The Konoha 11 had decided to come here and celebrate Naruto's return and recent promotion, allowing Naruto to talk with some of his friends. Over in the corner of the room Naruto spotted Shikamaru, Shino and Neji, all of whom seemed to actually be sober. He made his way over to them. Yo. Shino, Shika, Neji, how are you guys doing? We are doing pretty well, Naruto-san. Shino said as he looked at the blonde through his goggles. At least that was what it looked like. It was hard to tell with Shino. I take it these last 4 years have been good then? Naruto asked as he took a small sip of his sake. Nothing too troublesome has happened if that's what you mean, Shikamaru said in his lazy drone. It has been pretty quiet without you in Konoha, Neji put in as he picked at his food. Yeah, well, not many people can liven a place up like I can, Naruto said with a small smirk. That's true, you seem to make trouble everywhere you go, Shikamaru said with a mumble of troublesome blonde. As the conversation continued, Naruto looked out over the small group of people. Lee was talking with Tenten as he made enthusiastic gestures. Naruto could not make out the entire conversation, but he had heard something about youthful parties in the discussion. Ino was currently talking with Sakura, who had managed to thankfully drag the platinum blonde away from Naruto a few minutes ago. Kiba was still running while stumbling around with alcohol in his hands. Chuji was not surprisingly over by the food table, eating to his heart's content. In fact, the only person who seemed to be missing was Dien Hick. Naruto-kun. Naruto paled as he turned around, to find a drunk Hinata trying to make her way towards him. Truth be told, Naruto was not quite sure what to make of the lavender-eyed girl. He had not really had much interaction with her other than her blushing and fainting whenever she was near him. It had taken spending time talking to various women and learning what he could about interacting with them, that he had realized the girl had a crush on him. However, there was a problem with this. The simple fact was Naruto did not have any romantic feelings for the girl. She was his friend and he would not deny she was physically attractive, however she was just not the kind of woman he looked for when looking for a relationship. The girl soon stumbled into him, forcing Naruto to wrap his arms around her so she would not fall. This however proved to be a mistake, as she pulled his head down so it was next to hers. Have I ever told you, how much? Just as the girl looked like she was about to kiss him, when thankfully her head dropped and she fell unconscious. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as he lifted the girl up. He looked over at Neji and gestured to Hinata. Hey Neji, do you think you could? Yes, I will take her back home, Neji replied as he took Hinata from the blonde. Neji shook his head. I wonder what Hiraishin-sama will think when his daughter comes home passed out from drinking? Probably something along the lines of picking up Tsunade's bad habits, Naruto said with a small chortle. As she is learning from Hokage-sama, Shino said. Naruto perked up at this. Really, I thought Sakura was the only person she was teaching. No, is learning from her too. Shikamaru said with a groan. She's picked up that troublesome woman's bad habits. She started to drink and gamble as well? Naruto asked with a grin. Worse, Shikamaru falter shudder run down his spine. She seems to have picked up the habit on beating us men every chance she gets. Naruto laughed and was just about to say something when. Anoli, don't drink that. Naruto turned around just in time to see Lee drink some sake Kiba had offered him. There was one moment where it seemed like time stood still right before Lee became a whirlwind of action and mass destruction. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto sighed as he threw off his clothes before laying down in bed. It had taken nearly an hour to subdue Lee and had required a combination of Shikamaru's Kage main no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu, Chuji's Baika no Jutsu, Partial Expansion Jutsu, and Naruto hitting several pressure points to knock the boy out. After that they had been forced to clean up the mess, while Tenten dragged Lee out as she apologized. Laying his head on the pillow, Naruto closed his eyes. Tomorrow was gonna be another big day. He was going to go to his first council meeting, so it would be best if he got some sleep. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Omake, Jiraiya's Punishment PT3. Jiraiya awoke with a groan. His head was currently ringing and it felt like he had gone several rounds as Tsunade's punching bag, which was an accurate description of what happened. As he opened his eyes he realized that he was lying on a table which he was currently bound to. His arms were tied under the table in a way that he could not even move them, while his legs were spread eagle and tied to the end. Not only that, but his chakra was completely sealed, so he could not use any of his seal-less jutsu to escape. A little ways away was a television, which suddenly turned on. A woman with large breasts and an odd mask with red swirls on the cheek appeared. Hello Jiraiya, it came distorted and demonic voice. You must be wondering why you are here. Your perverted ways have caused many problems recently. Therefore we are going to play a little game. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he tried to break out of his bonds. As he did that, a small slot opened up at the ends of the table near his feet. And ran up to his mail goods. A small round chainsaw appeared at the end of it, which began to spin. For the next 24 hours you will be forced to watch yaoi anime. Every time you close your eyes or turn your head the chainsaw will move 2 inches. Good luck. The screen went blank, before being replaced by something Jiraiya would never in a million years want to see. Out of reflex he both closed his eyes and turned his head. The chainsaw moved 4 inches. Jiraiya looked down and noticed this. Hey. I thought you said it was only 2 inches. He began to struggle and break the bonds holding him, only for the blade to move 2 inches. Oh boy, Jiraiya said. Come on, you can do this, just 24 hours, come on Jiraiya. He turned his head as he tried to the television, only to force it away again. The blade moved another 2 inches. XXXXXXXXXXXX. For the next 24 hours, Konoha was host to ghastly screams, making many people quickly assume that Konoha was becoming haunted. It was early in the morning and Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha, glad that he had gotten up early so he could enjoy the peace and quiet before people started waking up. As he walked he looked around the nearly deserted streets. The sun had only just risen a minute ago, so only a few shopkeepers were up and about, prepping their stores for the day. Naruto turned his attention back to where he was going, picking up the pace a little bit so he could get there sooner. The blonde was on his way to the hospital today, in the hopes of getting his blood tested so that he could find out if his abilities were truly a Kekkei Genkai. Naruto entered the hospital doors and looked over at the front counter, smiling when he saw his sister figure, Shizen. The black-haired woman was the one in charge of the hospital since Tsunade was the Hokage, which meant she was usually here making sure the place was in top shape before they opened. Before going to make sure the blonde Hokage was doing her work, or berating her for drinking, whichever came first. Walking up to the front counter, Naruto tapped on it to get Shizen's attention. Said woman turned around and smiled when she noticed Naruto. Oh! Naruto-kun, what are you doing at the hospital, and this early in the morning? Shizen asked with a bit of surprise. It was a well-known fact that Naruto hated hospitals. In fact, the few times he had ever been to the hospital the blonde shinobi would often sneak out. She remembered at least 6 separate occasions when the blonde shinobi had been in the hospital, each time he had snuck out and they had been forced to send the umbu after him and drag him back. So Naruto could imagine why she might be somewhat surprised. Not much Shizune-chan, I'm actually here to take the test to see if I have a Kekkai Genkai, Naruto replied, giving the woman his patented foxy grin. Shizune blushed a bit at the smile before her eyes lit up in remembrance. That's right. Tsunade-sama said you would be coming in to get one. Well, let's get started, just follow me. Naruto followed Shizune as they made their way down the hall. Said blonde had to repress a slight shiver as all the walls looked the same. It was the whole reason he disliked hospitals so much, they were completely bland. Naruto decided to get his mind off the drab environment of the hospital and started speaking with the woman next to him. So what have you been up to these past 4 years? He asked. Oh, not much, Shizune replied. Mostly I've been working at the hospital and trying to keep Tsunade-sama out of trouble. I bet that's pretty hard, Naruto spoke with a knowing grin. Knowing Bachan, I have no doubt you've been constantly forced to babysit her and make sure she doesn't get herself plastered. You know you shouldn't call Tsunade-sama something like that, Shizune said with a semi-stern glance, though she let out a giggle at the end. Perhaps, but when have I ever cared about what I should and should not do? Naruto smirked at the black-haired woman. That's true, Shizune admitted with a smile. They quieted down as Shizune opened the door to one of the rooms, gesturing for Naruto to go in while she came in behind him. Just sit over on the bed, Shizune said as she closed the door and began going through the cabinets. Naruto grunted in acknowledgement as he walked over to the bed, sitting down and closing his eyes as there was nothing to look at but the dreary walls. A little while later Shizune walked up to him. Hold out your arm, please. Naruto opened his eyes and did as asked. Shizune tapped his arm a few times before finding the vein she wanted. Sticking in the needle, Shizune twisted a capsule on it, making blood begin to flow into the vial at the end of the needle. Naruto watched as his blood bubbled into the vial with an odd sort of fascination. He had only gotten a blood test done once, and that was when he was 3, so this was a new experience for him. There, Shizune said as she pulled out the needle and set on the table. She went back to wipe off the blood and fix the wound. However, when she turned around she saw Naruto wiping off the blood himself, with the wound already completely healed, and remembered his Kyuubi healing factor. Thanks Shizune-chan, Naruto said with a smile as he stood up. It's no trouble, Shizune replied as the two walked out the door and back to the front. Tsunade-sama will be busy for a while, but I'll make sure she gets this sometime next week, Shizune told him as she sealed the vial in a blood seal. Naruto nodded. That's cool, thanks again. Shizune waved to him as he left, walking back out the door. Looking at the sun, Naruto figured he still had several hours to kill before the council meeting. Naruto decided to walk around Konoha. It was still fairly early, so not a lot of people were out, just a few shop owners who were setting up stores. As Naruto looked around the street, he spotted the Yamanaka flower shop, which was just opening. Changing direction, Naruto made a beeline for the store. As he opened the door, the bell rang, signaling his entrance. Hello, what can I owe, Naruto-kun? Ino said in surprise before her voice turned flirtatious. So what can I get you, or did you just come to see me? Naruto resisted the urge to groan. Despite having obviously grown up and gotten stronger, it was still plain to see that Ino had not lost her fangirlish tendencies. Still, Naruto figured it would be rude to not converse with her. Not this time, I'm afraid. I just came in to get some flowers. Oh. Ino's voice dropped a bit in disappointment. So who are they for? She figured Naruto was getting them for Sakura. My parents, Naruto said with a sad smile. Oh. The platinum blonde found herself cursing for ruining such a good mood. In that case, I would suggest a bouquet of roses, Ino said as she led Naruto to the section where the roses were. She began to rearrange them before putting them into a plastic wrap. When she was done, Ino led Naruto to the front desk. Typing in a few numbers on the cash register, she rung up his total. That will 150.00 yen. Naruto nodded and with a puff of smoke had Gamachan out of its seal. Opening it up, he grabbed the necessary money and handed it to Ino. Thanks, Ino, Naruto said as he grabbed the roses. He was just about to leave when Ino grabbed his hand. Wait. Ino stopped him as she remembered something Sakura had told her. I heard from Sakura that you were the author of a certain book. Naruto smirked. You mean Loveless, right? Yeah, I'm the author, Naruto grinned. So you a fan? He asked. Only to sweat drop as Ino was suddenly right in front of him, with hearts in her eyes and his book in his face. Is it just me, or do all women seem capable of the Hiraishin when they want something? I can't believe you wrote this, Ino squealed. This book is my absolute favorite. The beauty of your words and the deep meanings behind them are also so breathtaking. She held the book out to him. Can you sign my book? Naruto smiled. Sure. He grabbed the book and pen she had, signing it for her before handing it back. Thanks for the flowers, Ino, Naruto said as he threw a wave over his shoulder. He never noticed the gleam in Ino's eyes as he left. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Yugao placed the single flower she had next to the memorial stone. Standing back up, she looked at the one name that had meant the world to her. Hate. It had been well known to the ninja population that the two had been dating. She and Hate had been together since they were genin. However, what had not been as well known was that she and Hate had actually been engaged for nearly 6 months before the invasion of Konoha struck. They had been nearing the final stages of planning out their wedding when Hate had been killed by a wind blade, taking him from her life and leaving the woman feeling completely empty. Ever since then she had been lost. Her entire life seemed to revolve around her fellow swordsman. Now that he was gone, she had felt as if she was just ghosting through life, without really living. Her friends of course had tried to help to the best of their abilities, trying to get her out of the apartment she had shared with Hate, taking her out on the town in the hopes she would at least smile. They had even tried to hook her up with another man. However, none of it had worked. She could not bear the thought of leaving the place she and Hate had shared so many memories. She rarely ever went out with her friends anymore except to drink. Usually Yugao was doing some kind of S-class mission or in the hospital after said mission went wrong. And no one else could ever fill the void that Hayate's death had caused. A part of that may have been her fault, but she really did not feel like moving on. It felt like she would be betraying Hayate's memory. Excuse me, miss, do you mind if I stay here? Yugao's eyes widened in surprise as she twirled around. When her gaze landed on the figure, her eyes widened even more. Why Yandame-sama? Yugao spoke in shock, finding herself staring into the blue eyes of who she assumed was the Yandame Hokage. Naruto was about to correct her when he found his gaze traveling along the woman. She was definitely beautiful, with long purple hair that had 2 large bangs falling over her shoulder and several smaller bangs covering her face. Her eyes were a dark brown, which contrasted nicely with her pale milky skin. She had a heart-shaped face with small yet pouty pink lips and a small nose. She was wearing the umbu attire for female kunoichi, which did nothing to hide her amazing figure. Nice well-rounded and firm hips, a narrow waist, and luscious mid to high C-cup chest. All in all, the entire woman was the epitome of beauty, yet it was not these qualities that attracted his attention. It was that he knew this woman. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Flashback. A 5-year-old Naruto was huddled in a corner of an alley trying to hide from his pursuers. He had gone out of his home in one of the alleys in the low-class district of Konoha to get some food from the garbage. Something he had been forced to do for several months now, since the orphanage had kicked him out. When several drunk civilians had noticed him and began to throw various objects and chase him, claiming that he was stealing. Naruto instinctively knew that they really just wanted to justify beating him. It did not happen often, but the occasional time he had been seen, people would make some trumped-up claim and do what these people were doing just now. Well, what do we have here? He looked up and his eyes widened before he was kicked in the chest. His malnourished body hit the wall, making him cough up blood. The man who kicked him lifted the blonde by his throat, slamming him into the wall before slamming him on the floor. The man then stomped on his back and Naruto screamed as it felt like his spine snapped in half. Do you not like that? The man asked in a drunken and whiny voice. Too bad, the man laughed as he kicked Naruto on his stomach, before raising his foot up to stomp on his face. Naruto closed his eyes as he waited for the inevitable blow. It never hit. After nearly a minute of nothing happening, Naruto opened his eyes to see a young girl standing in front of him. She had long purple hair and was wearing black clothes. She wasn't very tall and looked to be around 15 years old. On her face was one of those funny masks that Naruto had seen answering to the old man in the funny hat. She was currently grabbing the man's leg, keeping it from hitting him. Who the hell are you? The man said in anger and disgust. You better be on your way, girlie, or we're gonna. Ah! He cried out as the leg she had in her hand on previously was suddenly sliced off by a sword the young woman had pulled out. You people disgust me, picking on an innocent child because of his burden. She slashed the man across the throat, killing him. She turned to look at the other two men who, despite being drunk, were sober enough to realize the danger they were in. Both were NWT cowering in fear as the woman stalked towards them, 2 quick slashes of her sword and a fire jutsu later they were dead and burned to ashes. She turned around and walked to Naruto, who huddled up against the wall. Please, please don't hurt me. The woman winced at the pitiful tone in the boy's voice. She kneeled down next to him and took off her mask, revealing grayish-brown eyes and a heart-shaped face. Don't worry, little one, I'm not gonna hurt you. She stretched out her arms. Naruto looked at her for a full minute with eyes that were surprisingly piercing. Finally he moved from his hiding spot. She noticed that he was limping and in obvious pain, despite the fact that she could see the fox healing the boy's injuries. She ignored that as she picked the little blonde boy up and noticed that he was far lighter than he should be, an obvious sign that he was malnourished. She decided to take him to her apartment and get him some food. She may not be able to do much, but she would help where she could. That very same day Naruto had been given an apartment by the Sandame, who had been looking for him. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruchan. Naruto ran out of his room and quickly wiped the smile off his face as he went into a pout, crossing his arms and puffing out his cheeks. I told you not to call me that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Naruchan, Yugao smirked. She loved how easy it was to tease this boy. It had been nearly 2 months since she had found him. The Sandame had made her Naruto's personal bodyguard until he entered the academy in 6 months. Yugao-ne-chan, and Naruto whined as Yugao laughed. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruchan, I want you to meet my boyfriend Gekahate. Yugao introduced a sickly-looking man with a bandana headband and sword strapped to his side. A what? Naruto cried out, getting surprised looks from the two. I thought I was your boyfriend. Yugao made some choking sounds as Hate laughed at her. Why you-chan are cheating on me with younger men? Perhaps I should tell Hokage-sama that you're robbing the cradle. Yugao shot him a glare, but Hate just laughed while Naruto looked just confused. Flashback end. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Despite the fact that he had not seen her since he started the academy when he was 6, Naruto could never forget that face. She looked exactly as she had 10 years ago, though he noticed that she had bags under her eyes, a sign that she had not been sleeping well. Her eyes also held a great sadness in them, a void that left her empty. Yet even with that, Naruto found that she was still as beautiful as ever. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Yugao? Naruto greeted, startling the purple-haired woman. Yugao scrutinized Naruto as she got a closer look. It was then that she noticed the 6 whisker marks on his cheek and realized who he was. Naruto. Yugao said incredulously, I didn't even recognize you. You look bolder? More mature? Naruto questioned with a grin, devilishly handsome? Despite her sadness, Yugao managed to crack a small smile. You certainly have grown. Her smile soon turned into a frown as her thoughts went back to Hate. Naruto sighed at seeing this. So you don't mind if I... He trailed off as he held up the flowers. No, go ahead, Yugao said as she moved over. Naruto nodded in thanks as he walked up to the memorial stone, placing the bouquet next to it before he stood up. He looked over the many names that were listed there, before finding the 2 that meant the most to him. Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Naruto placed his hand on the memorial stone, letting his fingers ghost over the names of his parents. He took a step back and moved over to the left, allowing Yugao to take a place beside him. You know, I find it kind of funny, Naruto said, making the purple-haired Umbu turn towards him. Every day for nearly 6 months I would meet my team here, yet not one time did I ever look at this. All this time my parents were right here and I never even knew. That is a little ironic, Yugao replied as she stared at the stone. You're here to see Hate, right? Naruto asked after a moment of silence. Yes. Naruto looked over at Yugao as he heard the crack in her voice, closing his eyes as he realized that it was still a sensitive subject for her. I'm sorry, he apologized in a small voice. Not your fault, Yugao said, though Naruto knew from her tone that she did not want to talk about it anymore. Naruto and Yugao stood there for several long minutes, neither saying a word while one mourned her loss, and the other mourned what would never be. It was a little while later that Naruto turned his head, feeling a chakra signature enter the area. There was a swirl of leaves as an Umbu Sushin next to them. Namikaze-san, Tsunade-sama has requested your presence in her office, the Umbu said. Naruto nodded, thank you, tell her I'll be there shortly. As the Umbu nodded and disappeared, Naruto turned to Yugao, he placed a hand on her shoulder and gave it a comforting squeeze before he too disappeared. Yugao watched until the blonde was gone, looking back at the memorial stone one last time before she left to see what S-rank missions she could take. XXXXXXXXXXXX. You called Bachan? Naruto greeted as he appeared within Tsunade's office, right before he was forced to duck under a paperweight. You know, despite growing up a bit, you're still a brat. Tsunade said with a scowl. Naruto just grinned as he sat down in one of the seats that were in front of her desk. Maybe, but you still love me. Tsunade smiled before gaining a dismissive demeanor, whatever gaki. So what did you call me in for? Naruto asked, knowing that there was still about an hour before the council meeting started. Tsunade sighed as she started speaking. I figured now would be a good time to inform you about your new duties as a clan head. No doubt Jiraiya skipped out on all of the important information when he spoke to you about this. Naruto laughed. That's true, in fact the only thing Ero-sensei taught me about was the CRA, which he seemed rather excited about. I'll bet. Tsunade said with a scowl, remind me to beat that pervert the next time I see him. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. In the hot springs of Konoha, Jiraiya let out a loud sneeze before covering his mouth and nose in the hopes no one heard that. Unfortunately, Hana Inuzuka was one of the women currently in the hot springs, and her enhanced senses were able to pick up the noise easily. Jiraiya soon found himself running from a mob of women who had all sorts of weaponry, threatening him with death and castration. He continued to run, however his luck ran out when he slipped on the wet surface. Hitting the ground hard as the woman surrounded him, giving off that aura of death that all women gain when they are about to cause someone extreme pain. Soon shouts of pain were only eclipsed by the women's shouts of pervert. XXXXXXXXXXXX. I'll be sure to remind you, Naruto said with a grin. Tsunade smirked at him before getting into an explanation as to what his duties as a clan head would be. Most of what he had to do was fairly simple. As a part of a clan, he was a member of the council, which helped the Hokage rule over Konoha and set up new laws and policies. It was also important for him to set an example for the citizens to follow, though that made him wonder why clans like the Hyuga clan seemed to walk around with a 10-foot pole shoved up their ass. She also discussed several laws about the clans, most of which were centered around a clan's rights to privacy. This would keep the council out of his business, in theory anyway, since he had no doubt they would at least make an attempt to get into his affairs. I am not sure whether or not you know this, however a clan is supposed to have something special about them that helps strengthen the village, Tsunade said. You mean besides a Kekkei Genkai? Asked Naruto in unmasked curiosity. Tsunade nodded, yes, each clan has something besides their bloodline that helps contribute to Konoha. Otherwise your father's name would have never been given clan status. The Hyuga clan, for example, holds great political power, and is well known for their diplomats and influence outside the village. The Inuzuka clan is a well-known tracker clan. They usually end up teaming up with the Aburame and Hyuga clans for this. They also own all the vets. The Aburame clan is likewise a tracker clan, but they are also well known for a lot of their shinobi spending several years within the Umbu. The Akimichi clan is responsible for the Demolitions Corps, while the Yamanaka clans are well known for their interrogation skills and have several members who work INT. And the Nara clan has always been charged with creating evacuation drills and counterattacks during times of war. Naruto nodded as he listened to what Tsunade was telling him. So I need to find something that will help the village? Yes, Tsunade said, your father had been planning to do this eventually, but was unable to before he died. So it will be up to you to find out a way to better Konoha. Think of this as something of an initiation test to see if your name is deserving clan status. Naruto nodded, very well, I actually think I already have something that will work. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow at how fast he thought something up, but did not speak as Naruto continued. As you know, my father was well known for Fuinjutsu, which Jiraiya told me I inherited. I think it would be beneficial if I came up with several seals that would help Konoha. What kinds of seals are we talking about? Asked Tsunade, intrigued with what Naruto was saying. Well, most people never go beyond the standard sealing scroll and exploding tag, many of which I can produce in a higher quality. However, there are also several seals I can design that can help people with more subtlety. I was thinking about what happens when our ninja are captured and slated for torture. What if they had a seal that could be activated by either chakra or blood that would allow them to escape? I'm listening, Tsunade said as she grew more and more interested by the second. What I'm thinking of are several seals that could be used for this. The first is a seal that will store a certain amount of elemental chakra in it. Any kind would do, though I recommend wind. When the seal is released, the wind is shot out in several blades, which will form a protective sphere around the user. I can make similar things such as a firewall, a water sword, earth spikes, or charge the body with electricity to increase speed and power. With wind it will allow him or her to cut through wires and even people if they get too close, though the downside is they become a walking target for their opposing element. Tsunade continued to listen to Naruto with interest. Some of the ideas he came up with were amazing. While they each had small weaknesses, it did not really matter. If you were captured most of the time, it meant you were as good as dead. This would actually give their shinobi a chance to escape, and even a small chance was better than no chance at all. Those are some pretty good ideas, Tsunade told him. I suggest you speak to some of the ninja stores and show them your seals once they're made. We can also present them to the council. This should get them off your back for the most part. Tsunade looked over at the clock. Speaking of the council, it's about time we headed out. Naruto nodded as he got up, with Tsunade following suit. XXXXXXXXXXXX. The council chamber was currently a bustle of activity as the members waited for the last two people to come in for the meeting. There was an air of excitement in the room that had not been there for a while. This was due to the fact that Naruto was going to become the new head of the Namikaze clan. Many of the members of the council were eagerly awaiting this, having made plans to acquire the power that his clan held. Though most of this came from the civilian side of the council, who hoped to force Naruto into several arranged marriages. The elders were also another group who wanted to take the Namikaze clan's power for themselves, something they had desired to do since Minato had been named Hokage and his name was given clan status. The elders always held a strong dislike for the blonde man, who had stripped the council of almost all its power during his short tenure of Hokage. They had always felt that Minato had been nothing more than a young upstart, trying to get rid of them when only they deserved the power to control Konoha. After all, they had been protecting this country long before Minato had even been born. Now that man's son was going to take his father's seat as clan head, which they personally thought was a ridiculous notion. Not only because the boy was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, but also because they felt he, like his father, did not deserve any of the power that came with being the head of a clan. Danzo in particular was weary of letting the boy get such power and influence in Konoha, unlike his two cohorts who, while intelligent, were also arrogant in their beliefs of their own superiority. Danzo knew that if the boy was anything like his father, it would be hard to gain the Namikaze clan's power. However, he was still fairly confident that he could turn everything in his favor so that the roots of Konoha could flourish. On the other side of the table sat the clan heads, the only people who were not thinking of ways to gain the blonde's power. In the seat right next to the Hokages was none other than Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, which was currently the largest clan in Konoha. Hayashi was a man who, despite his cold demeanor, always put his clan and Konoha first, even when it went against his own beliefs. That had been the main reason he had pushed Hinata so hard during her training. It had been his hope that she would push back and eventually grow into a strong clan head. However, it had only been in recent years that the young girl had shown just how strong she could be, which surprisingly enough was the same reason or person that the council had been called for. When Hayashi had heard that Minato still had a son, he had been ecstatic. It was not well known, but Hayashi and Minato had been rivals during their academy and genin days. Minato had graduated as the Rookie of the Year, with Hayashi following behind him in second place. At first it had been extremely humiliating to be beaten out by a clan-less orphan. This had caused Hiraishin to push himself to be stronger, always trying to outdo Minato in everything. It had not been until the Chunin exams that Hiraishin and Minato became friends. Hiraishin had faced off against the blonde ninja during the third stage of the exams, and despite the blonde being 2 years his junior, Hiraishin had lost, badly. Despite the fact that his defeat could be considered one of the most humiliating days of his life, Hiraishin had seen something during that fight. He had been able to see that Minato had been what Sarutobi would call a carrier of the will of fire, that he would often speak of. It had been that will and determination for change which had formed Hiraishi's friendship with the blonde. Later on he and Minato had made many plans for when Minato became Hokage, one of which had been the blonde's plan to help Hiraishin get rid of the birdcage seal. Unfortunately, Minato had sacrificed his life when the Kyuubi came and attacked the village. When he had found that out and that the beast that killed his friend had been sealed, Hiraishin had desired to order the young child executed despite his friend's last wish. It had been both a great shock and horror when nearly 14 years later, he had received news that Minato's son and living legacy was in fact the child he had wanted executed. This had brought shame to Hiraishin, who was disappointed in himself for not realizing who Naruto was sooner, especially for someone who was recognized for his all-seeing eyes. It was because of this that Hiraishin vowed to himself that he would support young Naruto, giving the young blonde his and his clan's backing. 2 seats from Hiraishin was Tsum, the clan head of the Inuzuka clan. This clan was well known for their collaboration with ninja dogs and their pack mentality. They always believed in looking out for family, and were well known for their fierce loyalty to others. It was because of this that Tsum felt she had shamed her clan name by not recognizing Naruto for who he was. Kushina Uzumaki had been one of her best friends during the academy. She and the redhead had been the pranksters of their class. Many times the two would get in trouble for playing pranks, which would end up causing mass amounts of property damage. In truth, this should have been the Inuzuka head's first clue about who Naruto's parents were, with his father's looks being the second clue. Tsum had promised that if something ever happened to Kushina, she would take care of the woman's pups, with the red-haired tomboy promising the same. When she had heard that her best friend's child had been the very boy she had hated for containing the beast that killed her husband, the Inuzuka matriarch had been horrified. To find out that she had broken her promise and left Kushina's pup without protection, it was the greatest dishonor she could give. This was why she had promised to herself that she would help Naruto with whatever he needed. Sitting next to the Inuzuka matriarch was Shibi Aburame, the clan head of the Aburame clan. The Aburames were well known as a clan that followed logic, believing that to do otherwise would cause more issues to arise than need be. They were also ostracized, much like Naruto, because of the bugs they carry. That was why Shibi had honored the Yandame's wish. They knew that Naruto was no more the Kyuubi than their Kakai bugs were them. His clan had been the only one who would really help the boy. It was not as much as he would have liked, since his clan was small and could not look after the boy all the time. But the first few birthdays that Naruto had after starting the academy, Shibi had made sure that one Aburame was there to watch him. It had proved to be a good idea, as during the young boy's birthday many people would get drunk to the point that their logical processes would not work. The end result was a drunken mob who would try to go after Naruto. Thankfully his clan had always been able to stop that by draining the mobs of their chakra before they could do anything. When he had heard the news that Naruto was in fact the son of one of the few shinobi who had received his clan's respect, it had never made him so thankful for honoring said man's last wish. The last in the lineup were the members of the Yamanaka, Nara and Akamichi clans, who were well known for their powerful teamwork. These three were Inoichi, Shikaku and Chuza, and they had been known as the Inashikacho trio, due to the teamwork they used during the Third Great Shinobi War. These three all had very different views on what they felt should have been done with Naruto. Shikaku, who was the most intelligent of all of them, was more than smart enough to realize that Naruto was just a boy. Unfortunately, the man had not done much, for the simple fact that like all Nara members he was too lazy, and it would be too troublesome to really do something to help the boy. It was something he was regretting now that he knew of Naruto's heritage. Chuza had been on the fence about Naruto. While he knew that the boy was not the Kyuubi, he was still wary about letting his child near him. Of course, Naruto ended up befriending Chuji anyway, having stood up for the boy when he was being picked on by bullies for his weight. That had probably been the turning point for Chuza, but he had still not really done anything to help the boy, something he was now regretting. Inoichi Yamanaka was the one person in their group who had wanted nothing to do with the boy, while he had not believed that Naruto was the Kyuubi. He had still been wary of him and had told his daughter to stay as far away from him as possible. Now that he knew of the blonde's heritage, he was coming to regret his decision. It was 15 minutes after everyone else had entered the council chamber that the doors opened again, and in walked the last two people they were waiting for. The first was easily recognized as Tsunade Senju, the Godame Hokage and last of the Senju clan. However, it was the second figure that had caught everyone's attention and ended up shocking those in the council chamber. Standing before them was what many could only feel was the Yondaime reborn. The young man looked like an exact replica of his father. Even the way the blonde teen moved was akin to his father. Each step he took spoke of a man who had great confidence in himself. Yet at the same time it showed that he was not arrogant. It was graceful, much like a predator stalking its prey. That, combined with the aura of power and confidence the young man exuded, was enough to make many of the people in the room look at Naruto in the same light as his father. The two blondes walked over to their seats, Tsunade sitting at the head of the council. Meanwhile, Naruto took his clan seat, which was right between Hiraishin and Tsum. Naruto offered Hiraishin a nod of acknowledgement, which was returned. Before turning to Tsum and giving the woman a feral grin, that surprisingly enough began to make the Inuzuka matriarch feel hot under the collar due to how feral the look was. It seemed to literally scream alpha to her. Tsunade cleared her throat before speaking. As you are all aware, we are here to welcome Naruto as the new head of the Namikaze clan. But before we do that, I would like to know if any of you have objects to this decision. She looked at all of the council members with a glare, letting them know that she would be going through with this decision anyway. Thankfully no one objected, though the main reason behind this was less than savory. Good, then I hereby bestow upon Naruto all the rights, responsibilities and privileges of a clan head, Tsunade said. And now that that's out of the way, we can. I actually, Hokage-san, Danzo said with an impassive face, though on the inside he was feeling quite smug. There is one thing we must discuss with Namikaze-san. Before he could complete his sentence, he was stopped by a growl. Danzo along with everyone else turned to look at the source of said growl in surprise. It was Naruto, who was currently glaring at Danzo. I suggest you hold your tongue when speaking to the Hokage in such a way, Danzo-san. You will refer to her as Tsunade-sama or Hokage-sama as her position dictates. To do otherwise is a vast insult to her, and if Hokage-sama wished, it could be considered as an act of treason. Danzo along with the other two elders resisted the urge to glare at the young man. Frankly, they felt that being called out like this was beneath them. But they knew that they would not be able to call Tsunade with anything but respect, now that Danzo had been called out, and the threat made sure that it would be impossible for them to get away with the small demeaning tactic. Unfortunately, they could not do anything about it. They could no longer risk treating the blonde woman with disrespect anymore, lest they wished to go to jail or worse. However, the only sign they had that conveyed their displeasure was the way they pursed their lips. Of course, Danzo said in a clam voice, though on the inside he was seething. Still, he would not let this boy get to him. He was positive that in the end it would not matter and he would still get what he wanted. I apologize, Namikaze-san, but as I was... I'm not the one you should be apologizing to, Naruto interrupted as he gestured to Tsunade. Danzo grit his teeth, but kept his outwardly calm appearance as he turned to the Hokage. I apologize for the lack of respect, Tsunade-sama, it won't happen again. Tsunade looked over at Naruto, who gave her a discreet wink. Resisting the urge to smirk, Tsunade turned back towards Danzo. Apology accepted, Danzo-san, just see that it does not happen again, she said, emphasizing san to let the man know who was in charge. She was so glad she had given Naruto the Tokubetsu Jonin rank. She finally had someone who would help put the civilians and elders in their place. Danzo resisted the urge to glare at Naruto before continuing. As I was saying before, there is something very important that you must know, Namikaze-san. Because you are the last of your clan, you fall under Article D, Clause 36 of the Konoha clan charter. As it states, any last male heir of a new or extinct clan must marry a minimum of 4 women by the time of their 18th birthday, in order to produce strong heirs for said clan so as to keep the clan from dying out. As you are the last of your clan, it is required that you find at least 4 women to wed. As Danzo finished and sat down, another elder, named Koharu, stood up in what had to have been a practiced routine. She picked up a scroll and unrolled it while clearing her throat. Namikaze-san, we of the council have chosen several women who we feel would benefit your clan. I hope that you will. Excuse me, Koharu-san, Naruto cut in with a frown. But I believe that under clause 37 of the same article it states, until the time of the heir's 18th birth date, neither the council nor even the Hokage have any say in who said heir is to wed. To do so is in violation of said heir's clan rights, as such if the council or Hokage tries to force the heir into marriage before that time. Then said heir has the right to take his clan assets and leave Konoha. I am only 16 at this moment, Koharu-san. So correct me if I am wrong, but I believe you don't have the power to even suggest who I am to wed. Am I right? The Shinobi Council looked at Naruto with a mixture of awe and respect. None of them held any love of the elders or those on the civilian side of the council. So to see them being humbled like this was definitely a pleasant experience for them. Hiraishin in particular was both amazed and impressed by Naruto's political prowess. To him it felt almost like he was looking at Minato, who was speaking circles around the council. He would have to invite the young man over for dinner sometime. Hamura and Koharu narrowed their eyes in anger, displeased that another young upstart was countering their every move. It was like Minato was staring at them and ridding them of their power all over again. It was even worse since this boy was not only his son, but also the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. Danzo, despite feeling the same way, did not show his emotions, not wanting to give the young blonde another victory. Likewise, the civilian council was feeling most displeased with the situation. Many of their daughters had been on that list. It had been their hope that they could get some of them to marry Naruto to get into the clan, and then they would be able to use several political loopholes to strip the boy of any actual power. However, until Naruto turned 18 there was nothing they could do, making them regret turning Naruto into a clan head. Tsunade smirked as she looked at Naruto, feeling quite proud at how her godson was handling the council. She knew that the main reason Naruto was able to talk circles around the elders was because of the topic at hand. When Naruto had told her that Jiraiya had gone over the CRA in explicit detail, he had not been kidding. The young blonde knew the CRA's laws better than the back of his hand, having memorized every single sentence of that law, making it the one thing that the elders would never be able to beat him on. Tsunade coughed into her hand, getting the attention of the council. Namikaze-san is right, Tsunade said as she used a more respectful suffix than she usually would when they were in a more private setting. However, you do know that you will need to wed at least 4 women before your 18th birthday? Naruto nodded at Tsunade as he gave a smirk, one that made the civilian and elders on the council feel unease. Do not fret, Hokage-sama, I am well aware of my obligations in this department, Naruto replied. Fortunately, I have already found 4 such women who I have met throughout the years and fallen in love with. They understand my obligations and have accepted that. So none of you need to worry about me not finding anyone to help me restore my clan. Any last vestige of hope that the civilian council had to gain the boy's powers was lost with that statement. They had assumed that despite being a Namikaze he would still not be able to find anyone to marry, or more like hoped he would not find anyone. That way when he turned 18 they could arrange several marriages for him, and he would not be able to get out of them. Now all of that was a moot point. If I may ask Namikaze-san, Danzo said as he stood up, there should still be at least one way he could salvage this. If he could find out who the boy was marrying and somehow get them under his thumb, he could use them to get the young man within his grasp. Then he would not only have his weapon, but also the blonde's children as his weapons. Who exactly are you planning to marry? Naruto gave Danzo a cold smile. I am sorry, Danzo-san, however you should know that I cannot tell you yet. It is well known that my father had made many enemies, which have only compounded onto my own. With Iwa and Akatsuki on the loose, it would not be wise for news of my wives to get out right now. I'm sure you understand, the blonde finished with a condescending smile. Danzo's one eye narrowed at the boy. He knew that Naruto was going to become a problem the moment he had found out about his heritage. Unfortunately, Danzo knew that right now there was nothing they could do. The boy was too powerful to take out at the moment. However, Danzo was patient. He would wait until the time was right, then he would strike. However, not all of the people in this room were smart enough to keep their mouths shut, as one of the council members proved when he stood up and glared at Naruto. So what? You don't trust us, he shouted the member of the civilian council, a man who went by the name of Denbi Shijuko. Said man pointed at Naruto, I see how it is. You think that just because you're in some clan that you're better than everyone else? You think that you can do whatever you want? Denbi had always been known for his insatiable greed, even among the council, as well as his hatred of Naruto. It was actually because of this man that Naruto had been unable to buy even the bare necessities in Konoha, such as food and clothing. Since Denbi owned more than half of the shops in Konoha, and had gotten Naruto blacklisted by the others through political loopholes and threats. Soon the man's rant began to degrade even more than what it already was. The only reason you even have that seat is because of your father. It doesn't matter anyway, you don't deserve that seat. You're nothing more than a demon. An illegitimate child from somewhere that the yandere fucked and got pregnant. I bet you that. The man's words died in his throat as the air around the room dropped nearly 60 degrees in temperature. The people in the room actually began to clatter their teeth together as the cold seeped in. Accompanying this was an absolutely dreadful feeling. It was not like an intense blast of killing intent. No, it was far more subtle than that. Too many it felt as if the Shinigami himself had entered the room and death was touching them. The source of this feeling was none other than Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, who was looking at the now freezing Denbi with a deceptively calm face. Tell me, Counselor-san, do you have any family? Naruto asked in a conversational tone, as if merely talking about the weather. Denbi and everyone else shivered at the deceptively casual tone, but he steeled himself as he would not let the demon upstage him. Why are you going to kill them? Denbi asked with a sneer. Naruto gave the man a cold smile. Not at all, I was merely curious. The counselor scoffed, no, I don't have a family, you should know since you're the one who killed them. Naruto raised an eyebrow but did not comment on the man's stupidity. Instead he turned to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, is the third's law still in effect? Well yes, Tsunade answered in an unsure tone. Good, Naruto said before turning back to Denbi, it's too bad you don't have a family, otherwise I might have let you live. Before the man could even open his mouth, Naruto threw one of his Hiraishin kunai, before disappearing and reappearing right next to the man in a flash of yellow with a Rasengan in hand. Naruto plunged the sphere right into the man's head, making it explode and shower gore on all of the civilian council members. Many of the civilians went wide-eyed as they began to shake in fear from seeing all of the gore, and more than a few were unable to hold in their lunches. The few who were not as affected were shaking like a leaf in the wind as they stared at Naruto, who was eyeing them all with a cold expression. Said shinobi was walking behind the civilians, forcing them to turn in order to look at him, while he spun the tri-pronged kunai in his hand in a lazy fashion. I seem to be finding myself very disappointed with the stupidity of this council, Naruto started in a near-lazy drawl. Many of the council wanted to protest, but the odd feeling of death that had come to them stopped their tongues cold. Meanwhile Naruto continued on, headless to their problems. After the number of times I had protected Konoha, I would have thought you would have all realized by now that I am not the Kyuubi. I am no more the Kyuubi than a sealing scroll is the kunai that's been sealed into it. However, if I was the Kyuubi, then don't you think that provoking me as you have for the first 12 years of my life might not have been the best choice? If I really was the Kyuubi, then all of you would be dead by now for what you put me through. He paused here as he made his way to the center of the chamber, letting many of the counselors think on what he had just said. In truth, many had to wonder about that. It was true after all. If Naruto had really been the Kyuubi, then Konoha would have most likely been destroyed long ago. When Naruto got to the center of the chamber, he continued, however, what bothers me more than your treatment of me is the way you claim to hail my father as one of your greatest ninja, and yet you continue to show such blatant disrespect. My father not only gave his own life, but the life of his own son so that all of you could be safe. He sacrificed everything for you. And all he asked in return was that his child be treated as a hero. And yet you took that request and stomped on it. Treating the child like he was less than dirt. Hailing the father and damning the son. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If my father were alive right now, he would be ashamed of you. In fact, I'm almost positive that he is rolling in his grave right now. Naruto locked eyes with each and every member of the council, with eyes that were so dead even Itachi would shiver. I want each and every one of you to consider this. Would you have treated your own child the way I was treated if they had been used for the sealing instead of me? With his piece said, Naruto went back over to his seat, sitting down with a soft sigh. Many on the council looked at him with varied emotions. Those on the shinobi side were looking at him with awe and respect. But many were also looking at him in shame, knowing that they were just as guilty as the civilian side for not being there for the boy. The civilians were looking at Naruto with a mixture of contemplation and some even in shame, though only time would tell how they were truly going to take it. Tsunade closed her mouth as she got over her own shock. I agree with Namikaze-san, I am disappointed in how he has been treated throughout the years. I hope this will be a lesson for all of you. Tsunade paused for a moment before deciding that a subject change was needed. Now that this is out of the way, I would like to discuss the renewing of our trade agreement with Nami no Kuni. And would the Umbu please take that body away? XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto gave a heavy sigh as he sat on the couch in the Hokage's office. Man, that was hard. Really? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow as she went over behind her desk. I thought you did really good. Maybe, Naruto said as Tsunade sat down next to him with a bottle of sake and 2 saucers in hand. My bachan, drinking on the job are we? Naruto smirked at her for shame. I shut up Gaki, Tsunade said as she poured some sake into the saucers before taking one of them. With all the paperwork and crap I have to do, I think I deserve a drink every now and then. Naruto gave a small chuckle as he grabbed the other saucer, sipping some of the sake and letting it burn down his throat. Is this the Kumo imported rice sake? Naruto asked as he took another sip. It is, Tsunade said with a grin as she sipped some of her own. It sounds like you're into sake just as much as I am, if you know that. So you have no right to complain to me about drinking. Naruto took another sip before he grinned at her. Maybe, but since I can't get drunk anyways, it doesn't really matter. Besides that, I'm not the Hokage. Tsunade humped before the two fell silent for a moment, quietly drinking their sake. After a while Tsunade spoke up. When do you think you can have a demonstration for the seals you plan on making? Naruto frowned in thought as he poured himself some more sake. Well, the first thing I have to do is find a store that specializes in ninja wear. I'm thinking of going to the Higurashi weapons store since I know Tenten. After that I'll schedule the demonstration. As for the seals, Naruto paused in thought before continuing, they should be done by the end of the week. Most of them are actually things I've been working on for a long time, so they won't take much longer to finish. Tsunade nodded. Let me know when you plan on doing the demonstration and I'll inform the council. Do you mean the Shinobi Council, right? Naruto said with a grin. Tsunade matched his grin with one of her own and nodded in agreement. After the discussions on trade and other commerce agreements, Tsunade had been going to start discussing shinobi affairs, such as the academy teachings and budget. Before that could happen, Naruto had once again helped Tsunade by kicking out the civilian council. They had of course protested by claiming they had a right to be there. Naruto had just countered their claims by reminding them that, according to the law set down by the Shodame and Nidame Hokages, they had no right to involve themselves in shinobi affairs. Of course, now why don't you tell me about your training trip with Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. Well, Naruto said with a smile as the two spent the rest of the time drinking sake, while Naruto told Tsunade stories of all the pranks he had pulled on the perverted Sannin. XXXXXXXXXXXX. The next morning Naruto was up bright and early again. After he finished his training regime and eating a healthy breakfast, the blonde decided to go see if he could meet Tenten and her dad. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha as he watched the people getting ready for their day. It was still early in the morning, so only a few people were up, allowing Naruto to just walk around and enjoy the quiet. Naruto made his way over to the Higurashi weapons store, opening the door which sounded with a chime. He looked over at the cash register and saw Tenten, sitting on a stool and reading a magazine of some kind. Most likely a weapons magazine of some kind, thought Naruto with a smile as he walked over and tapped on the desk. Good morning, Tenten. Tenten looked up at Naruto and a blush quickly spread across her face. Good morning, Naruto-kun. How are you doing? Tenten asked. Naruto gave the girl a smile. Not bad, I can't complain at least. What about you? "Oh, I've been good," Tenten said as she squirmed in her seat a bit. "So, how can I help you today?" I was wondering if your dad was in," Naruto said as he tilted his head to the side. Tenten was just about to respond when a gruff voice did it for her. "He is in." Naruto and Tenten turned their head to the stairs and saw a man with messy brown hair walking down. He was of decent height, being at about 5 feet 9 inches and had a fairly bulky build. His eyes were a brown color much like Tenten's, giving Naruto the clue that this was her father. The blonde noticed that the man walked with a slight limp, denoting that he had received some kind of injury to his heel. This, as well as the general aura the man had, led Naruto to assume that he had been a shinobi at one point in his life. Naruto bowed to the man. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I know who you are," Tenten's father chuckled. "It's almost impossible not to with your reputation. And don't call me sir, I hate that respect crap." Naruto gave a grin as he scratched the back of his head, amusing the man who had seen that same expression on Minato's face many times in the past. "I'm Kenshi Higurashi," Kenshi introduced himself as he held out a hand. Naruto smiled as he took it. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise, I was wondering when I would see you in my shop," Kenshi said. "So is there anything I could do for you?" I was wondering if there was something I could do for you," Naruto said, getting two raised eyebrows from Tenten and Kenshi. "Oh? And what is it that you can do for us?" Kenshi with his curiosity piqued. "I can see that you guys sell things like standard sealing scrolls and exploding tags, however like most stores you guys don't have much else in the way of seals. I am currently in the process of creating several seals that will help Konoha." Naruto looked at the two of them. "I am sure you know that a clan needs to find some way to contribute to the village in some way, Kenshi-san." Kenshi nodded. "Yes, I am well aware of that. I take it this is your way to do that?" "Yes," Naruto nodded. "I was hoping to have a demonstration at the end of the week. As you are the only shinobi store I know of that is run by a shinobi, I wanted to have you there." "What makes you think I'm a shinobi?" Kenshi asked. If this boy, no man, he corrected himself. If this man was anything like Minato, then he would be able to give him an accurate dissertation of why he thought Kenshi was a shinobi. "When you were walking down, I noticed you have a slight limp. By the slight movements your leg makes, I would say that the wound was caused by a sword to the heel. Wounds like that are not something civilians get and escape whoever gave it to them to alive, meaning you had to have been in combat at one point. Aside from that," Naruto shrugged, "your general aura is the same as anyone who has ever been a serious ninja at one point in their life." "He's just like his father," Kenshi thought with a smile. "That's a pretty good deduction, and you were right about the leg. So why is it that you feel it matters whether a store is shinobi-owned or not?" "Because that makes this shop far more popular than the other stores, since you have ninja experience and know what they would want," Naruto answered. "I see," Kenshi said with a nod, "because I have first-hand knowledge on what ninja want and the ability to forge custom weapons based on that knowledge. More ninja come to my store. If I were to endorse your seals, they would sell that much more, am I right?" At Naruto's nod, Kenshi continued, "This will also give you more of a profit in the end too, since more people will." "No," Kenshi and Tenten looked at Naruto as he spoke, "I'm not doing this for any monetary gain. You can keep any money you make, I have more than enough thanks to my book. I am simply doing this to help Konoha." Kenshi blinked in surprise for several moments before he grinned. "You really are Minato's kid, aren't you?" Naruto smiled. "So I've been told." "Well, alright, I'll come to this demonstration of yours, and if your stuff is any good we'll start selling them the moment it's ready for the market." Naruto nodded. "I appreciate this," the blonde said before he looked over at Tenten. "You're welcome to come to if you would like." Tenten blinked for a moment before blushing. "Thanks, I think I will." She looked back up for a moment and tilted her head. "So what book were you talking about?" Naruto looked at her with an odd expression before smiling. He reached into his pouch and pulled out Loveless. "I'm the author of this book," Naruto said with a grin, only to sweat drop when Tenten appeared in front of him with a copy of the book in her hand. "I swear to Kami, it's like these girls have a pocket dimension where they can just pull anything out of it magically. This is my favorite book, can you sign it for me?" Tenten asked as he once again saw what he had taken to calling the Tsurubushi no Jutsu Starry Eye Jutsu. Naruto shrugged before grabbing the book and signing it for her. After that he gave the two a goodbye before heading home. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto groaned in relief as the warm water from the shower hit his form, loosening the tensed-up muscles in his back and shoulders. Today had been a hectic day for him, even more so than yesterday when he was in his first council meeting. After he had left the Higurashi weapons store, Naruto had gone into another council meeting, where he had been forced to sit through several merchants discussing a trade agreement between Konoha and Tsuchi no Kuni, which had almost made the blonde clan head fall asleep. After that he had gone home and did his typical training regime, and then he had sat down at his desk and began hashing out his plans for the seals he wanted to create. In truth, most of them were already done, he just needed to finalize them. He had several powerful seals that he was sure would be useful to Konoha, things like sensor seals that could be used to set up around a camp when on long-term missions. Trap seals that even a genin could set up, that when triggered would release anything from a fire jutsu to a paralytic poison. Sometimes things like that were all that were needed to complete the mission and get back home safe. However, the ones he was really wanting to show Tsunade and the others were not the ones that were done on paper, but a powerful seal array that should make capture and rape statistics drop. However, that seal was also the one he had yet to really finish, as well as the one that was the hardest to complete. Naruto turned off the water as he stepped out of the shower. Grabbing a towel he dried himself off as he made his way into his bedroom. He threw the towel in a hamper as he walked over to the closet. Opening it, he made his way inside. Naruto began to leaf through his clothes, looking for some formal wear for this evening. Normally the blonde would not be caught dead wearing formal clothing, however he had been eventually forced to get some. Koyuki had bought him some formal kimonos for when he made his appearance before the Haru Council, so that he could look good when he and Koyuki presented him as her fiancé. Something he planned to do once he managed to get rid of Akatsuki. Naruto sighed as he picked one out and began to get dressed. Tonight he had been invited over for dinner by Hayashi Hyuga. Knowing just how much power that clan held, Naruto knew declining his invitation would not be an intelligent idea. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Hinata Hyuga was nervous. This would not surprise anyone who knew her. Despite the young woman making strides towards bettering herself as a kunoichi, she was still a shy and soft-spoken girl. It was something that had never changed about her, even her continuous improvement with her taijutsu and byakugan. So the fact that Hinata was nervous would not surprise anyone, however this time she felt she had a valid reason for it. That reason being her father Hayashi, who was currently smiling. It was well known that Hayashi Hyuga almost always kept up the cold Hyuga facade. He said it had something to do with presenting a noble aura to those beneath them. Whatever the reason for it was, Hayashi was not one to smile ever really. Sure, he would occasionally when Hinata was progressing well in her taijutsu, however this was something that had only happened recently. Now he was smiling for what seemed to be no reason, other than the fact that they had a guest. Apparently one important enough that her father was smiling about it. This was not really a shock, of course. Due to their status and political power both in and out of Konoha, they would often receive visiting dignitaries. However, none of them were important enough for Hayashi to actually be happy about seeing them. This was what made her nervous. The fact that she was going to be meeting someone who was important enough for Hayashi to smile about meant that she would need to be even more Hyuga-like, for lack of a better term, than usual. Which due to her kind nature was something she had a problem doing. Hayashi-sama, your guest has arrived. The three Hyugas at the dinner table looked up to see one of the branch members standing over by the entrance. Thank you, send him in please, Hayashi said as he stood up to greet his guest. The branch member bowed before leaving to get the guest. Hinata smoothed the hem of her kimono, which was a lavender color to match her eyes. The kimono had floral designs on it, and was tied together with a dark violet obi. Unlike her normal clothes, the formal wear she had on did nothing to hide her figure. Something she was very self-conscious about, which was of course why she always wore that large baggy overcoat. Taking several deep breaths to help her calm down, the young Hyuga heiress looked over at her little sister Hanabi. Said sister was currently sitting with her back straight, and wore the impassive Hyuga stare. She was wearing identical clothes to Hinata, except that hers were in the opposite colors. Hinata turned her head towards the door when Hayashi began to walk over to it, and had to hold in a gasp of surprise. The person who her father had invited over was none other Naruto. Hinata quickly looked away and had to start taking deep breaths lest she pass out. When she felt she was calm enough, she looked back to see her father greeting the blonde shinobi. "Oh, welcome Naruto-san, I am glad you could make it," Hiraishin said as he shook Naruto's hand. Naruto gave a nod as he took the offered hand. "Thank you for inviting me, Hiraishin-san, I appreciate it." "Not at all," Hiraishin replied easily as he waved the thanks away. Naruto followed the man as he moved over to sit down. When they were both seated, Hiraishin gestured to his daughters. "I believe you have already met Hinata," Hiraishin said. Naruto smiled at the girl. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Hinata." Hinata felt heat rise to her cheeks, but thankfully was able to keep herself from hyperventilating. It's good to see you as well in Naruto-kun," Hinata said as she grabbed the folds of her kimono in an effort to keep from poking her fingers. And this is my youngest daughter Hanabi," Hiraishin introduced as he gestured to a little girl who looked a lot like Hinata, except she had what Naruto had dubbed the "I'm a Hyuga so I must act like I'm constipated" look. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hanabi-san," Naruto said with a smile. Despite the girl's cold look, Naruto was able to notice the slight blush that crossed the girl's cheeks. "You're the one who beat Nijini-san in the Chunin exams," Hanabi said in an accusing tone. Naruto looked at the girl with an odd expression for a second. "Yes, that is true that I beat Niji." "How did you do that?" Hanabi asked. "Nijini-san is the Hyuga clan prodigy, there's no way you could beat him." Naruto frowned at the girl. It seems that she was much more of the stereotypical Hyuga than the members he had met. Of course he had only known Hinata and Niji had been similar to her before Naruto had removed the stick in his ass. Naruto continued to look at the girl before shrugging. "I was able to beat him because unlike him I had something to fight for." Hanabi tilted her head at the cryptic answer. "Something to fight for? Like what?" Naruto smiled. "Well, at the time my reason was to dispel Niji's delusional belief that fate controlled everything. He had to understand that there is only one fate we all share and that is death, but how we get there and the choices we make before we die are our own." "A wise words," Hiraishin said. "You sound just like your father." Naruto looked over at Hiraishin. "You knew my father well, I take it?" "I knew him quite well," Hiraishin said with a very small and nostalgic smile. "I was in the same class that your father had been in at the academy. He had been the rookie of the year, and became something of my rival." "I see," Naruto said as he remembered his own rivalry with Sasuke, before the fool went to play with a pedophile anyway. Naruto looked at the Hyuga head with a mischievous expression. "So if you were his rival, did he call you team as well?" Naruto asked in an innocent voice. Hinata and Hanabi looked at Naruto in shock, while Hiraishin made several choking noises. No, he didn't," Hiraishin said as he was able to get himself under control. He paused for a moment before sighing. "However, your mother did." If the two Hyuga heirs had been startled by Naruto's comment, then they nearly jumped out of their skin when Naruto started to laugh loudly. Hanabi more than Hinata was shocked by the commoner behavior the blonde man seemed to have. It made her wonder why her father had invited him over in the first place. Naruto's laugh soon became wheezes as he tried to get his breath back under control. Oh. Naruto sighed as he stopped laughing. He looked over at Hiraishin and shook his head. I can somehow see my mother doing that." Hiraishin gave an imperceptible smirk. "I could imagine, you are a lot like her in many ways." Naruto chuckled. "I think I'll take that as a compliment." "Of course," Hiraishin said, "though you do seem to have more of your father's personality now. I admit to being quite impressed with how you handled the elders during your first council meeting." Naruto smiled as the two of them talked back and forth, trading conversation between one subject or another. Naruto knew this was a standard political process that people who wanted something from you did, and he knew Hiraishin wanted something. While he was sure the man's desire to repent for not helping him when he was younger was genuine, Naruto also knew that Hiraishin would not invite him over for that reason alone. However, he continued to play along with the man, knowing that there was a time to be blunt and a time to use finesse. So Naruto spoke with the man, and occasionally tried to add Hinata and Hanabi into the conversation so they did not feel left out. Their conversation quieted down as the food came. Naruto was surprised when he was served a side of ramen with his food. It seemed that even Hiraishin knew of his ramen addiction. which was actually kind of funny since ramen was not his favorite food. Well, most ramen was not, his favorite food was the ramen they served at Ichiraku's, but there was a reason for that. Tsuchi and Iam had been the first two people to ever treat him as a human other than Sarutobi and Yugao, so the blonde had often gone there when he did not want to be glared at or overcharged for food. They had also given him several free bowls of ramen, making the place even better in his eyes. It was not long after going there that ramen had become his comfort food. After they had eaten, Naruto figured it was time to see what Hiraishin wanted. I believe you wanted to speak to me about something? Hiraishin smirked ever so slightly. Yes, I did. We can go to my office for our discussion. Naruto stood up, as did Hiraishin. He turned to look over at the two girls. I'll see you later, Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan. Naruto smirked at seeing the younger girl scowl. Though he also noticed her blush as well, during the course of the conversation he had taken a liking to teasing the younger heiress. He felt the girl was far too uptight for her own good, so he had taken it upon himself to remove the stick, as it were, from her proverbial ass. Of course he knew this would be a little harder than Neji. After all, he could not beat the shit out of her like he did Neji. Still, that would just make it more of a challenge. As Naruto walked down the halls with Hiraishin, the blonde decided to get a layout of the estate. Unlike his father's house, the Hyuga estate was made in the purely traditional Japanese style. The building were centered around a zen garden, filled with trees and a koi pond with a bridge over it. Doors were lined up along the wall facing the garden, leading to any number of rooms that were used for various purposes. The place was definitely nice. Naruto had to admit that, though the atmosphere was a little too stuffy for his tastes. They finally stopped in front of a door. Hiraishin opened it as he gestured for Naruto to enter. As soon as they were both inside, Hiraishin closed the door and set up a silencing seal, before moving over to a seating area with red padded cushions on the ground. Following the Hyuga head's lead, Naruto sat on one of the cushions with his feet under his rear and his back straight. Hiraishin looked at him with a calculating gaze before speaking. I am sure you are well aware that the Hyuga clan is currently the largest of Konoha's clans. It also goes without saying that we are the clan who holds the most political power. No Hokage has ever been selected without our support. That is even more true now, since the only clan that could contest with us is no more. Naruto nodded at what the man was saying, narrowing his eyes in thought. The blonde picked apart Hayashi's hidden meaning. You are saying you will support my position for Hokage? However, I assume you also want something for this, otherwise you would not have invited me over for dinner. Hiraishin managed to crack a small smile. You are quite astute in your observations, Naruto-san, truly your father's son. Naruto nodded at the compliment as the man paused another moment, before heaving a deep sigh. Yes, I do have something I wish to ask of with you, or more like I need your help with something. I am sure you know of the birdcage seal? Hiraishin asked. Of course, Naruto said with a nod. The blonde's mind soon came to a conclusion as to why Hiraishin had invited him over for dinner. Still, he did not say anything, preferring to hear it from the Hyuga head's own mouth. What was not as well known was that Minato and I had planned to do away with the seal, Hiraishin said. I take it he was going to force the Hyuga elders to get rid of the seal by showing its inherent weakness, Naruto said, and then offer up a counter seal for all Hyugas to wear. Hiraishin did not show it, but he was greatly impressed with the boy's ability to figure things out with only a little bit of information. Yes, he was. It was our hope that this would eliminate the differences and bridge the gap between our two families. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Do you know how far my father got? I believe he was able to create the replacement for the birdcage seal, Hiraishin answered. However, I know for a fact that he had not even been able to get started on finding the birdcage seal's weakness. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Hiraishin. I will help you with this. To be honest, I had planned on getting rid of that seal anyways. This will make it much easier to do so. Hiraishin sighed in relief as he and Naruto stood back up. Moving over to his desk, Hiraishin pulled out a scroll. This scroll contains the birdcage seal for you to study, Hiraishin spoke as he handed Naruto the scroll. Naruto took his and placed it in his pouch. I will get back to you sometime within a month. By then I should have both the replacement seal and the weakness to the birdcage seal. Hiraishin gave a nod as he let Naruto out. I appreciate the help, Naruto-san. Not at all, I'm happy to help, Naruto replied as he walked out of the room. XXXXXXXXXXX. Hinata watched as Naruto left her father's study and began his trek back to the front gates. She followed the blonde boy, making sure to always stay in the shadows so he would not see her. The moment Hinata had seen Naruto here, she had realized this was her chance to confess her feelings for the blonde. She knew that she may not ever get a chance to do so like now, since he was right here in her house. However, she was still having trouble gathering her courage to go up and talk to the boy. The decision was soon taken from her as Naruto called out, "You can come out now, Hinata." Hinata's eyes widened in shock. How had he seen her? This had never happened in all the years she had followed him. Something like this was not only unprecedented, but also unexpected. Whatever the case, he had found her, so she had no choice but to come out and confront the blonde. Hello and Naruto Keikei-kun, Hinata said, cursing herself for being so shy. She knew she would never get another chance like this, so she had to take it. She took several deep breaths as she tried to calm her raging nerves, which felt like they were overloading her brain right now. Hinata opened her mouth as she looked at him, only to start swaying on her feet for a little bit. "I will not faint," Hinata thought to herself as she tried to steady her nerves. Finally she opened her mouth. "I love you." The words had been spoken so fast that had Naruto not had enhanced senses, he was sure he would have missed it. The blonde clan head repressed the sigh that threatened to escape him, while he commended the girl for gathering the courage to tell him that he had really hoped she wouldn't. Perhaps it was naive thinking, but Naruto had been hoping that the girl's shy nature would keep her from confessing, at least until he had something to say that would let her down easy. Still, now might be the best time to nip her feelings in the bud. After all, he did not wish to lead her on with the false hope that they might get together. "Hinata, you are a very kind, beautiful and compassionate kunoichi," Naruto said, knowing that what he said next would break her heart. "However, I don't have any romantic feelings for you, I'm sorry." "A what?" Hinata asked as if she had not heard him. It took a few seconds for the words to register, but when they did, tears started to form at the corner of her eyes. "Do you mean you don't?" She couldn't believe it. She had worked so hard to tell him, only for him not to have the same feelings for her. Naruto said in a soft voice, "I don't." But. Hinata's mouth was unable to work properly, not that it mattered anyway, as she spun around and took off. Naruto sighed as he chased after her, knowing that if he did not reason with her, things would not end well. He doggedly followed the lavender-eyed girl, who was dodging and weaving in an effort to lose him. However, Naruto was far faster and more agile than she was, and soon caught up. He grabbed her arm to keep her from moving. "Let go of me!" Hinata shouted as she yanked on her arm. "Not until you listen to me," Naruto replied in a calm voice. "I don't want to hear it." "Let go." Realizing she would not be able to get away like this, Hinata turned around and attempted to juke and strike Naruto. Said blonde was surprised that Hinata would go this far, but thanks to his enhanced reflexes was able to avoid the strike. He quickly wrapped Hinata in a bear hug, keeping her arms pinned to her sides so she could not use them. Though the girl continued to struggle and even tried to juke him with her feet, however she soon began to tire. Eventually the girl sagged into him as she started to cry, sighing. Naruto just let her do so until she calmed down. Why?" the girl asked, with her voice muffled by his kimono. "Why don't you love me?" "Why won't you love me?" Because you don't love me," Naruto stated, causing Hinata's head to snap up so fast, the blonde thought it would break. "How could you say that?" Hinata asked, completely unaware that she had not stuttered. "I've always loved you. Ever since the academy. You gave me strength and courage." "I only saw what you wanted to see," Naruto interrupted her. "You saw the side of me that was loud, obnoxious and was not afraid to scream about how he would be Hokage at the top of his lungs. You were so fixated on this image of me and felt that I was something to strive for, so you put me on a pedestal. As something you would always watch from afar, but never touch, which was why you were too afraid to talk to me." "That's not true at all." Hinata shook her head. "I saw you as something I wanted to be. Something to strive for." "Which is what you do when you place someone on a pedestal," Naruto interrupted in a soft voice. "Hinata, what you saw was not me, not all of me anyway. You saw the parts of me that you wanted, because that side of me was everything you were not. You felt that if you could just be near me, then maybe you would gain some of my strength. Am I right? Hinata gave a hesitant nod since that was true. Ever since she had seen his loud and proud attitude, she had begun to admire the boy. She had taken to following him because just watching the blonde had given her strength to go on. He was what she felt she wanted to be. She wanted the courage he would show even when the world had tried to stomp on that courage. That never-give-up attitude, that's what she wanted to have for herself. That's exactly what I mean, that's not real love. You wanted me to be your strength, your courage, to be able to lift you up when you could not do it yourself. Naruto shook his head. What you have to understand is that by trying to use me for your strength, you end up weakening your own. Hinata's eyes widened as what Naruto said began to sink in. What do you mean? Hinata, I can give you no more strength than a soldier pill can give you chakra. Yes, you may gain a temporary boost by relying on me. But in the end it's only a passing feeling and can never give you the strength you are looking for. What would happen if you were on a mission that went bad, all of your comrades were incapacitated and you were the only one capable of protecting them and completing the mission? What would you do if I wasn't there to give you that pick-me-up? If you had to rely on your own strength to carry on, only you had been relying so much on me that your own strength failed. Hinata looked at Naruto with wide eyes as his words were tossed around in her head. It was painful to admit, but she realized he was right. All this time she had been trying to rely on Naruto instead of herself. Even when he was gone her thoughts were on the blonde. It was like he had become some drug or a crutch, as he said. Because truthfully all she had been trying to do was emulate the blonde in front of her. It was enough to make her feel sick. I really am weak, Hinata muttered as tears formed in her eyes again. You are not weak, Hinata, Naruto said in a firm voice as he placed his hands on the girl's shoulders. Hinata looked up at Naruto as he spoke. You just have yet to come into your own strength, but it's there. However, you need to find the right reasons to gain that strength, which are not to impress a boy. What are your reasons? Hinata asked, hoping that if she knew the reasons of someone else, she could try to find out her own. At first my reason was simply because I wanted to be acknowledged. It was stupid, but that was why I tried so hard. Naruto's eyes began to glaze over and his voice softened as he continued. However, as time went on and I gained people who did acknowledge me, my reasons changed. Naruto looked at Hinata. Now I fight and gain strength so that I can protect the people who are most important to me. The people who I have found a family in, the Konoha 11, the people I met in my travels, it's for them I try to get stronger, so that I can protect them. Hinata was silent for a moment as she thought about her reasons, really thought about them. Now that she was thinking a little more clearly, she realized that what she had been doing was no better than when Sakura and Ino had tried to gain Sasuke's affection. Everything she had done was for Naruto, but now that Naruto made her realize this, she did not really have a reason, or did she? Die. I think I want to gain strength to protect my family and make them proud of me. Hinata said as she looked at Naruto. I don't want them to think of me as weak or a burden anymore. Naruto gave the girl a smile. That's a good reason. Wanting to help your family is one of the best reasons anyone can have. I know that with that desire in mind, you will gain strength. Naruto stuck his hand out to the girl. Friends? Hinata looked at the hand and then back to Naruto before smiling. Friends, she said as she took the hand. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto stood out on the field with the Shinobi Council, Tsunade, Kenshi and Tenten, all of whom he was going to show his seals to. Now that everyone is here, I figured we'd better get this show on the road, Naruto said as he took out sealing scroll and unraveled it. He unsealed the contents, revealing several different scrolls of various seals, ink and a brush. Grabbing the first seal, Naruto unrolled it. I am sure you all know of the standard exploding tag, which by adding chakra will make it detonate and in some cases can set a timer for a slight delay. But what if they did not just explode? What if instead they launched an A-rank jutsu, or a cloud of deadly and poisonous gas? Are you saying you can create a scroll that has an A-rank jutsu in it? Some asked incredulously. Naruto smiled. I could tell you yes, but I think it would best to show you. Naruto created a clone who took one of the small tags in the scroll, walking several feet away before channeling some chakra into it as he set the scroll on the ground. The clone poofed out of existence and Naruto turned to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, could you make a Kage Bushin please? Tsunade raised an eyebrow but did as asked. Less than a second later a clone appeared. Good, Naruto said as he turned to the clone. I want you to go over to the scroll. As the clone did as instructed, Naruto turned to Hiraishin. Hyuga-sama would be so kind as to turn on your byakugan and tell me what you see? Hiraishin nodded and did so. Truthfully, he was quite curious to see what the boy came up with. As the Tsunade clone got within 5 feet of the scroll, everyone became shocked as a giant dragon made of lightning launched out of the scroll. It roared as it homed in on the clone, smashing into it before exploding in a shower of sparks. It reacted to her chakra, Hiraishin said, his voice for once filled with awe. The others heard what he said and looked at the now burnt-out scroll in shock. Yes, it reacts to any chakra signature that does not belong to the person who used the scroll, though it can be set to recognize other signatures as well. Naruto smirked as he looked at the gobsmacked audience. As you can see, things like this could easily tip any engagement or skirmish in our favor. Just imagine if you were to create a minefield of these and placed a camouflage dual-layered genjutsu over them. An enemy comes within 5 feet of it and they suddenly find themselves within a barrage of ranked techniques. Naruto left them to imagine the potential of his strategy for a while. Once they got over their awe, he began showing them some of his other seals, with each one being more impressive than the last. Finally, Naruto got to the seal he had really worked on this week. For this next seal I'll need a volunteer. It has to be a female. The last request had stopped several of the males from stepping forward. Unfortunately, it also made the females wary. Minazuka, however, took it as something of a challenge and stepped forward. Let's see what you've got, pup. Naruto smirked. Very well, follow me so I can apply the seals. Naruto picked up his ink and brush and headed into the tree line. Despite being surprised, followed him as well. Once they were out of sight, Naruto stopped. Alright, so why did you have to bring me out here alone? Asked before giving a feral yet oddly seductive smirk. Or was it just that you wanted to get me away from the rest of the council, so you could have your way with me? I think you might be a bit young for me, though you are quite handsome. Naruto blinked in surprise as the Inuzuka matriarch blatantly flirted with him. He had truthfully not expected this. Still, that did not mean he was going to be upstaged. Well, you are quite sexy, Tsum-chan, Naruto said as he modulated his voice into an animalistic and husky growl that caused Tsum almost come herself. Unfortunately, that's not the reason, this time anyway. Naruto shrugged. I really just figured you would not want to have to strip in front of all those men. Tsum blushed at those words, but it soon turned to a glare. Flirting was one thing, but asking her to strip for him was not something she would take lying down. Alright, listen here, if you think I'm gonna strip for you, you've got another. She could not get another word in as Naruto's presence literally overwhelmed her senses. Where before he had the strong presence that was found in all leaders, his entire aura right now just screamed alpha. It was so strong that her animal side was actually telling to her bow down and do whatever the blonde said. Do not think I am doing this so I could see you naked, Tsum. I will not deny that you are quite attractive. However, you seem to forget that I am already engaged to 4 women, all of whom I love. The mere thought of being unfaithful to them makes me feel like committing seppuku. Naruto's glare actually made the Inuzuka woman bow her head submissively. Naruto sighed as he released his dominating presence. I will explain what the seal does while I apply it, is that okay? He asked. When he received a nod in return, Naruto had the woman strip down until she was in her undergarments. He then began to apply the seals while explaining their functions. By the time he was done, Tsum's eyes were wide. Several minutes later they came back out to the field. I apologize for the wait, however we're now ready for the final demonstration. He took no heed of the looks he was getting or the light blush Hiraishin was trying to hide. They obviously knew what had gone on in the forest, or at least they knew what Tsum had done. Naruto paid attention to none of it as he unsealed a chair. Alright, Tsum, just sit on the chair. Having knowledge on what the seal was supposed to do, the feral-looking woman did as told. Naruto tied her up with steel ninja wire, making sure they were bound tightly enough that she could not move. Naruto turned back to the crowd. Now then, as you know, one of the most serious problems we run into as ninja is the possibility of capture. When that happens, all we can do is try to make sure that we die before we end up cracking from whatever torture we are subject to. However, that does not have to happen. What if we could give our shinobi a small window of opportunity to escape? Hiraishin, I would like you to use your byakugan to tell me what you see. Naruto did not wait for the man to give an affirmative, before he turned his attention to Tsume and raised an eyebrow in question. He received a nod from the woman, right before he unleashed a concentrated dose of Kyuubi's killing intent. The woman felt her eyes widen as the feeling of fear came over her from feeling the same power that had killed her husband all those years ago. Thankfully it only lasted a second as the seal activated. The ropes were suddenly sliced apart as a shield of powerful cutting winds encased Tsume, who was completely protected by it. Naruto grinned as everyone was once again rendered speechless. Tell me, Hiraishin, what did you see? The seal activated when you unleashed that killing intent, Hiraishin said, however it was not activated consciously. Correct, Naruto said, this seal is actually several arrays that are located on different areas of the body. You have one seal that constantly stores the excess chakra that all people produce in another seal. The other seals are what creates the wind shield, one to activate it and the other to maintain it. It activates subconsciously when the body is feeling any sort of negative stimuli, whether that be fear or something else. This means that even if someone has their chakra sealed off, the seal can still be activated because it is not dependent on one's ability to use chakra. Because it's based on the body's reaction to their emotions, Tsunade said in shock. What Naruto had just created was not only a complex seal, but something that also required a thorough understanding the human body and human psyche. To come up with something like that is amazing. Naruto smirked. That's not all, now I need a volunteer. This one has to be male. When no one stepped forward, Naruto sighed. Very well, since no one is stepping forward, Shikaku, Naruto chose with a grin. You are going to help finish my demonstration. Shikaku blinked in surprise before muttering a troublesome and walking up. So what do I need to do? Naruto turned to Tsume as the wind shield dissipated. Are you ready for the second stage? Yeah. Tsume said, though she still felt a little skittish from feeling Kyuubi's killing intent. Still getting a little scared was well worth the knowledge that they could save the lives of their ninja with this. Especially what the second demonstration was going to do. Naruto turned to Shikaku and gave him a mischievous grin. What you will have to do is try to touch Tsume's vaginal region. There were several seconds of pure silence. A what? Tsunade and Tenten yelled in unison. Naruto turned to the two. You heard me, this is necessary to show what the other seal does. The two glared at him before Tsunade spoke. Listen here, Gaki, I don't care if. Hokage-sama, I have already been told this was going to be required, and have given my permission to allow this demonstration done on me. Tsume interrupted her. Tsunade looked at the Inuzuka matriarch in shock, but... Don't worry, the pup explained to me what was going to happen, Tsume said. Tsunade sighed. Well, alright if you're okay with it. Naruto nodded. Now Shikaku, if you would. I have to? The lazy clan head asked. If his wife found out about this, she would have his head. Yes, Naruto said. This is quite possibly the most important part of today's demonstration. That got several raised eyebrows, the clan heads wondering what could be this important. Shikaku sighed as he began to mumble about getting in trouble with his troublesome wife for this. Walking up to Tsume, he reached down towards her crotch. That was when Naruto activated a seal on a scroll he had taken out that launched false pheromones into the air, simulating the lust most bandits and low-lifes released when about to rape a woman. Before Shikaku's hand got 3 inches, it was shocked with a burst of lightning. Damn! That hurt! Troublesome. Shikaku tried to rant, but was too lazy to do as he shook his hand. Naruto looked over to the again shocked crowd. What do you think just happened? For a moment everyone was silent until Tsunade spoke up. You used that odd smell which activated the seal that shocked Shikaku-san? More or less, Naruto answered with a shrug. I have destroyed enough bandit camps that I was able to reproduce the pheromones they release when raping a victim through chemistry. When I released those pheromones, Tsume recognized them and her body reacted instinctively to them. It also reacts to emotions, but since we know that Tsume is not afraid of being raped in her own village, I did it this way. Now that was also a powered-down version of the seal. Had it been at full strength, that shock would have made Shikaku-san's hand useless. Incredible, Tenten spoke. That's an anti-rape seal you just designed, right? Naruto nodded. Yes, the seal was something I thought of to help decrease kunoichi rape statistics. Every kunoichi fears being raped. When their body responds to that fear, the seal activates, and whoever was about to touch them now has a useless hand. Same could be said if they used other, more intimate parts. Now combine that with the escape seal, which can also be used on a male, and we now have a way to give our ninja a better chance at escaping physical harm and traumatizing experiences. How long does the seal last? Asked Inoichi. It depends on how much chakra is stored in the storage seal, Naruto replied. It can hold up to an A-rank jutsu, so theoretically it can last for up to an hour. The anti-rape seal likewise enough power for 10 shocks. However, the escape seal has a weakness. When used you become susceptible to fire. Still, it is a better chance to escape than what they first had, Ishikaka said, with the others nodding in agreement. Naruto smiled as he turned to Tsum. Are you okay, Tsum? Naruto asked, seeing that she was a little wobbly. Of course, pup, Tsum said, though the two experiences were not quite pleasant. Still, knowing this could ninja, especially kunoichis, made this well worth it. After some questions behind the mechanics of the seals, Tsunade decided it was time to wrap things up. I think we have seen more than enough to say you passed the initiation test, Tsunade said. 2 days from now we will hold the public announcement of your heritage and clan head status. Naruto nodded. Cool, now I think I'm gonna hit the shower and then hit the sack. Tsunade shook her head as Naruto walked off, before leaving with the rest of the clan heads who were speaking excitedly about the new seals. XXXXXXXXXXXX. It was the day of the announcement and Naruto was looking out over the crowd of people. It looked like almost all of Konoha had come. He was standing in between Tsum and Hiraishin as had become custom, while Tsunade stood in front of them on the ledge where speeches were made. It was not long before Tsunade held up her hands to silence the crowd as she began her speech. People of Konoha, I am here today to introduce, or perhaps I should say reintroduce, a man whom I am sure you all know. There was a slight rumble through the crowd as began to wonder who Tsunade was talking about. This young man has just gotten back from a training trip with my teammate, Jiraiya of the Sannin. I am sure by now you all know who I am talking about. I would like to introduce to you the new clan head of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto smiled as Tsunade said that it had been one of their agreements. He had refused to give up his mother's name, not just because he had been an Uzumaki for so long, but also because he wanted to honor both his parents. His smile turned into a smirk as he flicked one of his Hiraishin kunai next to Tsunade, before appearing right next to her in a yellow flash. Resisting the urge to grin at the shocked gasps from the crowd at seeing the feared technique in use, Naruto raised his hand. I would like to thank all of you for coming today. I, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, vow that as the Uzumaki Namikaze clan head, I will do all that is within my power to protect the great tree that is Konoha. A roar swept through the crowd as the people cheered for him, praising his name and clapping enthusiastically. Naruto let them do that, knowing that what he had to say next would not make him very popular with some of the people here. Before we leave in celebration today, I would like to inform all of you of something important. Many people began to whisper, wondering what he could possibly tell them. Even Tsunade was looking at him oddly, since they had not done anything like this in the rehearsal. Naruto merely gave the woman a reassuring smile before he continued. A little over 16 years ago, a great beast known as the Kyubi no Kitsune attacked our village. Many people died in an effort to stop its rampage. And just when all hope seemed lost, my father, the Yondaime Hokage, defeated the demon. Using a self-sacrificing jutsu which cost his life to slay the creature. This is the history that we are all taught. As Naruto spoke, many of the civilians and council members paled, realizing what Naruto was talking about. Many even had a hunch about where he was going. Unfortunately, due to the laws set down by the Sandaime, they could not do anything to stop it. I am going to tell you all right now that what you have been taught is a lie. Gasps were what accompanied this announcement, all of the younger generation wondering what he meant and the older feeling dread well up in their guts. And so Naruto began to tell them the truth about the Kyubi's defeat, setting in motion the action that would let him know who really respected him and who was just wanting to use him. This was the catalyst that would start Naruto's new life in Konoha, for better or worse. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Oh, make council room break dancing. I seem to be finding myself very disappointed with the stupidity of this council, Naruto started in a near lazy drawl. Many of the council wanted to protest, but the odd feeling of death that had come to them stopped their tongues cold. Meanwhile, Naruto continued on heedless to their problems. After the number of times I had protected Konoha, I would have thought you would have all realized by now that I am not the Kyuubi. I am no more the Kyuubi than a sealing scroll is the kunai that's been sealed into it. However, if I was the Kyuubi, then don't you think that provoking me as you have for the first 12 years of my life was the best choice? If I really was the Kyuubi, then all of you would be dead by now for what you put me through. He paused here as he made his way to the center of the chamber, with no one knowing what he would do next. What he did was the last thing they expected. Hey, everybody dance now. As odd disco music sounded in the council room, Naruto struck a pose. One hand pointed into the air while the other was on his hips. Hey, everybody dance now. Soon enough, Naruto was dancing in the council chambers, with everyone else looking like their eyes were going to fall out of their heads. Hey, everybody dance now. Naruto got on the ground and began to do the worm, moving away from the council and heading for the door. When he got there, the Umbu guarding it were so shocked that all they could do was open it as Naruto wormed his way out. Hey, everybody dance now. When Naruto was gone and the music ended, everyone only had one thought in mind. What the fuck?